With a mother's instinct, Mrs. Clare had put her finger on the kind of trouble that would cause such a disquiet as seemed to agitate her son. "She is spotless," he replied, and felt that if it had sent him to eternal hell there, and then he would have told that lie, then never mind the rest. After all, there are few purer things in nature than an unsullied country maid. Any crudeness of manner which may offend your more educated sense at first will, I am sure, disappear under the influence or your companionship and tuition. Such terrible sarcasm of blind magnanimity brought home to Clare the secondary perception that he had utterly wrecked his career by this marriage, which had not been among his early thoughts after the disclosure. True. On his own account, he cared very little about his career, but he had wished to make it at least a respectable one on account of his parents and brothers. And now, as he looked into the candle, its flame dumbly expressed to him that it was made to shine on sensible people, and that it abhorred lighting the face of a dupe and a failure. When his agitation had cooled, he would be at moments incensed with his poor wife for causing a situation in which he was obliged to practice deception on his parents. He almost talked to her in his anger, as if she had been in the room, and then her cooing voice, plaintive in expostulation, disturbed the darkness. The velvet touch of her lips passed over his brow, and he could distinguish in the air the warmth of her breath. This night the woman of his belittling deprecations was thinking how great and good her husband was. But over them both there hung a deeper shade than the shade which Angel Clare perceived, namely, the shade of his own limitations. With all his attempted independence of judgment, this advanced and well-meaning young man, a sample product of the last 25 years, was yet the slave to custom and conventionality when surprised back into his early teachings. No prophet had told him, and he was not prophet enough to tell himself, that essentially this young wife of his was as deserving of the praise of King Lemuel as any other woman endowed with the same dislike of evil. Her moral value having to be reckoned not by achievement but by tendency. Moreover, the figure near at hand suffers on such occasion, because it shows up its sorriness without shade, while vague figures afar off are honored in that their distance makes artistic virtues of their stains. In considering what Tess was not, he overlooked what she was and forgot that the defective can be more than the entire. XL at Breakfast Brazil was the topic, and all endeavored to take a hopeful view of Clare's proposed experiment with that country's soil. Notwithstanding the discouraging reports of some farm laborers who had emigrated thither and returned home within the 12 months. After breakfast, Clare went into the little town to wind up such trifling matters as he was concerned with there, and to get from the local bank all the money he possessed. On his way back, he encountered Miss Mercy Chant by the church, from whose walls she seemed to be a sort of emanation. She was carrying an armful of Bibles for her class. And such was her view of life that events which produced heartache in others wrought beatific smiles upon her, an enviable result, although, in the opinion of Angel, it was obtained by a curiously unnatural sacrifice of humanity to mysticism. She had learnt that he was about to leave England, and observed what an excellent and promising scheme it seemed to be. Yes, it is a likely scheme enough in a commercial sense, no doubt, he replied. But, my dear Mercy, it snaps the continuity of existence. Perhaps a cloister would be preferable. A cloister? Oh, Angel Clare! Well, why, you wicked man, a cloister implies a monk, and a monk Roman Catholicism, and Roman Catholicism sin, and sin damnation. Thou art in a parlous state, Angel Clare. I glory in my Protestantism, she said severely. Then Clare, thrown by sheer misery into one of the demoniacal moods in which a man does despite to his true principles, called her close to him, and fiendishly whispered in her ear the most heterodox ideas he could think of. His momentary laughter at the horror which appeared on her fair face ceased when it merged in pain and anxiety for his welfare. "Dear Mercy," he said, "you must forgive me. I think I'm going crazy." She thought that he was, and thus the interview ended, and Claire re-entered the vicarage. With the local banker, he deposited the jewels till happier days should arise. He also paid into the bank £30 to be sent to Tess in a few months, as she might require, and wrote to her at her parents' home in Blackmore Vale to inform her of what he had done. This amount, with the sum he had already placed in her hands, about £50, he hoped would be amply sufficient for her wants just at present, particularly as in an emergency she had been directed to apply to his father. He deemed it best not to put his parents into communication with her by informing them of her address, and, being unaware of what had really happened to estrange the two, neither his father nor his mother suggested that he should do so. During the day, he left the parsonage. For what he had to complete, he wished to get done quickly. As the last duty before leaving this part of England, it was necessary for him to call at the Wellbridge farmhouse, in which he had spent with Tess the first 3 days of their marriage, the trifle of rent having to be paid, the key given up of the rooms they had occupied, and 2 or 3 small articles fetched away that they had left behind. It was under this roof that the deepest shadow ever thrown upon his life had stretched its gloom over him. Yet when he had unlocked the door of the sitting room and looked into it, the memory which returned first upon him was that of their happy arrival on a similar afternoon, the first fresh sense of sharing a habitation conjointly, the first meal together, the chatting by the fire with joined hands. The farmer and his wife were in the field at the moment of his visit, and Claire was in the rooms alone for some time, inwardly swollen with a renewal of sentiment that he had not quite reckoned with. He went upstairs to her chamber, which had never been his. The bed was smooth as she had made it with her own hands on the morning of leaving. The mistletoe hung under the tester just as he had placed it. Having been there 3 or 4 weeks, it was turning color, and the leaves and berries were wrinkled. Angel took it down and crushed it into the grate. Standing there, he for the first time doubted whether his course in this conjecture had been a wise, much less a generous, one. But had he not been cruelly blinded? In the incoherent multitude of his emotions, he knelt down at the bedside wet-eyed. "Tess, if you had only told me sooner, I would have forgiven you," he mourned. Hearing a footstep below, he rose and went to the top of the stairs. At the bottom of the flight, he saw a woman standing, and on her turning up her face recognized the pale, dark-eyed is Hewitt. "Mr. Clare," she said, "I've called to see you and Mrs. Clare, and to inquire if you be well. I thought you might be back here again." This was a girl whose secret he had guessed, but who had not yet guessed his. An honest girl who loved him, one who would have made as good, or nearly as good, a practical farmer's wife as Tess. "I am here alone," he said. "We are not living here now." Explaining why he had come, he asked, "Which way are you going home, Is?" "I have no home at Talbot Hayes Dairy now, sir," she said. "Why is that?" Is looked down. "It was so dismal there that I left. I am staying out this way." She pointed in a contrary direction, the direction in which he was journeying. Well, you going there now? I can take you if you wish for a lift. Her olive complexion grew richer in hue. Thank you, Mr. Clare, she said. He soon found the farmer and settled the account for his rent and the few other items which had to be considered by reason of the sudden abandonment of the lodgings. On Clare's return to his horse and gig, Is jumped up beside him. I'm going to leave England, he said as they drove on, going to Brazil. And do Mrs. Clare like the notion of such a journey? She asked. She is not going at present, say, for a year or so. I am going out to reconnoiter, to see what life there is like. They sped along eastward for some considerable distance, is making no observation. How are the others? He inquired. How is ready? She was in a sort of nervous state when I zid her last, and so thin and hollow-cheeked that it do seem in a decline. Nobody will ever fall in love, why her any more, said is absently. And Marian is lowered her voice. Marian drinks. Indeed, yes, the dairyman has got rid of her. And you, I don't drink, and I bane in a decline, but I'm no great things at singing afore breakfast now. How is that? Do you remember how neatly you used to turn "'Twas down in Cupid's gardens and the tailor's breeches at morning milking? Ah, yes. When you first came, sir, that was. Not when you had been there a bit. Why was that falling off? Her black eyes flashed up to his face for one moment by way of answer. How weak of you, for such as I, he said, and fell into reverie. Then suppose I had asked you to marry me? If you had, I should have said yes, and you would have married a woman who loved— Really, down to the ground, she whispered vehemently. Oh my God! Did you never guess it till now? By and by they reached a branch road to a village. I must get down. I live out there, said as abruptly. Never having spoken since her avowal, Clare slowed the horse. He was incensed against his fate, bitterly disposed towards social ordinances, for they had cooped him up in a corner, out of which there was no legitimate pathway. Why not be revenged on society by shaping his future domesticities loosely, instead of kissing the pedagogic rod of convention in this ensnaring manner? I'm going to Brazil alone, said he. I have separated from my wife for personal, not voyaging reasons. I may never live with her again. I may not be able to love you, but will you go with me instead of her? You truly wish me to go? I do. I've been badly used enough to wish for relief. And you at least love me disinterestedly. Yes, I will go. Said as after a pause. You will? You know what it means, It means that I shall live with you for the time you are over there. That's good enough for me. Remember, you're not to trust me in morals now. But I ought to remind you that it will be wrongdoing in the eyes of civilization, Western civilization. That is to say, I don't mind that. No woman do when it comes to agony point, and there's no other way. Then don't get down, but sit where you are. He drove past the crossroads, 1 mile, 2 miles, without showing any signs of affection. You love me very, very much, he suddenly asked. I have said I do. I loved you all the time we was at the dairy together. More than Tess. She shook her head. No, she murmured. Not more than she. How's that? Because nobody could love more than Tess did. She would have laid down her life for I could do no more. Break time equals 0. 5s/, like the prophet on the top of Peor, Hewitt would fain have spoken perversely at such a moment. But the fascination exercised over her rougher nature by Tess's character compelled her to grace. Clare was silent. His heart had risen at these straightforward words from such an unexpected, unimpeachable quarter. In his throat was something as if a sob had solidified there. His ears repeated, "She would have laid down her life for ye. I could do no more. Forget our idle talk he said, turning the horse's head suddenly. I don't know what I've been saying. I will now drive you back to where your lane branches off. So much for honesty towards e. Well, how can I bear it? How can I? Is Hewitt burst into wild tears and beat her forehead as she saw what she had done. Do you regret that poor little act of justice to an absent one? Oh, don't spoil it by regret. She stilled herself by degrees. Very well, sir. Perhaps I didn't know what I was saying, either when I agreed to go. I wish what cannot be, because I have a loving wife already. Yes. You have. They reached the corner of the lane, which they had passed half an hour earlier, and she hopped down. Please forget my momentary levity, he cried. It was so ill-considered, so ill-advised. Forget it? Never. Oh, it was no levity to me. He felt how richly he deserved the reproach that the wounded cry conveyed, and, in a sorrow that was inexpressible, leapt down and took her hand. Well, but we'll part friends? Anyhow, you don't know what I've had to bear. She was a really generous girl, and allowed no further bitterness to mar their adieus. I forgive ye. Sir, she said. Now, he said, while she stood beside him there. Forcing himself to the mentor's part he was far from feeling. I want you to tell Marion, when you see her, that she is to be a good woman, and not to give way to folly. Promise that, and tell Reddy that there are more worthy men than I in the world. That for my sake she is to act wisely, and well, remember the words wisely and well for my sake. I send this message to them as a dying man to the dying, for I shall never see them again. And you, Izzy, you have saved me by your honest words about my wife from an incredible impulse towards folly and treachery. Women may be bad, but they are not so bad as men in these things. On that one account, I can never forget you. Break time equals 0. 5s / be always the good and sincere girl you have hitherto been, and think of me as a worthless lover, but a faithful friend. Promise. She gave a promise. Heaven bless and keep you, sir. Goodbye. He drove on, but no sooner had he turned into the lane, and Claire was out of sight, then she flung herself down on the bank in a fit of racking anguish. And it was with a strained, unnatural face that she entered her mother's cottage late that night. Nobody ever was told how he spent the dark hours that intervened between Angel Claire's parting from her and her arrival home. Claire, too, after bidding the girl farewell, was wrought to aching thoughts and quivering lips. But his sorrow was not for his. That evening he was within a featherweight's turn of abandoning his road to the nearest station, and driving across that elevated dorsal line of South Wessex, which divided him from his Tess's home. It was neither a contempt for her nature, nor the probable state of her heart, which deterred him. No, it was a sense that, despite her love, as corroborated by Iz's admission, the facts had not changed. If he was right at first, he was right now, and the momentum of the course on which he had embarked tended to keep him going in it. Unless diverted by a stronger, more sustained force than had played upon him this afternoon, he could soon come back to her. He took the train that night for London. In 5 days after shook hands in farewell of his brothers at the port of embarkation. XLI from the foregoing events of the winter time, let us press on to an October day, more than 8 months subsequent to the parting of Claire and Tess. We discover the latter in changed conditions, instead of a bride with boxes and trunks which others bore. We see her a lonely woman with a basket and a bundle in her own porterage. Break time equals 0. 5s/ as at an earlier time when she was no bride. Instead of the ample means that were projected by her husband for her comfort through this probationary period. She can produce only a flattened purse. After again leaving Marlott, her home, she had got through the spring and summer without any great stress upon her physical powers. The time being mainly spent in rendering light, irregular service at dairy work near Port Bredy to the west of the Blackmore Valley, equally remote from her native place and from Talbot Hayes. She preferred this to living on his allowance. Mentally, she remained in utter stagnation, a condition which the mechanical occupation rather fostered than checked. Her consciousness was at that other dairy, at that other season, in the presence of the tender lover who had confronted her there, he who, the moment she had grasped him to keep for her own, had disappeared like a shape in a vision. The dairy work lasted only till the milk began to lessen, for she had not met with a second regular engagement as a Talbot Hayes, but had done duty as a supernumerary only. However, as harvest was now beginning, she had simply to remove from the pasture to the stubble to find plenty of further occupation, and this continued till harvest was done. Of the 25 pounds which had remained to her of Claire's allowance, after deducting the other half of the 50 as a contribution to her parents for the trouble and expense to which she had put them, she had as yet spent but little. But there now followed an unfortunate interval of wet weather, during which she was obliged to fall back upon her sovereigns. She could not bear to let them go. Angel had put them into her hand, had obtained them bright and new from his bank for her. His touch had consecrated them to souvenirs of himself. They appeared to have had as yet no other history than such as was created by his and her own experiences, and to disperse them was like giving away relics. But she had to do it, and one by one they left her hands. She had been compelled to send her mother her address from time to time, but she concealed her circumstances. When her money had almost gone, a letter from her mother reached her. Jones stated that they were in dreadful difficulty. The autumn rains had gone through the thatch of the house, which required entire renewal. But this could not be done because the previous thatching had never been paid for. New rafters and a new ceiling upstairs also were required, which, with the previous bill, would amount to a sum of 20 pounds. As her husband was a man of means and had doubtless returned by this time, could she not send them the money? Tess had 30 pounds coming to her almost immediately from Angel's bankers, and, the case being so deplorable, as soon as the sum was received, she sent the 20 as requested. Part of the remainder she was obliged to expend in winter clothing, leaving only a nominal sum for the whole inclement season at hand. The last pound had gone. A remark of Angel's that whenever she required further resources she was to apply to his father remained to be considered. But the more Tess thought of the step, the more reluctant was she to take it. The same delicacy, pride, false shame, whatever it may be called, on Claire's account, which had led her to hide from her own parents the prolongation of the estrangement, hindered her owning to his that she was in want after the fair allowance he had left her. They probably despised her already. How much more they would despise her in the character of a mendicant. The consequence was that by no effort could the parson's daughter-in-law bring herself to let him know her state. Her reluctance to communicate with her husband's parents might, she thought, lessen with the lapse of time, but with her own the reverse obtained. On her leaving their house after the short visit subsequent to her marriage, they were under the impression that she was ultimately going to join her husband. And from that time to the present, she had done nothing to disturb their belief that she was awaiting his return in comfort. Hoping against hope that his journey to Brazil would result in a short stay only, after which he would come to fetch her, or that he would write for her to join him. In any case, that they would soon present a united front to their families and the world. This hope she still fostered, to let her parents know that she was a deserted wife, dependent, now that she had relieved their necessities. On her own hands for a living, after the eclat of a marriage which was to nullify the collapse of the first attempt, would be too much indeed. The set of brilliance returned to her mind. Where Claire had deposited them, she did not know, and it mattered little. If it were true that she could only use and not sell them. Even were they absolutely hers, it would be passing mean to enrich herself by a legal title to them, which was not essentially hers at all. Meanwhile, her husband's days had been by no means free from trial. At this moment, he was lying ill of fever in the clay lands near Curitiba in Brazil, having been drenched with thunderstorms and persecuted by other hardships, in common with all the English farmers and farm laborers who, just at this time, were deluded into going thither by the promises of the Brazilian government and by the baseless assumption that those frames which, plowing and sowing on English uplands, had resisted all the weathers to whose moods they had been born, could resist equally well all the weathers by which they were surprised on Brazilian plains. To return. Thus it happened that when the last of Tess's sovereigns had been spent, she was unprovided with others to take their place. While on account of the season, she found it increasingly difficult to get employment. Not being aware of the rarity of intelligence, energy, health, break time equals 0. 5s/ and willingness in any sphere of life, she refrained from seeking an indoor occupation, fearing towns, large houses, people of means and social sophistication, and of manners other than rural. From that direction of gentility black hair had come. Society might be better than she supposed from her slight experience of it, but she had no proof of this, and her instinct in the circumstances was to avoid its purlieus. The small dairies to the west, beyond Port Bredy, in which she had served as supernumerary milkmaid during the spring and summer, required no further aid. Room would probably have been made for her at Talbot Hayes, if only out of sheer compassion, but comfortable as her life had been there, she could not go back. The anticlimax would be too intolerable, and her return might bring reproach upon her idolized husband. She could not have borne their pity, and their whispered remarks to one another upon her strange situation, though she would almost have faced a knowledge of her circumstances by every individual there, so long as her story had remained isolated in the mind of each. It was the interchange of ideas about her that made her sensitiveness wince. Tess could not account for this distinction. She simply knew that she felt it. She was now on her way to an upland farm in the center of the county, to which she had been recommended by a wandering letter which had reached her from Marion. Marion had somehow heard that Tess was separated from her husband, probably through his Hewitt and the good-natured and now tippling girl, deeming Tess in trouble, had hastened to notify to her former friend that she herself had gone to this upland spot after leaving the dairy, and would like to see her there, where there was room for other hands if it was really true that she worked again as of old. With the shortening of the days, all hope of obtaining her husband's forgiveness began to leave her, and there was something of the habitude of the wild animal in the unreflecting instinct with which she rambled on disconnecting herself littles from her eventful past at every step, obliterating her identity, giving no thought to accidents or contingencies which might make a quick discovery of her whereabouts by others of importance to her own happiness, if not to theirs. Among the difficulties of her lonely position, not the least was the attention she excited by her appearance, a certain bearing of distinction, which she had caught from Claire, being superadded to her natural attractiveness, whilst the clothes lasted which had been prepared for her marriage. These casual glances of interest caused her no inconvenience, but as soon as she was compelled to don the wrapper of a field woman, rude words were addressed to her more than once, but nothing occurred to cause her bodily fear till a particular November afternoon. She had preferred the country west of the River Brit to the upland farm for which she was now bound, because, for one thing, it was nearer to the home of her husband's father, and to hover about that region unrecognized, with the notion that she might decide to call at the vicarage some day, gave her pleasure. But having once decided to try the higher and drier levels, she pressed back eastward, marching afoot towards the village of Chalk Newton, where she meant to pass the night. The lane was long and unvaried, and, owing to the rapid shortening of the days, dusk came upon her before she was aware. She had reached the top of a hill down which the lane stretched its serpentine length in glimpses, when she heard footsteps behind her back, and in a few moments she was overtaken by a man. He stepped up alongside Tess and said, "Good night, my pretty maid," to which she civilly replied. The light still remaining in the sky lit up her face, though the landscape was nearly dark. The man turned and stared hard at her. "Why, Shirley, is the young, when she was at Trantridge a while, young Squire d'Urberville's friend? I was there at that time, though I don't live there now." She recognized in him the well-to-do boor whom Angel had knocked down at the inn for addressing her coarsely. A spasm of anguish shot through her, and she returned him no answer. "Be honest enough to own it, and that what I said in the town was true. Though your fancy man was so up about it, hey, my sly one, you ought to beg my pardon for that blow of his, considering." Still no answer came from Tess. There seemed only one escape for her hunted soul. She suddenly took to her heels with the speed of the wind, and, without looking behind her, ran along the road till she came to a gate which opened directly into a plantation. Into this she plunged, and did not pause till she was deep enough in its shade to be safe against any possibility of discovery. Underfoot the leaves were dry, and the foliage of some holly bushes which grew among the deciduous trees was dense enough to keep off draughts. She scraped together the dead leaves till she had formed them into a large heap, making a sort of nest in the middle. Into this Tess crept. Such sleep as she got was naturally fitful. She fancied she heard strange noises, but persuaded herself that they were caused by the breeze. She thought of her husband in some vague warm clime on the other side of the globe, while she was here in the cold. Was there another such a wretched being as she in the world? Tess asked herself, and, thinking of her wasted life, said, "All is vanity." She repeated the words mechanically, till she reflected that this was a most inadequate thought for modern days. Solomon had thought as far as that more than 2,000 years ago. She herself, though not in the van of thinkers, had got much further. If all were only vanity, who would mind it? All was, alas, worse than vanity, injustice, punishment, exaction, death. The wife of Angel Clare put her hand to her brow, and felt its curve, and the edges of her eye sockets perceptible under the soft skin. and thought as she did, so that a time would come when that bone would be bare. "I wish it were now," she said. In the midst of these whimsical fancies, she heard a new strange sound among the leaves. It might be the wind, yet there was scarcely any wind. Sometimes it was a palpitation, sometimes a flutter, sometimes it was a sort of gasp or gurgle. Soon she was certain that the noises came from wild creatures of some kind, the more so when originating in the boughs overhead. They were followed by the fall of a heavy body upon ground. Had she been ensconced here under other and more pleasant conditions, she would have become alarmed. But outside humanity, she had at present no fear. Day at length broke in the sky. When it had been day aloft for some little while, it became day in the wood. Directly the assuring and prosaic light of the world's active hours had grown strong. She crept from under her hillock of leaves and looked around boldly. Then she perceived what had been going on to disturb her. The plantation wherein she had taken shelter ran down at this spot into a peak, which ended at hitherward, outside the hedge being arable ground. Under the trees several pheasants lay about, their rich plumage dabbled with blood. Some were dead, some feebly twitching a wing, some staring up at the sky, some pulsating quickly. Some contorted, some stretched out, all of them writhing in agony, except the fortunate ones whose tortures had ended during the night by the inability of nature to bear more. Tess guessed at once the meaning of this. The birds had been driven down into this corner the day before by some shooting party, and while those that had dropped dead under the shot, or had died before nightfall, had been searched for and carried off, many badly wounded birds had escaped and hidden themselves away, or risen among the thick boughs, where they had maintained their position till they grew weaker with loss of blood in the night time, when they had fallen one by one as she had heard them. She had occasionally caught glimpses of these men in girlhood, looking over hedges or peeping through bushes and pointing their guns, strangely accoutred, a bloodthirsty light in their eyes. She had been told that, rough and brutal as they seemed just then, they were not like this all the year round, but were, in fact, quite civil persons save during certain weeks of autumn and winter, when, like the inhabitants of the Malay Peninsula, they ran amok, and made it their purpose to destroy life, in this case, harmless feathered creatures, brought into being by artificial means solely to gratify these propensities at once so unmanly and so unchivalrous towards their weaker fellows in nature's teeming family. With the impulse of a soul who could feel for kindred sufferers as much as for herself, Tess's first thought was to put the still living birds out of their torture. And to this end with her own hands she broke the necks of as many as she could find, leaving them to lie where she had found them till the gamekeepers should come, as they probably would come to look for them a second time. Poor darlings, to suppose myself the most miserable being on earth in the sight, oh, such misery as yours, she exclaimed, her tears running down as she killed the birds tenderly. And not a twinge of bodily pain about me. I be not mangled, and I be not bleeding, and I have 2 hands to feed and clothe me. She was ashamed of herself for her gloom of the night, based on nothing more tangible than a sense of condemnation under an arbitrary law of society which had no foundation in nature. XLI, it was now broad day, and she started again, emerging cautiously upon the highway. But there was no need for caution. Not a soul was at hand. And Tess went onward with fortitude, her recollection of the birds' silent endurance of their night of agony impressing upon her the relativity of sorrows, and the tolerable nature of her own. If she could once rise high enough to despise opinion, but that she could not do so long as it was held by Claire. She reached Chalk Newton and breakfasted at an inn where several young men were troublesomely complimentary to her good looks. Somehow she felt hopeful. For was it not possible that her husband also might say these same things to her even yet? She was bound to take care of herself on the chance of it, and keep off these casual lovers. To this end Tess resolved to run no further risks from her appearance. As soon as she got out of the village, she entered a thicket and took from her basket one of the oldest field gowns, which she had never put on even at the dairy, never since she had worked among the stubble at Marlott. She also, by a felicitous thought, took a handkerchief from her bundle and tied it round her face under her bonnet, covering her chin and half her cheeks and temples, as if she were suffering from toothache. Then, with her little scissors, by the aid of a pocket-looking glass, she mercilessly nipped her eyebrows off, and thus ensured against aggressive admiration. She went on her uneven way. "What a mommet of a maid," said the next man who met her to a companion. Tears came in her eyes for very pity of herself as she heard him. "But I don't care," she said. "Oh, no, I don't care. I'll always be ugly now, because Angel is not here, and I have nobody to take care of me. My husband that was has gone away, and never will love me any more. But I love him just the same, and hate all other men, and like to make him think scornfully of me." Thus Tess walks on, a figure which is part of the landscape. A field woman pure and simple, in winter guise, a gray serge cape, a red woolen cravat, a stuff skirt covered by a whitey brown ruff wrapper, and buff leather gloves. Every thread of that old attire has become faded and thin under the stroke of raindrops, the burn of sunbeams, and the stress of winds. There is no sign of young passion in her now. The maiden's mouth is cold, fold over simple fold binding her head. Inside this exterior, over which the eye might have roved as over a thing scarcely percipient, almost inorganic, there was the record of a pulsing life which had learnt too well, for its years, of the dust and ashes of things, of the cruelty of lust and the fragility of love. Next day the weather was bad, but she trudged on, the honesty, directness, and impartiality of elemental enmity disconcerting her but little. Her object being a winter's occupation and a winter's home, there was no time to lose. Her experience of short hirings had been such that she was determined to accept no more. Thus she went forward from farm to farm in the direction of the place whence Marian had written to her, which she determined to make use of as a last shift only, its rumored stringencies being the reverse of tempting. First she inquired for the lighter kinds of employment, and, as acceptance in any variety of these grew hopeless, applied next for the less light, till beginning with the dairy and poultry tendance that she liked best, she ended with the heavy and coarse pursuits which she liked least, work on arable land, work of such roughness, indeed, as she would never have deliberately volunteered for. Towards the second evening she reached the irregular chalk tableland or plateau, bosomed with semi-globular tumuli, as if Cybele the many-breasted were supinely extended there, which stretched between the valley of her birth and the valley of her love. Here the air was dry and cold, and the long cart roads were blown white and dusty within a few hours after rain. There were few trees, or none, those that would have grown in the hedges being mercilessly plashed down with a quickset by the tenant farmers, the natural enemies of tree, bush, and brake. In the middle distance ahead of her, she could see the summits of bulbarrow and of nettlecomb tout, and they seemed friendly. They had a low and unassuming aspect from this upland, though as approached on the other side from Blackmore in her childhood, they were as lofty bastions against the sky. Southerly, at many miles' distance, and over the hills and ridges coastward, she could discern a surface like polished steel. It was the English Channel at a point far out towards France. Before her, in a slight depression, were the remains of a village. She had, in fact, reached Flintcombe Ash, the place of Marian's sojourn. There seemed to be no help for it. Hither she was doomed to come. The stubborn soil around her showed plainly enough that the kind of labor in demand here was of the roughest kind, but it was time to rest from searching. And she resolved to stay, particularly as it began to rain. At the entrance to the village was a cottage whose gable jutted into the road. And before applying for a lodging, she stood under its shelter and watched the evening close in. "Who would think I was Mrs. Angel Clare?" she said. The wall felt warm to her back and shoulders, and she found that immediately within the gable was the cottage fireplace, the heat of which came through the bricks. She warmed her hands upon them, and also put her cheek red and moist with the drizzle against their comforting surface. The wall seemed to be the only friend she had. She had so little wish to leave it that she could have stayed there all night. Tess could hear the occupants of the cottage gathered together after their day's labor, talking to each other within, and the rattle of their supper plates was also audible. But in the village street she had seen no soul as yet. The solitude was at last broken by the approach of one feminine figure. Though the evening was cold, wore the print gown and the tilt bonnet of summertime. Tess instinctively thought it might be Marian. Break time equals 0, 5s/, and when she came near enough to be distinguishable in the gloom, surely enough it was she. Marian was even stouter and redder in the face than formerly, and decidedly shabbier in attire. At any previous period of her existence, Tess would hardly have cared to renew the acquaintance in such conditions. But her loneliness was excessive, and she responded readily to Marian's greeting. Marian was quite respectful in her inquiries, but seemed much moved by the fact that Tess should still continue in no better condition than at first, though she had dimly heard of the separation. "Tess, Mrs. Clare, the dear wife of dear he. And is it really so bad as this, my child? Why is your comely face tied up in such a way? Anybody been beating E? Not he. No, no, no. I merely did it not to be clipsed or called Marian." She pulled off and discussed a bandage which could suggest such wild thoughts. "And you've got no collar on." Tess had been accustomed to wear a little white collar at the dairy. "I know it, Marian. You've lost it traveling." "I'm not lost it. The truth is, I don't care anything about my looks, and so I didn't put on." "And you don't wear your wedding ring?" "Yes, I do, but not in public. I wear it round my neck on a ribbon. I don't wish people to think who I am by marriage, or that I am married at all. It would be so awkward while I lead my present life." Marian paused. "But you be a gentleman's wife, and it seems hardly fair that you should live like this." "Oh, yes, it is quite fair, though I am very unhappy." "Well, well, he married you, and you can be unhappy. Wives are unhappy sometimes, from no fault of their husbands from their own. You've no faults, dearie, that I'm sure of. And he's none, so it must be something outside you both. Marian, dear Marian, will you do me a good turn without asking questions? My husband has gone abroad, and somehow I have overrun my allowance, so that I have to fall back upon my old work for a time. Do not call me Mrs. Clare, but Tess. As before. Do they want a hand here? Oh, yes. They'll take one always, because few care to come. 'Tis a starved acre place. Corn and swedes are all they grow. Though I be here myself, I feel 'tis a pity for such as you to come. But you used to be as good a dairy woman as I. Yes, but I've got out o' that since I took to drink. Lord, that's the only comfort I've got now. If you engage, you'll be set swede hacking. That's what I be doing, but you won't like it. Oh, anything. Will you speak for me? You will do better by speaking for yourself. Very well. Now, Marion, remember nothing about him if I get the place. I don't wish to bring his name down to the dirt. Marion, who was really a trustworthy girl though of coarser grain than Tess, promised anything she asked. This is pay night, she said, and if you were to come with me, you would know at once. I'd be real sorry that you are not happy. But 'tis because he's away, I know. You couldn't be unhappy if he were here. Even if he GIE'd, you know money, even if he used you like a drudge. That's true, I could not. They walked on together and soon reached the farmhouse, which was almost sublime in its dreariness. There was not a tree within sight. There was not, at this season, a green pasture, nothing but fallow and turnips everywhere. In large fields divided by hedges plashed to unrelieved levels. Tess waited outside the door of the farmhouse till the group of workfolk had received their wages. And then Marion introduced her. The farmer himself, it appeared, was not at home, but his wife, who represented him this evening, made no objection to hiring Tess, on her agreeing to remain till Old Lady Day. Female field labor was seldom offered now, and its cheapness made it profitable for tasks which women could perform as readily as men. Having signed the agreement, there was nothing more for Tess to do at present than to get a lodging, and she found one in the house at whose gable wall she had warmed herself. It was a poor subsistence that she had insured, but it would afford a shelter for the winter at any rate. That night, she wrote to inform her parents of her new address, in case a letter should arrive at Marlott from her husband. But she did not tell them of the sorriness of her situation. It might have brought reproach upon him. XLII, there was no exaggeration in Marion's definition of Flintcomb Ash Farm as a starve-acre place. The single fat thing on the soil was Marion herself, and she was an importation. Of the three classes of village, the village cared for by its lord, the village cared for by itself, and the village uncared for either by itself or by its lord. In other words, the village of a resident squire's tenantry, the village of free or copy holders, and the absentee owner's village, farmed with the land. This place, Flintcomb Ash, was the third. But Tess set to work. Patience. That blending of moral courage with physical timidity was now no longer a minor feature in Mrs. Angel Clare, and it sustained her. The swede field in which she and her companion were set hacking was a stretch of 100-odd acres in one patch, on the highest ground of the farm. Rising above stony lanchets or lynchets, the outcrop of silicious veins in the chalk formation, composed of myriads of loose white flints in bulbous, cusped, and phallic shapes. The upper half of each turnip had been eaten off by the livestock, and it was the business of the two women to grub up the lower or earthy half of the root with a hooked fork called a hacker, that it might be eaten also. Every leaf of the vegetable having already been consumed, the whole field was in color a desolate drab. It was a complexion without features, as if a face from chin to brow should be only an expanse of skin. The sky wore, in another color, the same likeness, a white vacuity of countenance with the lineaments gone. So these two upper and nether visages confronted each other all day long. The white face looking down on the brown face, and the brown face looking up at the white face, without anything standing between them, but the two girls crawling over the surface of the former like flies. Nobody came near them, and their movements showed a mechanical regularity, their forms standing enshrouded in Hessian wrappers, sleeved brown pinafores, tied behind to the bottom, to keep their gowns from blowing about, scant skirts revealing boots that reach high up the ankles, and yellow sheepskin gloves with gauntlets. The pensive character which the curtained hood lent to their bent heads would have reminded the observer of some early Italian conception of the two Marys. They worked on hour after hour, unconscious of the forlorn aspect they bore in the landscape, not thinking of the justice or injustice of their lot. Even in such a position as theirs, it was possible to exist in a dream. In the afternoon, the rain came on again, and Marian said that they need not work any more. But if they did not work, they would not be paid. So they worked on. It was so high a situation, this field, that the rain had no occasion to fall, but raced along horizontally upon the yelling wind, sticking into them like glass splinters till they were wet through. Tess had not known till now what was really meant by that. There are degrees of dampness, and a very little is called being wet through in common talk. But to stand working slowly in a field and feel the creep of rainwater, first in legs and shoulders, then on hips and head, then at back, front, and sides, and yet to work on till the leaden light diminishes and marks that the sun is down, demands a distinct modicum of stoicism, even of valor. Yet they did not feel the wetness so much as might be supposed. They were both young, and they were talking of the time when they lived and loved together at Talbot Hayes' dairy, that happy green tract of land where summer had been liberal in her gifts, in substance to all, emotionally to these. Tess would fain not have conversed with Marian of the man who was legally, if not actually, her husband. But the irresistible fascination of the subject betrayed her into reciprocating Marian's remarks. And thus, as has been said, though the damp curtains of their bonnets flapped smartly into their faces, and their wrappers clung about them to wearisomeness, they lived all this afternoon in memories of green, sunny, romantic Talbot Hayes. You can see a gleam of a hill within a few miles o' Froom Valley from here, when 'tis fine, said Marian. Ah, can you? Said Tess, awake to the new value of this locality. So the two forces were at work here, as everywhere, the inherent will to enjoy, and the circumstantial will against enjoyment. Marian's will had a method of assisting itself by taking from her pocket, as the afternoon wore on, a pint bottle corked with white rag, from which she invited Tess to drink. Tess's unassisted power of dreaming, however, being enough for her sublimation at present, she declined except the merest sip. And then Marian took a pull from the spirits. I've got used to it, she said, and can't leave it off now. 'Tis my only comfort, you see. I lost him. You didn't, and you can do without it perhaps. Tess thought her loss as great as Marian's, but upheld by the dignity of being Angel's wife. In the letter at least, she accepted Marian's differentiation. Amid this scene, Tess slaved in the morning frosts and in the afternoon rains. When it was not swede grubbing, it was swede trimming, in which process they sliced off the earth and the fibers with a bill hook before storing the roots for future use. At this occupation, they could shelter themselves by a thatched hurdle if it rained, But if it was frosty, even their thick leather gloves could not prevent the frozen masses they handled from biting their fingers. Still, Tess hoped. She had a conviction that sooner or later the magnanimity which she persisted in reckoning as a chief ingredient of Claire's character would lead him to rejoin her. Marian, primed to a humorous mood, would discover the queer-shaped flints aforesaid, and shriek with laughter, Tess remaining severely obtuse. They often looked across the country to where the Var or Froom was known to stretch, even though they might not be able to see it, and, fixing their eyes on the cloaking gray mist, imagined the old times they had spent out there. "Ah," said Marian, "how I should like another or two of our old set to come here. Then we could bring up Talbot Hayes every day here afield, and talk of he, and of what nice times we had there, and of the old things we used to know, and make it all come back a'most in seeming." Marian's eyes softened, and her voice grew vague as the visions returned. "I'll write to his Hewitt," she said. "She's biding at home, doing nothing now, I know. And I'll tell her we be here, and ask her to come, and perhaps Reddy is well enough now." Tess had nothing to say against the proposal. And the next she heard of this plan for importing old Talbothay's joys was 2 or 3 days later, when Marian informed her that his had replied to her inquiry, and had promised to come if she could. There had not been such a winter for years. It came on in stealthy and measured glides, like the moves of a chess player. One morning the few lonely trees and the thorns of the hedgerows appeared as if they had put off a vegetable for an animal integument. Every twig was covered with a white nap as of fur grown from the rind during the night, giving it 4 times its usual stoutness, the whole bush or tree forming a staring sketch in white lines on the mournful gray of the sky and horizon. Cobwebs revealed their presence on sheds and walls where none had ever been observed till brought out into visibility by the crystallizing atmosphere. Hanging like loops of white worsted from salient points of the outhouses, posts, and gates. After this season of congealed dampness came a spell of dry frost, when strange birds from behind the North Pole began to arrive silently on the upland of Flintcomb Ash. Gaunt spectral creatures with tragical eyes which had witnessed scenes of cataclysmal horror in inaccessible polar regions of a magnitude such as no human being had ever conceived. In curdling temperatures that no man could endure, which had beheld the crash of icebergs and the slide of snow hills by the shooting light of the aurora, been half blinded by the whirl of colossal storms and terraqueous distortions, and retained the expression of feature that such scenes had engendered. These nameless birds came quite near to Tess and Marian, but of all they had seen which humanity would never see, they brought no account. The traveler's ambition to tell was not theirs, and, with dumb impassivity, they dismissed experiences which they did not value for the immediate incidents of this homely upland, the trivial movements of the 2 girls in disturbing the clods with their hackers, so as to uncover something or other that these visitants relished as food. Then one day a peculiar quality invaded the air of this open country. There came a moisture which was not of rain, and a cold which was not of frost. It chilled the eyeballs of the twain, made their brows ache, penetrated to their skeletons, affecting the surface of the body less than its core. They knew that it meant snow, and in the night the snow came. Tess, who continued to live at the cottage with a warm gable that cheered any lonely pedestrian who paused beside it, awoke in the night, and heard above the thatch noises which seemed to signify that the roof had turned itself into a gymnasium of all the winds. When she lit her lamp to get up in the morning, she found that the snow had blown through a chink in the casement, forming a white cone of the finest powder against the inside, and had also come down the chimney, so that it lay sole deep upon the floor, on which her shoes left tracks when she moved about. Without, the storm drove so fast as to create a snow mist in the kitchen, but as yet it was too dark out of doors to see anything. Tess knew that it was impossible to go on with the Swedes, and by the time she had finished breakfast beside the solitary little lamp, Marian arrived to tell her that they were to join the rest of the women at Reed, drawing in the barn till the weather changed. As soon, therefore, as the uniform cloak of darkness without began to turn to a disordered medley of grays, they blew out the lamp, wrapped themselves up in their thickest pinners, tied their woolen cravats round their necks and across their chests, and started for the barn. The snow had followed the birds from the polar basin as a white pillar of a cloud, and individual flakes could not be seen. The blast smelt of icebergs, Arctic seas, whales, and white bears, carrying the snow so that it licked the land but did not deepen on it. They trudged onwards with slanted bodies through the flossy fields, keeping as well as they could in the shelter of hedges, which, however, acted as strainers rather than screens. The air, afflicted to pallor with the hoary multitudes that infested it, twisted and spun them eccentrically, suggesting an achromatic chaos of things. Break time equals 0. 5s/, but both the young women were fairly cheerful. Such weather on a dry upland is not in itself dispiriting. Aha! The cunning northern birds knew this was coming. Said Marian, depend upon, they keep just in front out all the way from a North Star. Your husband, my dear, is, I make no doubt, having scorching weather all this time. Lord, if he could only see his pretty wife now. Not that this weather hurts your beauty at all, in fact. It rather does it good. You mustn't talk about him to me, Marian, said Tess severely. Well, but surely you care for him, do you? Instead of answering, Tess, with tears in her eyes, impulsively faced in the direction in which she imagined South America to lie, and putting up her lips, blew out a passionate kiss upon the snowy wind. Well, well, I know you do. But 'pon my body, it is a rum life for a married couple. There, I won't say another word. Well, as for the weather, it won't hurt us in the wheat barn, but redrawing is fearful hard work worse than Swede hacking. I can stand it because I'm stout, but you be slimmer than I. I can't think why Maester should have said ee at it. They reached the wheat barn and entered it. One end of the long structure was full of corn. The middle was where the reed drawing was carried on, and there had already been placed in the reed press the evening before as many sheaves of wheat as would be sufficient for the women to draw from during the day. Why, here's is, said Marian. Is it was, and she came forward. She had walked all the way from her mother's home on the previous afternoon, and, not deeming the distance so great, had been belated, arriving, however, just before the snow began, and sleeping at the alehouse. The farmer had agreed with her mother at market to take her on if she came today, and she had been afraid to disappoint him by delay. In addition to Tess, Marian, and there were 2 women from a neighboring village, 2 Amazonian sisters, whom Tess with a start remembered as Dark Car. The Queen of Spades, and her junior, the Queen of Diamonds, those who had tried to fight with her in the midnight quarrel at Trantridge. They showed no recognition of her, and possibly had none, for they had been under the influence of liquor on that occasion, and were only temporary sojourners there as here. They did all kinds of men's work by preference, including well sinking hedging, ditching, and excavating without any sense of fatigue. Noted reed drawers were they too, and looked round upon the other three with some superciliousness, putting on their gloves, all set to work in a row in front of the press. An erection formed of two posts connected by a cross beam, under which the sheaves to be drawn from were laid ears outward. The beam being pegged down by pins in the uprights and lowered as the sheaves diminished. The day hardened in color. The light coming in at the barn doors upwards from the snow instead of downwards from the sky. The girls pulled handful after handful from the press, but by reason of the presence of the strange women who were recounting scandals, Marian and his could not at first talk of old times as they wished to do. Presently they heard the muffled tread of a horse, and the farmer rode up to the barn door. When he had dismounted, he came close to Tess and remained looking musingly at the side of her face. She had not turned at first, but his fixed attitude led her to look round. When she perceived that her employer was the native of Trantridge from whom she had taken flight on the high road because of his allusion to her history, he waited till she had carried the drawn bundles to the pile outside, when he said, "So you be the young woman who took my civility in such ill part? Be drowned if I didn't think you might be as soon as I heard of your being hired. Well, you thought you had got the better of me the first time at the inn with your fancy man, and the second time on the road, when you bolted, but now I think I've got the better of you." He concluded with a hard laugh. Tess, between the Amazons and the farmer, like a bird caught in a clap net, returned no answer, continuing to pull the straw. She could read character sufficiently well to know by this time that she had nothing to fear from her employer's gallantry. It was rather the tyranny induced by his mortification at Claire's treatment of him. Upon the whole, she preferred that sentiment in man, and felt brave enough to endure it. "You thought I was in love with E, I suppose? Some women are such fools, to take every look as serious earnest. But there's nothing like a winter afield for taking that nonsense out o' young wenches' heads, and you've signed and agreed till Lady Day. Now, are you going to beg my pardon? I think you ought to beg mine. Very well as you like. But we'll see which is master here. Be they all the sheaves you've done today?" "Yes, sir. 'Tis a very poor show. To see what they've done over there," pointing to the two stalwart women. "The rest, too, have done better than you. They've all practiced it before, and I have not. And I thought it made no difference to you, as it is task work, and we are only paid for what we do." "Oh, but it does. I want a barn cleared. I'm going to work all the afternoon instead of leaving it too, as the others will do." He looked sullenly at her and went away. Tess felt that she could not have come to a much worse place, but anything was better than gallantry. When 2 o'clock arrived, the professional reed drawers tossed off the last half-pint in their flagon, put down their hooks, tied their last sheaves, and went away. Marian and his would have done likewise, but on hearing that Tess meant to stay, to make up by longer hours for her lack of skill, they would not leave her. Looking out at the snow, which still fell, Marian exclaimed, "Now, we've got it all to ourselves." And so at last the conversation turned to their old experiences at the dairy, and, of course, the incidents of their affection for Angel Clare. And Marian," said Mrs. Angel Clare, with a dignity which was extremely touching, seeing how very little of a wife she was. "I can't join in talk with you now, as I used to do, about Mr. Clare. You will see that I cannot, because, although he has gone away from me for the present, he is my husband." This was by nature the sauciest and most caustic of all the 4 girls who had loved Clare. He was a very splendid lover, no doubt, she said, but I don't think he is a too fond husband to go away from you so soon. He had to go, he was obliged to go. To see about the land over there, pleaded Tess. He might have tided over the winter. Oh, that's owing to an accident, a misunderstanding, and we won't argue it. Tess answered, with tearfulness in her words. Perhaps there's a good deal to be said for him. He did not go away, like some husbands, without telling me, and I can always find out where he is. After this, they continued for some long time in a reverie. As they went on seizing the ears of corn, drawing out the straw, gathering it under their arms, and cutting off the ears with their bill hooks. Nothing sounding in the barn but the swish of the straw and the crunch of the hook. Then Tess suddenly flagged and sank down upon the heap of wheat ears at her feet. I knew you wouldn't be able to stand it, cried Marian. It wants harder flesh than yours for this work. Just then the farmer entered. Oh, that's how you get on when I am away, he said to her. But it is my own loss, she pleaded, not yours. I want it finished, he said doggedly, as he crossed the barn and went out at the other door. Don't mind him. There's a dear, said Marian. I've worked here before. Now you go and lie down there, and I'll make up your number. I don't like to let you do that. I'm taller than you two. However, she was so overcome that she consented to lie down a while, and reclined on a heap of pull tails the refuse after the straight straw had been thrown up at the further side of the barn. Her succumbing had been as largely owing to agitation at the reopening the subject of her separation from her husband as to the hard work. She lay in a state of percipience without volition, and the rustle of the straw and the cutting of the ears by the others had the weight of bodily touches. She could hear from her corner, in addition to these noises, the murmur of their voices. She felt certain that they were continuing the subject already broached. But their voices were so low that she could not catch the words. At last Tess grew more and more anxious to know what they were saying, and, persuading herself that she felt better, she got up and resumed work. Then as Hewitt broke down, she had walked more than a dozen miles the previous evening, had gone to bed at midnight, and had risen again at 5 o'clock. Marian alone, thanks to her bottle of liquor and her stoutness of build, stood the strain upon back and arms without suffering. Tess urged to leave off, agreeing, as she felt better, to finish the day without her, and make equal division of the number of sheaves. Accepted the offer gratefully, and disappeared through the great door into the snowy track to her lodging. Marian, as was the case every afternoon at this time on account of the bottle, began to feel in a romantic vein. I should not have thought it of him, never, she said in a dreamy tone. And I loved him so, I didn't mind his having you. But this about is too bad. Tess, in her start at the words, narrowly missed cutting off a finger with the bill hook. Is it about my husband? She stammered. Well, yes, is said. Don't tell her, but I'm sure I can't help it. It was what he wanted to do. He wanted her to go off to Brazil with him. Tess's face faded as white as the scene without, and its curves straightened. And did he refuse to go? She asked. I don't know. Anyhow, he changed his mind. Pooh, then he didn't mean it. 'Twas gast a menesiest. Yes, he did, for he drove her a good ways towards the station. He didn't take her. They pulled on in silence till Tess, without any premonitory symptoms, burst out crying. There, said Marian. Now, I wish I hadn't told you. No. It is a very good thing that you have done. I have been living on in a third-over, lackaday way, and have not seen what it may lead to. I ought to have sent him a letter oftener. He said I could not go to him. But he didn't say I was not to write as often as I liked. I won't dally like this any longer. I've been very wrong and neglectful in leaving everything to be done by him. The dim light in the barn grew dimmer, and they could see to work no longer. When Tess had reached home that evening and had entered into the privacy of her little white-washed chamber, she began impetuously writing a letter to Claire, but falling into doubt, she could not finish it. Afterwards, she took the ring from the ribbon on which she wore it next her heart and retained it on her finger all night, as if to fortify herself in the sensation that she was really the wife of this elusive lover of hers, who could propose that it should go with him abroad. So shortly after he had left her, knowing that, how could she write entreaties to him or show that she cared for him any more? XLIV, by the disclosure in the barn, her thoughts were led anew in the direction which they had taken more than once of late to the distant Minster vicarage. Break time equals 0. 5s/. It was through her husband's parents that she had been charged to send a letter to Claire if she desired, and to write to them direct if in difficulty. But that sense of her having morally no claim upon him had always led Tess to suspend her impulse to send these notes, and to the family at the vicarage. Therefore, as to her own parents since her marriage, she was virtually non-existent. This self-effacement in both directions had been quite in consonance with her independent character of desiring nothing by way of favor or pity to which she was not entitled on a fair consideration of her deserts. She had set herself to stand or fall by her qualities, and to waive such merely technical claims upon a strange family as had been established for her by the flimsy fact of a member of that family. In a season of impulse, writing his name in a church book beside hers. But now that she was stung to a fever by Iz's tale, there was a limit to her powers of renunciation. Why had her husband not written to her? He had distinctly implied that he would at least let her know of the locality to which he had journeyed, but he had not sent a line to notify his address. Was he really indifferent? But was he ill? Was it for her to make some advance? Surely she might summon the courage of solicitude, call at the vicarage for intelligence, and express her grief at his silence. If Angel's father were the good man she had heard him represented to be, he would be able to enter into her heart-starved situation. Her social hardships she could conceal. To leave the farm on a weekday was not in her power. Sunday was the only possible opportunity. Flintcomb Ash being in the middle of the Cretaceous tableland, over which no railway had climbed as yet, it would be necessary to walk. And the distance being 15 miles each way, she would have to allow herself a long day for the undertaking by rising early. A fortnight later, when the snow had gone and had been followed by a hard black frost, she took advantage of the state of the roads to try the experiment. Break time equals 0. 5s/. At 4 o'clock that Sunday morning, she came downstairs and stepped out into the starlight. The weather was still favorable, the ground ringing under her feet like an anvil. Marian and Iz were much interested in her excursion, knowing that the journey concerned her husband. Their lodgings were in a cottage a little further along the lane, but they came and assisted Tess in her departure, and argued that she should dress up in her very prettiest guise to captivate the hearts of her parents-in-law, though she, knowing of the austere and Calvinistic tenets of old Mr. Clare, was indifferent and even doubtful. A year had now elapsed since her sad marriage, but she had preserved sufficient draperies from the wreck of her then full wardrobe to clothe her very charmingly as a simple country girl with no pretensions to recent fashion. A soft gray woolen gown, with white crepe quilling against the pink skin of her face and neck, and a black velvet jacket and hat. "'Tis 1,000 pities your husband can't see. And now you do look a real beauty," said his Hewitt, regarding Tess as she stood on the threshold between the steely starlight without and the yellow candlelight within. It spoke with a magnanimous abandonment of herself to the situation. She could not be no woman with a heart bigger than a hazel nut could be antagonistic to Tess in her presence. The influence which she exercised over those of her own sex being of a warmth and strength quite unusual, curiously overpowering the less worthy feminine feelings of spite and rivalry. With a final tug and touch here, and a slight brush there, they let her go, and she was absorbed into the pearly air of the foredawn. They heard her footsteps tap along the hard road as she stepped out to her full pace. Evan hoped she would win, and, though without any particular respect for her own virtue, felt glad that she had been prevented wronging her friend when momentarily tempted by Claire. It was a year ago, all but a day, that Claire had married Tess, and only a few days less than a year that he had been absent from her. Still, to start on a brisk walk, and on such an errand as hers, on a dry, clear, wintry morning, through the rarefied air of these chalky hogsbacks, was not depressing, and there is no doubt that her dream at starting was to win the heart of her mother-in-law, tell her whole history to that lady, enlist her on her side, and so gain back the truant. In time she reached the edge of the vast escarpment below, which stretched the loamy vale of Blackmoor, now lying misty and still in the dawn. Instead of the colorless air of the uplands, the atmosphere down there was a deep blue. Instead of the great enclosures of 100 acres in which she was now accustomed to toil, there were little fields below her of less than half a dozen acres, so numerous that they looked from this height like the meshes of a net. Here the landscape was whitey brown. Down there, as in Froome Valley, it was always green. It was in that vale that her sorrow had taken shape, and she did not love it as formerly. Beauty to her, as to all who have felt, lay not in the thing, but in what the thing symbolized. Keeping the vale on her right, she steered steadily westward, passing above the Hintocks, crossing at right angles the high road from Shirton-a-Boss to Casterbridge, and skirting Dogberry Hill and High Stoy, with the dell between them called the Devil's Kitchen. Still following the elevated way, she reached Cross in hand, where the stone pillar stands desolate and silent, to mark the site of a miracle or murder or both. 3 miles further, she cut across the straight and deserted Roman road, called Long Ash Lane, leaving which as soon as she reached it, she dipped down a hill by a transverse lane into the small town or village of Evershead, being now about halfway over the distance. She made a halt here, and breakfasted a second time, heartily enough not at the Sow and Acorn, for she avoided inns, but at a cottage by the church. The second half of her journey was through a more gentle country, by way of Benville Lane. But as the mileage lessened between her and the spot of her pilgrimage, so did Tess's confidence decrease, and her enterprise loom out more formidably. She saw her purpose in such staring lines, and the landscape so faintly, that she was sometimes in danger of losing her way. However, about noon she paused by a gate on the edge of the basin in which a minster and its vicarage lay, the square tower, beneath which she knew that at that moment the vicar and his congregation were gathered, had a severe look in her eyes. She wished that she had somehow contrived to come on a weekday. Such a good man might be prejudiced against a woman who had chosen Sunday. never realizing the necessities of her case. But it was incumbent upon her to go on now. She took off the thick boots in which she had walked thus far, put on her pretty thin ones of patent leather, and, stuffing the former into the hedge by the gatepost where she might readily find them again, descended the hill. The freshness of color she had derived from the keen air thinning away in spite of her as she drew near the parsonage. Tess hoped for some accident that might favor her, but nothing favored her. The shrubs on the vicarage lawn rustled uncomfortably in the frosty breeze. She could not feel by any stretch of imagination, dressed to her highest as she was, that the house was the residence of near relations. And yet nothing essential in nature or emotion divided her from them, in pains, pleasures, thoughts, birth, death, and after death. They were the same. She nerved herself by an effort, entered the swing gate, and rang the doorbell. The thing was done. There could be no retreat. No, the thing was not done. Nobody answered to her ringing. The effort had to be risen to and made again. She rang a second time, and the agitation of the act, coupled with her weariness after the 15 miles walk, led her to support herself while she waited by resting her hand on her hip and her elbow against the wall of the porch. The wind was so nipping that the ivy leaves had become wizened and gray, each tapping incessantly upon its neighbor with a disquieting stir of her nerves. A piece of blood-stained paper, caught up from some meat buyer's dust heap, beat up and down the road without the gate, too flimsy to rest, too heavy to fly away, and a few straws kept it company. The second peal had been louder, and still nobody came. Then she walked out of the porch, opened the gate, and passed through, and though she looked dubiously at the house front as if inclined to return, it was with a breath of relief that she closed the gate. A feeling haunted her that she might have been recognized, though how she could not tell. And orders been given not to admit her. Tess went as far as the corner. She had done all she could do, but determined not to escape present trepidation at the expense of future distress, she walked back again quite past the house, looking up at all the windows. The explanation was that they were all at church, everyone. She remembered her husband saying that his father always insisted upon the household, servants included, going to morning service, and, as a consequence, eating cold food when they came home. It was, therefore, only necessary to wait till the service was over. She would not make herself conspicuous by waiting on the spot. And she started to get past the church into the lane. But as she reached the churchyard gate, the people began pouring out, and Tess found herself in the midst of them. The Minster congregation looked at her as only a congregation of small country townsfolk walking home at its leisure can look at a woman out of the common whom it perceives to be a stranger. She quickened her pace and ascended the road by which she had come, to find a retreat between its hedges till the vicar's family should have lunched, and it might be convenient for them to receive her. She soon distanced the churchgoers, except two youngish men, who, linked arm in arm, were beating up behind her at a quick step. As they drew nearer, she could hear their voices engaged in earnest discourse, and, with the natural quickness of a woman in her situation, did not fail to recognize in those noises the quality of her husband's tones. The pedestrians were his two brothers. Forgetting all her plans, Tess's one dread was lest they should overtake her now in her disorganized condition. Before she was prepared to confront them, for though she felt that they could not identify her, she instinctively dreaded their scrutiny. The more briskly they walked, the more briskly walked she. They were plainly bent upon taking a short, quick stroll before going indoors to lunch or dinner, to restore warmth to limbs chilled with sitting through a long service. Only one person had preceded Tess up the hill, a ladylike young woman. Somewhat interesting, though, perhaps a trifle gindie and prudish. Tess had nearly overtaken her when the speed of her brothers-in-law brought them so nearly behind her back that she could hear every word of their conversation. They said nothing, however, which particularly interested her till, observing the young lady still further in front, one of them remarked, "There is Mercy Chant. Let us overtake her." Tess knew the name. It was the woman who had been destined for Angel's life, companioned by his and her parents, and whom he probably would have married but for her intrusive self. She would have known as much without previous information if she had waited a moment. For one of the brothers proceeded to say, "Ah, poor Angel, poor Angel. I never see that nice girl without more and more regretting his precipitancy in throwing himself away upon a dairymaid, or whatever she may be. It is a queer business." Apparently, whether she has joined him yet or not I don't know. But she had not done so some months ago when I heard from him. I can't say. He never tells me anything nowadays. His ill-considered marriage seems to have completed that estrangement from me which was begun by his extraordinary opinions. Tess beat up the long hills still faster, but she could not outwalk them without exciting notice. At last they outsped her altogether and passed her by. The young lady still further ahead heard their footsteps and turned. Then there was a greeting and a shaking of hands, and the three went on together. They soon reached the summit of the hill, and, evidently intending this point to be the limit of their promenade, slackened pace and turned all three aside to the gate whereat Tess had paused an hour before that time to reconnoiter the town before descending into it. During their discourse, one of the clerical brothers probed the hedge carefully with his umbrella and dragged something to light. "Here's a pair of old boots," he said, "thrown away, I suppose, by some tramp or other. Some impostor who wished to come into the town barefoot, perhaps, and so excite our sympathies," said Miss Chant. "Yes, it must have been, for they are excellent walking boots, by no means worn out. What a wicked thing to do! I'll carry them home for some poor person." Cuthbert Clare, who had been the one to find them, picked them up for her with the crook of his stick, and Tess's boots were appropriated. She, who had heard this, walked past under the screen of her woolen veil till, presently looking back, she perceived that the church party had left the gate with her boots and retreated down the hill. Thereupon our heroine resumed her walk. Tears, blinding tears, were running down her face. She knew that it was all sentiment, all baseless impressibility, which had caused her to read the scene as her own condemnation. Nevertheless, she could not get over it. She could not contravene in her own defenseless person all those untoward omens. It was impossible to think of returning to the vicarage. Angel's wife felt almost as if she had been hounded up that hill like a scorned thing by those to her superfine clerics, innocently as the slight had been inflicted. It was somewhat unfortunate that she had encountered the sons and not the father, who, despite his narrowness, was far less starched and ironed than they, and had to the full the gift of charity. As she again thought of her dusty boots, she almost pitied those habiliments for the quizzing to which they had been subjected, and felt how hopeless life was for their owner. "Ah," she said, still sighing in pity of herself, "they didn't know that I wore those over the roughest part of the road to save these pretty ones he bought for me. No, they did not know it. And they didn't think that he chose the color "Oh, my pretty frock, no, how could they? If they had known, perhaps they would not have cared. For they don't care much for him, poor thing." Then she grieved for the beloved man whose conventional standard of judgment had caused her all these latter sorrows. And she went her way without knowing that the greatest misfortune of her life was this feminine loss of courage at the last and critical moment through her estimating her father-in-law by his sons. Her present condition was precisely one which would have enlisted the sympathies of old Mr. and Mrs. Clare. Their hearts went out of them at a bound towards extreme cases. When the subtle mental troubles of the less desperate among mankind failed to win their interest or regard. In jumping at publicans and sinners, they would forget that a word might be said for the worries of scribes and Pharisees, and this defect or limitation might have recommended their own daughter-in-law to them at this moment as a fairly choice sort of lost person for their love. Thereupon she began to plod back along the road by which she had come, not altogether full of hope, but full of a conviction that a crisis in her life was approaching. No crisis, apparently, had supervened, and there was nothing left for her to do but to continue upon that starved acre farm till she could again summon courage to face the vicarage. She did, indeed, take sufficient interest in herself to throw up her veil on this return journey, as if to let the world see that she could at least exhibit a face such as Mercy Chant could not show. But it was done with a sorry shake of the head. "It is nothing," she said. "Nobody loves it, nobody sees it. Who cares about the looks of a castaway like me?" Her journey back was rather a meander than a march. It had no sprightliness, no purpose, only a tendency. Along the tedious length of Benville Lane, she began to grow tired, and she leant upon gates and paused by milestones. She did not enter any house till, at the 7th or 8th mile, she descended the steep long hill below which lay the village or townlet of Evershead, where in the morning she had breakfasted with such contrasting expectations. The cottage by the church, in which she again sat down, was almost the first at that end of the village, and while the woman fetched her some milk from the pantry, Tess, looking down the street, perceived that the place seemed quite deserted. "The people are gone to afternoon service, I suppose," she said. "No, my dear," said the old woman. "'Tis too soon for that. The bells hain't strook out yet. They be all gone to hear the preaching in yonder barn. A ranter preaches there between the services, an excellent, fiery, Christian man, they say. But, Lord, I don't go to hear in. What comes in the regular way over the pulpit is hot enough for I." Tess soon went onward into the village, her footsteps echoing against the houses as though it were a place of the dead. Nearing the central part, her echoes were intruded on by other sounds, and seeing the barn not far off the road, she guessed these to be the utterances of the preacher. His voice became so distinct in the still, clear air that she could soon catch his sentences, though she was on the closed side of the barn. The sermon, as might be expected, was of the extremest antinomian type, on justification by faith, as expounded in the theology of St. Paul. This fixed idea of a rhapsodist was delivered with animated enthusiasm, in a manner entirely declamatory, for he had plainly no skill as a dialectician. Although Tess had not heard the beginning of the address, she learnt what the text had been from its constant iteration, "O foolish Galatians, who hath bewitched you, that ye should not obey the truth, before whose eyes Jesus Christ hath been evidently set forth, crucified among you." Tess was all the more interested, as she stood listening behind, in finding that the preacher's doctrine was a vehement form of the view of Angel's father. And her interest intensified when the speaker began to detail his own spiritual experiences of how he had come by those views. He had, he said, been the greatest of sinners. He had scoffed. He had wantonly associated with the reckless and the lewd. But a day of awakening had come, and, in a human sense, it had been brought about mainly by the influence of a certain clergyman, whom he had at first grossly insulted, but whose parting words had sunk into his heart, and had remained there till by the grace of heaven they had worked this change in him and made him what they saw him. But more startling to Tess than the doctrine had been the voice, which, impossible as it seemed, was precisely that of Alec d'Urberville, her face fixed in painful suspense. She came round to the front of the barn and passed before it. The low winter sun beamed directly upon the great double-doored entrance on this side, one of the doors being open, so that the rays stretched far and over the threshing floor to the preacher and his audience, all snugly sheltered from the northern breeze. The listeners were entirely villagers, among them being the man whom she had seen carrying the red paint pot on a former memorable occasion. But her attention was given to the central figure, who stood upon some sacks of corn, facing the people in the door. The 3 o'clock sun shone full upon him. Break time equals 0. 5s/, and the strange, enervating conviction that her seducer confronted her, which had been gaining ground in Tess ever since she had heard his words distinctly, was at last established as a fact indeed. And of phase the 5th. Phase the 6th, the convert. XLV, till this moment, she had never seen or heard from d'Urberville since her departure from Trantridge. The rencounter came at a heavy moment, one of all moments calculated to permit its impact with the least emotional shock. But such was unreasoning memory that, though he stood there openly and palpably a converted man, who was sorrowing for his past irregularities, a fear overcame her, paralyzing her movement so that she neither retreated nor advanced. To think of what emanated from that countenance when she saw it last, and to behold it now, there was the same handsome unpleasantness of mien. But now he wore neatly trimmed, old-fashioned whiskers, the sable mustache having disappeared, and his dress was half clerical, a modification which had changed his expression sufficiently to abstract the dandyism from his features and to hinder for a second her belief in his identity. To Tess's sense there was just at first a ghastly bizarrerie, a grim incongruity in the march of these solemn words of Scripture out of such a mouth. This too familiar intonation, less than 4 years earlier, had brought to her ears expressions of such divergent purpose that her heart became quite sick at the irony of the contrast. It was less a reform than a transfiguration. The former curves of sensuousness were now modulated to lines of devotional passion. The lip shapes that had meant seductiveness were now made to express supplication. The glow on the cheek that yesterday could be translated as riotousness was evangelized today into the splendor of pious rhetoric. Animalism had become fanaticism, paganism, Paulinism. The bold rolling eye that had flashed upon her form in the old time with such mastery now beamed with the rude energy of a theolatry that was almost ferocious. Those black angularities which his face had used to put on when his wishes were thwarted now did duty in picturing the incorrigible backslider who would insist upon turning again to his wallowing in the mire. The lineaments, as such, seemed to complain. They had been diverted from their hereditary connotation to signify impressions for which nature did not intend them. Strange that their very elevation was a misapplication, that to raise seemed to falsify. Yet could it be so? She would admit the ungenerous sentiment no longer. D'Urberville was not the first wicked man who had turned away from his wickedness to save his soul alive, and why should she deem it unnatural in him? It was but the usage of thought which had been jarred in her at hearing good new words and bad old notes. The greater the sinner, the greater the saint. It was not necessary to dive far into Christian history to discover that. Such impressions as these moved her vaguely, and without strict definiteness. As soon as the nerveless pause of her surprise would allow her to stir, her impulse was to pass on out of his sight. He had obviously not discerned her yet in her position against the sun, but the moment that she moved again, he recognized her. The effect upon her old lover was electric, far stronger than the effect of his presence upon her. His fire, the tumultuous ring of his eloquence, seemed to go out of him. His lips struggled and trembled under the words that lay upon it, but deliver them it could not as long as she faced him. His eyes, after their first glance upon her face, hung confusedly in every other direction but hers, but came back in a desperate leap every few seconds. This paralysis lasted, however, but a short time, for Tess's energies returned with the atrophy of his, and she walked as fast as she was able past the barn and onward. As soon as she could reflect, it appalled her, this change in their relative platforms. He who had wrought her undoing was now on the side of the spirit, while she remained unregenerate, and, as in the legend, it had resulted that her Cyprian image had suddenly appeared upon his altar, whereby the fire of the priest had been well nigh extinguished. She went on without turning her head. Her back seemed to be endowed with a sensitiveness to ocular beams. Even her clothing, so alive was she to a fancied gaze which might be resting upon her from the outside of that barn. All the way along to this point her heart had been heavy with an inactive sorrow. Now there was a change in the quality of its trouble. That hunger for affection too long withheld was for the time displaced by an almost physical sense of an implacable past which still engirdled her. It intensified her consciousness of error to a practical despair, the break of continuity between her earlier and present existence, which she had hoped for, had not, after all, taken place. Bygones would never be complete bygones till she was a bygone herself. Thus absorbed, she recrossed the northern part of Long Ash Lane at right angles, and presently saw before her the road, ascending whitely to the upland along whose margin the remainder of her journey lay. Its dry pale surface stretched severely onward, unbroken by a single figure, vehicle, or mark, save some occasional brown horse droppings which dotted its cold aridity here and there. While slowly breasting this ascent, Tess became conscious of footsteps behind her, and turning she saw approaching that well-known form so strangely accoutred as the Methodist, the one personage in all the world she wished not to encounter alone on this side of the grave. There was not much time, however, for thought or illusion, and she yielded as calmly as she could to the necessity of letting him overtake her. She saw that he was excited, less by the speed of his walk than by the feelings within him. "Tess," he said. She slackened speed without looking round. "Tess." He repeated, "It is I, Alec d'Urberville." She then looked back at him, and he came up. "I see it is," she answered coldly. "Well, is that all? Yet I deserve no more. Of course," he added, with a slight laugh, There is something of the ridiculous to your eyes in seeing me like this. But I must put up with that. I heard you had gone away. Nobody knew where. Tess, you wonder why I have followed you. Ido. Rather, and I would that you had not with all my heart. Yes, you may well say it, he returned grimly, as they moved onward together, she with unwilling tread. But don't mistake me. I beg this because you may have been led to do so in noticing, if you did notice it, how your sudden appearance unnerved me down there. It was but a momentary faltering, and considering what you have been to me, it was natural enough. But will help me through it, though perhaps you think me a humbug for saying it. And immediately afterwards, I felt that of all persons in the world whom it was my duty and desire to save from the wrath, to come snear, if you like, the woman whom I had so grievously wronged, was that person. I have come with that sole purpose in view, nothing more. There was the smallest vein of scorn in her words of rejoinder. Have you saved yourself? Charity begins at home, they say. I have done nothing, said he indifferently. Heaven, as I've been telling my hearers, has done all. No amount of contempt that you can pour upon me, Tess, will equal what I have poured upon myself, the old Adam of my former years. Well, it is a strange story, believe it or not, but I can tell you the means by which my conversion was brought about. And I hope you will be interested enough, at least, to listen. Have you ever heard the name of the parson of a minster? You must have done, do? Old Mr. Clare, one of the most earnest of his school, one of the few intense men left in the church, not so intense as the extreme wing of Christian believers with which I have thrown in my lot, but quite an exception among the established clergy, the younger of whom are gradually attenuating the true doctrines by their sophistries, till they are but the shadow of what they were. I only differ from him on the question of church, and state the interpretation of the text. Come out from among them, and be separate, saith the Lord, that's all. He is one who, I firmly believe, has been the humble means of saving more souls in this country than any other man you can name. You have heard of him? I have, she said. He came to Trantridge 2 or 3 years ago to preach on behalf of some missionary society, and I, wretched fellow that I was, insulted him when, in his disinterestedness, he tried to reason with me and show me the way. He did not resent my conduct. He simply said that some day I should receive the first fruits of the Spirit, that those who came to scoff sometimes remained to pray. There was a strange magic in his words. They sank into my mind. But the loss of my mother hit me most, and by degrees I was brought to see daylight. Since then, my one desire has been to hand on the true view to others, and that is what I was trying to do today, though it is only lately that I have preached hereabout. The first months of my ministry have been spent in the north of England among strangers, where I preferred to make my earliest clumsy attempts, so as to acquire courage before undergoing that severest of all tests of one's sincerity, addressing those who have known one, and have been one's companions in the days of darkness. If you could only know, Tess, the pleasure of having a good slap at yourself. I am sure, don't go on with it, she cried passionately as she turned away from him to a stile by the wayside, on which she bent herself. I can't believe in such sudden things. I feel indignant with you for talking to me like this, when you know what harm you've done me. You, and those like you, take your fill of pleasure on earth by making the life of such as me bitter and black with sorrow, and then it is a fine thing, when you have had enough of that, to think of securing your pleasure in heaven by becoming converted. Out upon such I don't believe in you. I hate it. Tess. He insisted. Don't speak so. It came to me like a jolly new idea. And you don't believe me? What don't you believe? Your conversion, your scheme of religion. Why? She dropped her voice. Because a better man than you does not believe in such. What a woman's reason. Who is this better man? I cannot tell you. Well, he declared, a resentment beneath his words seeming ready to spring out at a moment's notice. God forbid that I should say I'm a good man, and, I don't say any such thing. I am new to goodness. Truly, but newcomers see furthest sometimes. Yes, she replied sadly, but I cannot believe in your conversion to a new spirit. Such flashes as you feel, Alec, I fear don't last. Thus speaking, she turned from the stile over which she had been leaning and faced him, whereupon his eyes, falling casually upon the familiar countenance and form, remained contemplating her. The inferior man was quiet in him now, but it was surely not extracted, nor even entirely subdued. Don't look at me like that, he said abruptly. Tess, who had been quite unconscious of her action and mien, instantly withdrew the large dark gaze of her eyes. Stammering with a flush, I beg your pardon. And there was revived in her the wretched sentiment which had often come to her before, that in inhabiting the fleshly tabernacle with which nature had endowed her, she was somehow doing wrong. No, don't beg my pardon. But since you wear a veil to hide your good looks, why don't you keep it down? She pulled down the veil, saying hastily, it was mostly to keep off the wind. It may seem harsh of me to dictate like this. He went on, but it is better that I should not look too often on you. It might be dangerous. SSH, said Tess. Well, women's faces have had too much power over me already for me not to fear them. An evangelist has nothing to do with such as they, and it reminds me of the old times that I would forget. After this, their conversation dwindled to a casual remark now and then as they rambled onward, Tess inwardly wondering how far he was going with her, and not liking to send him back by positive mandate. Frequently, when they came to a gate or stile, they found painted thereon in red or blue letters some text of Scripture. And she asked him if he knew who had been at the pains to blazon these announcements. He told her that the man was employed by himself and others who were working with him in that district to paint these reminders that no means might be left untried which might move the hearts of a wicked generation. At length the road touched the spot called Cross in Hand. Of all spots on the bleached and desolate upland, this was the most forlorn. It was so far removed from the charm which is sought in landscape by artists and view lovers as to reach a new kind of beauty, a negative beauty of tragic tone. The place took its name from a stone pillar which stood there, a strange rude monolith, from a stratum unknown in any local quarry, on which was roughly carved a human hand. Differing accounts were given of its history and purport. Some authorities stated that a devotional cross had once formed the complete erection thereon, of which the present relic was but the stump, others that the stone as it stood was entire, break time equals 0, 5s/, and that it had been fixed there to mark a boundary or place of meeting. Anyhow, whatever the origin of the relic, there was and is something sinister or solemn, according to mood, in the scene amid which it stands, something tending to impress the most phlegmatic passer-by. I think I must leave you now, he remarked, as they drew near to this spot. I have to preach at Abbott's Cernal at 6 this evening, and my way lies across to the right from here. And you upset me somewhat too. Tessie, I cannot, will not, say why. I must go away and get strength. How is it that you speak so fluently now? Who has taught you such good English? I have learnt things in my troubles, she said evasively. What troubles have you had? She told him of the first one, the only one that related to him. D'Urberville was struck mute. I knew nothing of this till now, he next murmured. Why didn't you write to me when you felt your trouble coming on? She did not reply, and he broke the silence by adding, Well, you will see me again. No, she answered. Do not again come near me. I will think, but before we part come here. He stepped up to the pillar. This was once a holy cross. Relics are not in my creed, but I fear you at moments far more than you need fear me at present, and to lessen my fear. Put your hand upon that stone hand, and swear that you will never tempt me by your charms or ways. Good God, how can you ask what is so unnecessary? All that is furthest from my thought. Yes, but swear it. Tess, half frightened, gave way to his importunity, placed her hand upon the stone, and swore. I am sorry you are not a believer, he continued, that some unbeliever should have got hold of you and unsettled your mind. But no more now. At home at least I can pray for you, and I will, and who knows what may not happen. I'm off. Goodbye. He turned to a hunting gait in the hedge, and, without letting his eyes again rest upon her, leapt over and struck out across the down in the direction of Abbotsernal. As he walked, his pace showed perturbation, and by, as if instigated by a former thought, he drew from his pocket a small book, between the leaves of which was folded a letter, worn and soiled. As for much rereading, D'Urberville opened the letter. It was dated several months before this time, and was signed by Parson Clare. The letter began by expressing the writer's unfeigned joy at D'Urberville's conversion, and thanked him for his kindness in communicating with the parson on the subject. It expressed Mr. Clare's warm assurance of forgiveness for D'Urberville's former conduct and his interest in the young man's plans for the future. He, Mr. Clare, would much have liked to see D'Urberville in the church to whose ministry he had devoted so many years of his own life, and would have helped him to enter a theological college to that end. But since his correspondent had possibly not cared to do this on account of the delay it would have entailed, he was not the man to insist upon its paramount importance. Every man must work as he could best work, and in the method towards which he felt impelled by the Spirit. D'Urberville read and reread this letter, and seemed to quiz himself cynically. He also read some passages from memoranda as he walked till his face assumed a calm, and apparently the image of Tess no longer troubled his mind. She meanwhile had kept along the edge of the hill by which lay her nearest way home. Within the distance of a mile, she met a solitary shepherd. What is the meaning of that old stone I have passed? She asked of him. Was it ever a holy cross? Cross, no. 'Twere not a cross. 'Tis a thing of ill omen, miss. It was put up in wood times by the relations of a malefactor who was tortured there by nailing his hand to a post and afterwards hung. The bones lie underneath. They say he sold his soul to the devil, and that he walks at times. She felt the petite mort at this unexpectedly gruesome information, and left the solitary man behind her. It was dusk when she drew near to Flintcomb Ash, and in the lane at the entrance to the hamlet she approached a girl and her lover without their observing her. They were talking no secrets, and the clear, unconcerned voice of the young woman, in response to the warmer accents of the man, spread into the chilly air as the one soothing thing within the dusky horizon, full of a stagnant obscurity upon which nothing else intruded. For a moment, the voices cheered the heart of Tess, till she reasoned that this interview had its origin on one side or the other, in the same attraction which had been the prelude to her own tribulation. When she came close, the girl turned serenely and recognized her. The young man walking off in embarrassment. The woman was Hewitt, whose interest in Tess's excursion immediately superseded her own proceedings. Tess did not explain very clearly its results. And who was a girl of tact, began to speak of her own little affair, a phase of which Tess had just witnessed. He is Amby Seedling, the chap who used to sometimes come and help at Talbot Hayes, she explained indifferently. He actually inquired and found out that I had come here and has followed me. He says he's been in love, why me, these 2 years, but I've hardly answered him. XLVI, several days had passed since her futile journey, and Tess was afield. The dry winter wind still blew, but a screen of thatched hurdles erected in the eye of the blast kept its force away from her. On the sheltered side was a turnip slicing machine, whose bright blue hue of new paint seemed almost vocal in the otherwise subdued scene. Opposite its front was a long mound or grave, in which the roots had been preserved since early winter. Tess was standing at the uncovered end, chopping off with a bill hook the fibers and earth from each root, and throwing it after the operation into the slicer. A man was turning the handle of the machine, and from its trough came the newly cut sweets, the fresh smell of whose yellow chips was accompanied by the sounds of the snuffling wind, the smart swish of the slicing blades, and the choppings of the hook in Tess's leather-gloved hand. The wide acreage of blank agricultural brownness, apparent where the Swedes had been pulled, was beginning to be striped in wales of darker brown, gradually broadening to ribbons. Along the edge of each of these something crept upon 10 legs, moving without haste and without rest up and down the whole length of the field. It was 2 horses and a man, the plow going between them, turning up the cleared ground for a spring sowing. For hours nothing relieved the joyless monotony of things. Then, far beyond the plowing teams, a black speck was seen. It had come from the corner of a fence where there was a gap, and its tendency was up the incline towards the Swede cutters. From the proportions of a mere point, it advanced to the shape of a 9-pin, and was soon perceived to be a man in black, arriving from the direction of Flinkhomash. The man at the slicer, having nothing else to do with his eyes, continually observed the comber, but Tess, who was occupied, did not perceive him till her companion directed her attention to his approach. It was not her hard taskmaster, Farmer Grobby. It was one in a semi-clerical costume, who now represented what had once been the free and easy Alec d'Urberville. Not being hot at his preaching, there was less enthusiasm about him now, and the presence of the grinder seemed to embarrass him. A pale distress was already on Tess's face, and she pulled her curtained hood further over it. D'Urberville came up and said quietly, "I want to speak to you, Tess. You have refused my last request, not to come near me," said she. "Yes, but I have a good reason." "Well, tell it. It is more serious than you may think." He glanced round to see if he were overheard. They were at some distance from the man who turned the slicer, and the movement of the machine, too, sufficiently prevented Alec's words reaching other ears. D'Urberville placed himself so as to screen Tess from the laborer, turning his back to the latter. "It is this," he continued, with capricious compunction. "In thinking of your soul and mine when we last met, I neglected to inquire as to your worldly condition. You were well dressed. And I did not think of it. But I see now that it is harder than it used to be when I knew you harder than you deserve. Perhaps a good deal of it is owning to me." She did not answer, and he watched her inquiringly as, with bent head, her face completely screened by the hood, she resumed her trimming of the swedes. By going on with her work, she felt better able to keep him outside her emotions. "Tess," he added, with a sigh of discontent, "yours was the very worst case I ever was concerned in. I had no idea of what had resulted till you told me. Scamp that I was to foul that innocent life. The whole blame was mine, the whole unconventional business of our time at Trantridge. You too. The real blood of which I am, but the base imitation. What a blind young thing you were as to possibilities. I say in all earnestness that it is a shame for parents to bring up their girls in such dangerous ignorance of the gins and nets that the wicked may set for them, whether their motive be a good one or the result of simple indifference." Tess still did no more than listen, throwing down one globular root and taking up another with automatic regularity, the pensive contour of the mere field woman alone marking her. "But it is not that I came to say," d'Urberville went on. "My circumstances are these. I have lost my mother since you were at Trantridge, and the place is my own. But I intend to sell it and devote myself to missionary work in Africa. A devil of a poor hand I shall make at the trade, no doubt. However, what I want to ask you is, will you put it in my power to do my duty to make the only reparation I can make for the trick played you? That is, will you be my wife and go with me? I have already obtained this precious document. It was my old mother's dying wish." He drew a piece of parchment from his pocket, with a slight fumbling of embarrassment. "What is it?" said she. "A marriage license." "Oh, no, sir, no," she said quickly, starting back. "You will not." "Why is that?" And as he asked the question, a disappointment, which was not entirely the disappointment of thwarted duty, crossed d'Urberville's face. It was unmistakably a symptom that something of his old passion for her had been revived. Duty and desire ran hand in hand. "Surely," he began again, in more impetuous tones, and then looked round at the laborer who turned the slicer. Tess, too, felt that the argument could not be ended there. Informing the man that a gentleman had come to see her, with whom she wished to walk a little way, she moved off with d'Urberville across the zebra-striped field. When they reached the first newly plowed section, he held out his hand to help her over it, but she stepped forward on the summits of the earth rolls as if she did not see him. "You will not marry me, Tess, and make me a self-respecting man?" he repeated as soon as they were over the furrows. "I cannot. But why? You know I have no affection for you. But you would get to feel that in time, perhaps as soon as you really could forgive me." "Never. Why so positive?" "I love somebody else." The words seemed to astonish him. "You do?" he cried. "Somebody else? But has not a sense of what is morally right and proper any weight with you?" No, don't say that." "Anyhow, then, your love for this other man may be only a passing feeling which you will overcome." No. Yes. Why not? I cannot tell you. You must in honor. Well, then, I have married him." "Ah!" he exclaimed, and he stopped dead and gazed at her. "I did not wish to tell, I did not mean to," she pleaded. "It is a secret here, or at any rate but dimly known. So will you, keep from questioning me? You must remember that we are now strangers." "Strangers, are we? Strangers?" For a moment a flash of his old irony marked his face, but he determinately chastened it down. "Is that man your husband?" he asked mechanically. denoting by a sign the laborer who turned the machine. "That man," she said proudly. "I should think not." "Who then?" "Do not ask what I do not wish to tell." She begged and flashed her appeal to him from her upturned face and lash-shadowed eyes. D'Urberville was disturbed. "But I only asked for your sake," he retorted hotly. "Angels of heaven, God forgive me for such an expression. I came here, I swear, as I thought for your good. Tess, don't look at me, so I cannot stand your looks. There never were such eyes, surely, before Christianity or since. There I won't lose my head. I dare not. I own that the sight of you had waked up my love for you, which, I believed, was extinguished with all such feelings. But I thought that our marriage might be a sanctification for us both. The unbelieving husband is sanctified by the wife, and the unbelieving wife is sanctified by the husband, I said to myself. But my plan is dashed from me, and I must bear the disappointment. He moodily reflected with his eyes on the ground. Married, married. Well, that being so, he added quite calmly, tearing the license slowly into halves and putting them in his pocket. That being prevented, I should like to do some good to you and your husband, whoever he may be. There are many questions that I am tempted to ask, but I will not do so, of course, in opposition to your wishes. Though, if I could know your husband, I might more easily benefit him and you. Is he on this farm? No, she murmured. He is far away. Far away? From you? What sort of husband can he be? Oh, do not speak against him. It was through you he found out. Ah, is it so? That's sad, Tess. Yes. But to stay away from you, to leave you to work like this. He does not leave me to work, she cried, springing to the defense of the absent one with all her fervor. He don't know it. It is by my own arrangement. Then does he write? I cannot tell you. There are things which are private to ourselves. Of course that means that he does not. You are a deserted wife. My fair Tess, in an impulse, he turned suddenly to take her hand. The buff glove was on it, and he seized only the rough leather fingers which did not express the life or shape of those within. You must not, you must not, she cried fearfully, slipping her hand from the glove as from a pocket and leaving it in his grasp. Oh, will you go away for the sake of me and my husband go? In the name of your own Christianity. Yes, yes, I will, he said abruptly, and thrusting the glove back to her, he turned to leave. Facing round, however, he said, Tess, as God is my judge, I meant no humbug in taking your hand. A pattering of hoofs on the soil of the field, which they had not noticed in their preoccupation, ceased close behind them, and a voice reached her ear. What the devil are you doing away from your work at this time o' day? Farmer Grobby had espied the two figures from the distance, and had inquisitively ridden across to learn what was their business in his field. Don't speak like that to her, said d'Urberville, his face blackening with something that was not Christianity. Indeed, mister, and what mid-Methodist parsons have to do with she? Who is the fellow? Asked d'Urberville, turning to Tess. She went close up to him. Go, I do beg you, she said. What? And leave you to that tyrant? I can see in his face what a churl he is. He won't hurt me. He's not in love with me. I can leave it, Lady Day. Well, I have no right but to obey, I suppose. But well, goodbye. Her defender, whom she dreaded more than her assailant, having reluctantly disappeared, the farmer continued his reprimand, which Tess took with the greatest coolness, that sort of attack being independent of sex. To have as a master this man of stone, who would have cuffed her if he had dared, was almost a relief after her former experiences. She silently walked back towards the summit of the field that was the scene of her labor, so absorbed in the interview which had just taken place that she was hardly aware that the nose of Grobby's horse almost touched her shoulders. "If so, be you make an agreement to work for me till Lady Day, I'll see that you carry out," he growled. "Od rot the women now, 'tis one thing, and then 'tis another. But I'll put up with it no longer." Knowing very well that he did not harass the other women of the farm as he harassed her out of spite for the flooring he had once received, she did for one moment picture what might have been the result if she had been free to accept the offer just made her of being the moneyed Alec's wife. It would have lifted her completely out of subjection, not only to her present oppressive employer, but to a whole world who seemed to despise her. "But no," she said breathlessly. "I cannot have married him now. He is so unpleasant to me." That very night she began an appealing letter to Claire, concealing from him her hardships and assuring him of her undying affection. Anyone who had been in a position to read between the lines would have seen that at the back of her great love was some monstrous fear, almost a desperation, as to some secret contingencies which were not disclosed. But again she did not finish her effusion. He had asked is to go with him, and perhaps he did not care for her at all. She put the letter in her box and wondered if it would ever reach Angel's hands. After this, her daily tasks were gone through heavily enough, and brought on the day, which was of great import to agriculturists, the day of the Candlemas Fair. It was at this fair that new engagements were entered into for the 12 months following the ensuing Lady Day, and those of the farming population who thought of changing their places duly attended at the county town where the fair was held. Nearly all the laborers on Flintcomb Ash Farm intended flight, and early in the morning there was a general exodus in the direction of the town, which lay at a distance of from 10 to a dozen miles over hilly country. Though Tess also meant to leave at the quarter day, she was one of the few who did not go to the fair, having a vaguely shaped hope that something would happen to render another outdoor engagement unnecessary. It was a peaceful February day of wonderful softness for the time, and one would almost have thought that winter was over. She had hardly finished her dinner when d'Urberville's figure darkened the window of the cottage wherein she was a lodger, which she had all to herself today. Tess jumped up, but her visitor had knocked at the door, and she could hardly in reason run away. D'Urberville's knock, his walk up to the door, had some indescribable quality of difference from his air when she last saw him. They seemed to be acts of which the doer was ashamed. She thought that she would not open the door, but, as there was no sense in that either, she arose, and having lifted the latch, stepped back quickly. He came in, saw her, and flung himself down into a chair before speaking. "Tess, I couldn't help it," he began desperately, as he wiped his heated face, which had also a superimposed flush of excitement. "I felt that I must call at least to ask how you are. I assure you, I had not been thinking of you at all till I saw you that Sunday. Now I cannot get rid of your image, try how I may. It is hard that a good woman should do harm to a bad man, yet so it is. If you would only pray for me, Tess." The suppressed discontent of his manner was almost pitiable, and yet Tess did not pity him. "How can I pray for you," she said, "when I am forbidden to believe that the great power who moves the world would alter his plans on my account? You really think that?" "Yes. I have been cured of the presumption of thinking otherwise." "Cured? By whom?" "By my husband, if I must tell." "By your husband? How strange it seems. I remember you hinted something of the sort the other day. What do you really believe in these matters, Tess?" he asked. "You seem to have no religion, perhaps owing to me." But I have, though I don't believe in anything supernatural. D'Urberville looked at her with misgiving. Then do you think that the line I take is all wrong? A good deal of it. And yet I felt so sure about it, he said uneasily. I believe in the spirit of the Sermon on the Mount, and so did my dear husband. But I don't believe here, she gave her negations. The fact is, said d'Urberville drily, whatever your dear husband believed you accept, and whatever he rejected you reject, without the least inquiry or reasoning on your own part. That's just like you women. Your mind is enslaved to his. Ah, because he knew everything, said she, with a triumphant simplicity of faith in Angel Clare that the most perfect man could hardly have deserved, much less her husband. Yes. But you should not take negative opinions wholesale from another person like that. A pretty fellow he must be to teach you such skepticism. He never forced my judgment. He would never argue on the subject with me. But I looked at it in this way. What he believed, after inquiring deep into doctrines, was much more likely to be right than what I might believe, who hadn't looked into doctrines at all. What used he to say? He must have said something. She reflected, and with her acute memory for the letter of Angel Clare's remarks, even when she did not comprehend their spirit, she recalled a merciless polemical syllogism that she had heard him use when, as it occasionally happened, he indulged in a species of thinking aloud with her at his side. In delivering it, she gave also Clare's accent and manner with reverential faithfulness. "Say that again," asked d'Urberville, who had listened with the greatest attention. She repeated the argument, and d'Urberville thoughtfully murmured the words after her. "Anything else?" he presently asked. He said at another time something like this, and she gave another, which might possibly have been paralleled in many a work of the pedigree, ranging from the Dictionnaire philosophique to Huxley's essays. How do you remember them? I wanted to believe what he believed, though he didn't wish me to, and I managed to coax him to tell me a few of his thoughts. I can't say I quite understand that one, but I know it is right. Hashem, fancy your being able to teach me what you don't know yourself. He fell into thought, and so I threw in my spiritual lot with his, she resumed. I didn't wish it to be different. What's good enough for him is good enough for me. Does he know that you are as big an infidel as he? No, I never told him if I am an infidel. Well, you are better off today than I am, Tess, after all. You don't believe that you ought to preach my doctrine, and, therefore, do no despite to your conscience in abstaining. I do believe I ought to preach it, but, like the devils, I believe and tremble, for I suddenly leave off preaching it and give way to my passion for you. How? Why? He said aridly, I have come all the way here to see you today, but I started from home to go to Casterbridge Fair, where I have undertaken to preach the word from a wagon at 2:30 this afternoon, and where all the brethren are expecting me this minute. Here's the announcement. He drew from his breast pocket a poster whereon was printed the day, hour, and place of meeting at which he, d'Urberville, would preach the gospel as aforesaid. But how can you get there? Said Tess, looking at the clock. I cannot get there. I have come here. What, you have really arranged to preach? And I have arranged to preach, and I shall not be there by reason of my burning desire to see a woman whom I once despised. No, break time equals 0. 5s/ by my word and truth, I never despised you. If I had, I should not love you now. Why I did not despise you was on account of your being unsmirched in spite of all. You withdrew yourself from me so quickly and resolutely when you saw the situation. You did not remain at my pleasure, so there was one petticoat in the world for whom I had no contempt. And you are she, but you may well despise me now. I thought I worshipped on the mountains, but I find I still serve in the groves. Ha! Ah! Oh, aleg durbarabia. What does this mean? What have I done? Done? He said, with a soulless sneer in the word. Nothing intentionally. But you have been the innocent means of my backsliding, as they call it. I ask myself, am I, indeed, one of those servants of corruption who, after they have escaped the pollutions of the world, are again entangled therein and overcome, whose latter end is worse than their beginning? He laid his hand on her shoulder. Tess, my girl, I was on the way to, at least, social salvation till I saw you again, he said, freakishly shaking her, as if she were a child. And why then have you tempted me? I was firm as a man could be till I saw those eyes, and that mouth. Again, surely there never was such a maddening mouth since Eve's. His voice sank, and a hot archness shot from his own black eyes. You temptress. Tess, you dear damned witch of Babylon, I could not resist you as soon as I met you again. I couldn't help your seeing me again, said Tess, recoiling. I know it, I repeat that I do not blame you, but the fact remains. When I saw you ill-used on the farm that day, I was nearly mad to think that I had no legal right to protect you, that I could not have it, whilst he who has it seems to neglect you utterly. Don't speak against him, he is absent, she cried in much excitement. Treat him honorably, he has never wronged you. I'll leave his wife before any scandal spreads that may do harm to his honest name. I will, he said, like a man awakening from a luring dream. I have broken my engagement to preach to those poor drunken boobies at the fair. It is the first time I have played such a practical joke. A month ago, I should have been horrified at such a possibility. I'll go away to swear, and can I? To keep away. Then suddenly, one clasp, Tessie one. Only for old friendship, I am without defense. Alec, a good man's honor is in my keeping, think be ashamed. Pooh! Well, yes. He clenched his lips, mortified with himself for his weakness. His eyes were equally barren of worldly and religious faith. The corpses of those old, fitful passions which had lain inanimate amid the lines of his face ever since his reformation seemed to wake and come together as in a resurrection. He went out indeterminately. Though d'Urberville had declared that this breach of his engagement today was the simple backsliding of a believer, Tess's words, as echoed from Angel Clare, had made a deep impression upon him, and continued to do so after he had left her. He moved on in silence, as if his energies were benumbed by the hitherto undreamt of possibility that his position was untenable. Reason had had nothing to do with his whimsical conversion, which was perhaps the mere freak of a careless man in search of a new sensation, and temporarily impressed by his mother's death. The drops of logic Tess had let fall into the sea of his enthusiasm served to chill its effervescence to stagnation. He said to himself, as he pondered again and again over the crystallized phrases that she had handed on to him, that clever fellow little thought that, by telling her those things, he might be paving my way back to her. XLVII, it is the threshing of the last wheat rick at Flincomash Farm. The dawn of the March morning is singularly inexpressive, and there is nothing to show where the eastern horizon lies. Against the twilight rises the trapezoidal top of the stack, which has stood forlornly here through the washing and bleaching of the wintry weather. When his Hewitt and Tess arrived at the scene of operations, only a rustling denoted that others had preceded them, to which, as the light increased, there were presently added the silhouettes of two men on the summit. They were busily unhailing the rick that is, stripping off the thatch before beginning to throw down the sheaves. And while this was in progress in Tess, with the other women workers in their whitey brown pinners, break time equals 0. 5S / stood waiting and shivering. Farmer Grobby having insisted upon their being on the spot thus early to get the job over, if possible by the end of the day. Close under the eaves of the stack, and as yet barely visible, was the red tyrant that the women had come to serve a timber frame construction. With straps and wheels appertaining the threshing machine, which, whilst it was going, kept up a despotic demand upon the endurance of their muscles and nerves. A little way off, there was another indistinct figure, this one black, with a sustained hiss that spoke of strength very much in reserve. The long chimney running up beside an ash tree, and the warmth which radiated from the spot, explained without the necessity of much daylight that here was the engine which was to act as the primum mobile of this little world. By the engine stood a dark, motionless being, a sooty and grimy embodiment of tallness, in a sort of trance, with a heap of coals by his side. It was the engine man. The isolation of his manner and color lent him the appearance of a creature from Tophet, who had strayed into the pellucid smokelessness of this region of yellow grain and pale soil, with which he had nothing in common, to amaze and to discompose its aborigines. What he looked he felt. He was in the agricultural world, but not of it. He served fire and smoke. These denizens of the fields served vegetation, weather, frost, and sun. He traveled with his engine from farm to farm, from county to county, for as yet the steam threshing machine was itinerant in this part of Wessex. He spoke in a strange northern accent, his thoughts being turned inwards upon himself, his eye on his iron charge, hardly perceiving the scenes around him, and caring for them not at all, holding only strictly necessary intercourse with the natives. As if some ancient doom compelled him to wander here against his will in the service of his plutonic master. The long strap which ran from the driving wheel of his engine to the red thresher under the rick was the sole tie line between agriculture and him. While they uncovered the sheaves, he stood apathetic beside his portable repository of force, round whose hot blackness the morning air quivered. He had nothing to do with preparatory labor. His fire was waiting incandescent, his steam was at high pressure. In a few seconds he could make the long strap move at an invisible velocity. Beyond its extent the environment might be corn, straw, or chaos. It was all the same to him. If any of the autochthonous idlers asked him what he called himself, he replied shortly, an engineer. The rick was unhailed by full daylight. The men then took their places, the women mounted, and the work began. Farmer Grobby, or, as they called him, he had arrived ere this, and by his orders Tess was placed on the platform of the machine, close to the man who fed it, her business being to untie every sheaf of corn handed on to her by his Hewitt, who stood next, but on the rick, so that the feeder could seize it and spread it over the revolving drum, which whisked out every grain in one moment. They were soon in full progress, after a preparatory hitch or two, which rejoiced the hearts of those who hated machinery. The work sped on till breakfast time, when the thresher was stopped for half an hour, and on starting again after the meal, the whole supplementary strength of the farm was thrown into the labor of constructing the straw rick, which began to grow beside the stack of corn. A hasty lunch was eaten as they stood, without leaving their positions, and then another couple of hours brought them near to dinner time, the inexorable wheel continuing to spin. and the penetrating hum of the thresher to thrill to the very marrow all who were near the revolving wire cage. The old men on the rising straw rick talked of the past days when they had been accustomed to thresh with flails on the oaken barn floor, when everything, even to winnowing, was affected by hand labor, which, to their thinking, though slow, produced better results. Those, too, on the corn rick talked a little, but the perspiring ones at the machine, including Tess, could not lighten their duties by the exchange of many words. It was the ceaselessness of the work which tried her so severely and began to make her wish that she had never come to Flintcomb Ash. The women on the corn rick, Marion, who was one of them, in particular could stop to drink ale or cold tea from the flagon now and then, or to exchange a few gossiping remarks while they wiped their faces or cleared the fragments of straw and husk from their clothing. But for Tess there was no respite, for, as the drum never stopped, the man who fed it could not stop, and she, who had to supply the man with untied sheaves, could not stop either. Unless Marion changed places with her, which she sometimes did for half an hour in spite of Grobby's objections that she was too slow-handed for a feeder. For some probably economical reason, it was usually a woman who was chosen for this particular duty. And Grobby gave as his motive in selecting Tess that she was one of those who best combined strength with quickness in untying, and both with staying power. And this may have been true. The hum of the thresher, which prevented speech, increased to a raving whenever the supply of corn fell short of the regular quantity. As Tess and the man who fed could never turn their heads, she did not know that just before the dinner hour a person had come silently into the field by the gate, and had been standing under a second rick watching the scene, and Tess in particular. He was dressed in a tweed suit of fashionable pattern, and he twirled a gay walking cane. "Who is that?" said his Hewitt to Marion. She had at first addressed the inquiry to Tess, but the latter could not hear it. "Somebody's fancy man, I suppose," said Marion laconically. "I'll lay a guinea he's after Tess." "Oh, no. 'Tis a ranter pa'son who's been sniffing after her lately. Not a dandy like this." "Well, this is the same man." "The same man as the preacher? But he's quite different. He left off his black coat and white neckerchief, and cut off his whiskers, but he's the same man for all that." "Do you really think so? Then I'll tell her," said Marion. "Don't. She'll see him soon enough, good now." "Well, I don't think it at all right for him to join his preaching to courting a married woman, even though her husband mid be abroad, and she, in a sense, a widow. Oh, he can do her no harm," said his drilly. "Her mind can no more be heaved from that one place where it do bide than a studded wagon from the hole he's in. Lord love neither court paying, nor preaching, nor the seven thunders themselves, can wean a woman when 'twould be better for her that she should be weaned." Dinner time came, and the whirling ceased, whereupon Tess left her post, her knees trembling so wretchedly with the shaking of the machine that she could scarcely walk. "You ought to had a quart o' drink into as I've done," said Marion. "You wouldn't look so white then. Why, souls above us, your face is as if you'd been hag-rode." It occurred to the good-natured Marion that, as Tess was so tired, her discovery of her visitor's presence might have the bad effect of taking away her appetite, and Marion was thinking of inducing Tess to descend by a ladder on the further side of the stack when the gentleman came forward and looked up. Tess uttered a short little low, and a moment after she said, quickly, "I shall eat my dinner here right on the rick." Sometimes, when they were so far from their cottages, they all did this. But as there was rather a keen wind going today, Marian and the rest descended, and sat under the straw stack. The newcomer was, indeed, Alec d'Urberville, the late evangelist, despite his changed attire and aspect. It was obvious at a glance that the original wealth-lust had come back, that he had restored himself, as nearly as a man could do who had grown 3 or 4 years older, to the old, jaunty, slapdash guise under which Tess had first known her admirer. And cousin so-called, having decided to remain where she was, Tess sat down among the bundles, out of sight of the ground, and began her meal, till, by and by, she heard footsteps on the ladder, and immediately after Alec appeared upon the stack, now an oblong and level platform of sheaves. He strode across them, and sat down opposite of her without a word. Tess continued to eat her modest dinner, a slice of thick pancake which she had brought with her. The other workfolk were by this time all gathered under the rick, where the loose straw formed a comfortable retreat. "I am here again, as you see," said d'Urberville. "Why do you trouble me so?" she cried, reproach flashing from her very finger ends. "I trouble you? I think I may ask, why do you trouble me? Sure, I don't trouble you anywhen. You say you don't, but you do. You haunt me. Those very eyes that you turn upon me with such a bitter flash a moment ago, they come to me just as you showed them then. In the night and in the day, Tess, ever since you told me of that child of ours, it is just as if my feelings, which have been flowing in a strong, puritanical stream, had suddenly found a way open in the direction of you, and had all at once gushed through. The religious channel is left dry forthwith, and it is you who have done it." She gazed in silence. "Will you have given up your preaching entirely?" she asked. She had gathered from angels sufficient of the incredulity of modern thought to despise flash enthusiasm, but, as a woman, she was somewhat appalled. In affected severity, d'Urberville continued entirely. "I have broken every engagement since that afternoon I was to address the drunkards at Casterbridge Fair. The deuce only knows what I am thought of by the brethren. Ah, the brethren! No doubt they pray for me, weep for me, for they are kind people in their way. But what do I care? How could I go on with the thing when I had lost my faith in it? It would have been hypocrisy of the basest kind. Among them I should have stood like Hymenaeus and Alexander, who were delivered over to Satan that they might learn not to blaspheme. What a grand revenge you have taken! I saw you innocent, and I deceived you. For years after, you find me a Christian enthusiast. You then work upon me, perhaps to my complete perdition. But Tess, my coz, as I used to call you, this is only my way of talking, and you must not look so horribly concerned. Of course you have done nothing except retain your pretty face and shapely figure. I saw it on the rick before you saw me. That tight pinafore thing sets it off. And that wing bonnet, you feel girls should never wear those bonnets if you wish to keep out of danger." He regarded her silently for a few moments. "Break time equals 0. 5s / and with a short cynical laugh resumed. "I believe that if the bachelor apostle, whose deputy I thought I was, had been tempted by such a pretty face, he would have let go the plow for her sake, as I do." Tess attempted to expostulate, but at this juncture all her fluency failed her. And without heeding, he added, "Well, this paradise that you supply is perhaps as good as any other, after all. But to speak seriously, Tess." D'Urberville rose and came nearer, reclining sideways amid the sheaves and resting upon his elbow. "Since I last saw you, I have been thinking of what you said," he said. I have come to the conclusion that there does seem rather a want of common sense in these threadbare old propositions. How I could have been so fired by poor Parson Clare's enthusiasm, and have gone so madly to work, transcending even him, I cannot make out. As for what you said last time, on the strength of your wonderful husband's intelligence, whose name you have never told me, about having what they call an ethical system without any dogma, I don't see my way to that at all. Why, you can have the religion of loving kindness and purity at least. If you can't have what do you call a dogma? Oh no, I'm a different sort of fellow from that. If there's nobody to say, do this, and it'll be a good thing for you after you are dead, do that, and it will be a bad thing for you, I can't warm up. Hang it. I'm not going to feel responsible for my deeds and passions if there's nobody to be responsible to. And if I were you, my dear, I wouldn't either. She tried to argue and tell him that he had mixed in his dull brain two matters, theology and morals, which in the primitive days of mankind had been quite distinct, but owing to Angel Clare's reticence, to her absolute want of training, and to her being a vessel of emotions rather than reasons, she could not get on. Well, never mind, he resumed. Here I am, my love. As in the old times, not as then, never as then, 'tis different, she entreated. And there was never warmth with me. Oh, why didn't you keep your faith? If the loss of it has brought you to speak to me like this, because you've knocked it out of me, so the evil be upon your sweet head. Your husband little thought how his teaching would recoil upon him. How I'm awfully glad you have made an apostate of me, all the same. Tess, I am more taken with you than ever, and I pity you too, for all your closeness. I see you are in a bad way neglected by one who ought to cherish you. She could not get her morsels of food down her throat. Her lips were dry, and she was ready to choke. The voices and laughs of the workfolk eating and drinking under the rick came to her, as if they were a quarter of a mile off. It is cruelty to me, she said. How can you treat me to this talk, if you care ever so little for me? True, he said, wincing a little. I did not come to reproach you for my deeds. I came, Tess, to say that I don't like you to be working like this. And I have come on purpose for you. You say you have a husband who is not I. Well, perhaps you have, but I've never seen him. And you've not told me his name. And altogether he seems rather a mythological personage. However, even if you have one, I think I'm nearer to you than he is. I, at any rate, try to help you out of trouble, but he does not. Bless his invisible face. The words of the stern prophet Hosea that I used to read come back to me. Don't you know them, Tess? And she shall follow after her lover. But she shall not overtake him. And she shall seek him, but shall not find him. Then shall she say, I will go and return to my first husband, for then was it better with me than now. Tess, my trap is waiting just under the hill, and darling mine, not his. You know the rest. Her face had been rising to a dull crimson fire while he spoke, but she did not answer. You have been the cause of my backsliding, he continued, stretching his arm towards her waist. You should be willing to share it, and leave that mule you call husband forever. One of her leather gloves, which she had taken off to eat her skimmer cake, lay in her lap. And without the slightest warning, she passionately swung the glove by the gauntlet directly in his face. It was heavy and thick as a warrior's, and it struck him flat on the mouth. Fancy might have regarded the act as the recrudescence of a trick in which her armed progenitors were not unpracticed. Alec fiercely started up from his reclining position. A scarlet oozing appeared where her blow had alighted. and in a moment the blood began dropping from his mouth upon the straw. But he soon controlled himself, calmly drew his handkerchief from his pocket, and mopped his bleeding lips. She too had sprung up, but she sank down again. "Now punish me," she said, turning up her eyes to him with the hopeless defiance of the sparrow's gaze before its captor twists its neck. "Whip me. Crush me. You need not mind those people under the rick. I shall not cry out. Once victim, always victim, that's the law." "Oh, no, no, Tess," he said blandly. "I can make full allowance for this. Yet you most unjustly forget one thing. That I would have married you if you had not put it out of my power to do so. Did I not ask you flatly to be my wife, hey? Answer me. You did, and you cannot be. But remember one thing." His voice hardened as his temper got the better of him with the recollection of his sincerity in asking her and her present ingratitude. And he stepped across to her side and held her by the shoulders so that she shook under his grasp. "Remember, my lady, I was your master once. I will be your master again. If you are any man's wife, you are mine." The threshers now began to stir below. "So much for our quarrel," he said. "Let her go. Now I shall leave you, and shall come again for your answer during the afternoon. You don't know me yet, but I know you." She had not spoken again, remaining as if stunned. D'Urberville retreated over the sheaves and descended the ladder, while the workers below rose and stretched their arms, and shook down the beer they had drunk. Then the threshing machine started afresh, and amid the renewed rustle of the straw Tess resumed her position by the buzzing drum as one in a dream, untying sheaf after sheaf in endless succession. At XLVI in the afternoon, the farmer made it known that the rick was to be finished that night, since there was a moon by which they could see to work, and the man with the engine was engaged for another farm on the morrow. Hence the twanging and humming and rustling proceeded with even less intermission than usual. It was not till bedtime, about 3 o'clock, that Tess raised her eyes and gave a momentary glance round. She felt but little surprise at seeing that Alec d'Urberville had come back and was standing under the hedge by the gate. He had seen her lift her eyes and waved his hand urbanely to her while he blew her a kiss. It meant that their quarrel was over. Tess looked down again and carefully abstained from gazing in that direction. Thus the afternoon dragged on. The wheat rick shrank lower, and the straw rick grew higher, and the corn sacks were carted away. At 6 o'clock the wheat rick was about shoulder high from the ground, but the unthreshed sheaves remaining untouched seemed countless still, notwithstanding the enormous numbers that had been gulped down by the insatiable swallower, fed by the man and Tess, through whose 2 young hands the greater part of them had passed, and the immense stack of straw where in the morning there had been nothing. Break time equals 0. 5s/ appeared as the feces of the same buzzing red glutton. From the west sky, a wrathful shine, all that wild March could afford in the way of sunset, had burst forth after the cloudy day, flooding the tired and sticky faces of the threshers, and dyeing them with a coppery light, as also the flapping garments of the women, which clung to them like dull flames. A panting ache ran through the rick. The man who fed was weary, and Tess could see that the red nape of his neck was encrusted with dirt and husks. She still stood at her post, her flushed and perspiring face coated with the corn dust, and her white bonnet embrowned by it. She was the only woman whose place was upon the machine, so as to be shaken bodily by its spinning, and the decrease of the stack now separated her from Marian and prevented their changing duties with her, as they had done. the incessant quivering, in which every fiber of her frame participated, had thrown her into a stupefied reverie in which her arms worked on independently of her consciousness. She hardly knew where she was, and did not hear as Hewitt tell her from below that her hair was tumbling down. By degrees the freshest among them began to grow cadaverous and saucer-eyed. Whenever Tess lifted her head, she beheld always the great upgrown straw stack, with the men in shirt sleeves upon it, against the gray north sky. In front of it the long red elevator like a Jacob's ladder, on which a perpetual stream of threshed straw ascended, a yellow river running uphill and spouting out on the top of the rick. She knew that Alec d'Urberville was still on the scene, observing her from some point or other, though she could not say where. There was an excuse for his remaining, for when the threshed rick drew near its final sheaves, a little ratting was always done, and men unconnected with the threshing sometimes dropped in for that performance, sporting characters of all descriptions, gents with terriers and facetious pipes, roughs with sticks and stones. But there was another hour's work before the layer of live rats at the base of the stack would be reached, and as the evening light in the direction of the Giant's Hill by Abbott's Cernel dissolved away, the white-faced moon of the season arose from the horizon that lay towards Middleton Abbey and Shottsford on the other side. For the last hour or two Marian had felt uneasy about Tess, whom she could not get near enough to speak to. The other women having kept up their strength by drinking ale, and Tess having done without it through traditionary dread, owing to its results at her home in childhood. But Tess still kept going. If she could not fill her part, she would have to leave, and this contingency, which she would have regarded with equanimity and even with relief a month or two earlier, had become a terror since d'Urberville had begun to hover round her. The sheaf pitchers and feeders had now worked the ricks so low that people on the ground could talk to them. To Tess's surprise, Farmer Grobby came up on the machine to her, and said that if she desired to join her friend, he did not wish her to keep on any longer, and would send somebody else to take her place. The friend was d'Urberville, she knew, and also that this concession had been granted in obedience to the request of that friend or enemy. She shook her head and toiled on. The time for the rat catching arrived at last, and the hunt began. The creatures had crept downwards with the subsidence of the rick till they were all together at the bottom, and being now uncovered from their last refuge, they ran across the open ground in all directions. A loud shriek from the by this time half-tipsy Marian, informing her companions that one of the rats had invaded her person, a terror which the rest of the women had guarded against by various schemes of skirt tucking and self-elevation. The rat was at last dislodged, and, amid the barking of dogs, masculine shouts, feminine screams, oaths, stampings, and confusion as of pandemonium, Tess untied her last sheaf. The drum slowed, the whizzing ceased, and she stepped from the machine to the ground. Her lover, who had only looked on at the rat catching, was promptly at her side. "What, after all my insulting slap, too?" said she in an underbreath. She was so utterly exhausted that she had not strength to speak louder. "I should indeed be foolish to feel offended at anything you say or do," he answered, in the seductive voice of the Trantridge time. "How the little limbs tremble! You are as weak as a bled calf. You know you are, and yet you need have done nothing since I arrived. How could you be so obstinate? However, I have told the farmer that he has no right to employ women at steam threshing. It is not proper work for them, and on all the better class of farms it has been given up, as he knows very well." I will walk with you as far as your home. Oh yes, she answered with a jaded gait. Walk by me if you will. I do bear in mind that you came to marry me before you knew my state. Perhaps you were a little better and kinder than I have been thinking you were. Whatever is meant as kindness, I am grateful for. Whatever is meant in any other way, I am angered at. I cannot sense your meaning sometimes. If I cannot legitimize our former relations, at least I can assist you. And I will do it with much more regard for your feelings than I formerly showed. My religious mania, or whatever it was, is over. But I retain a little good nature. I hope I do. Now, Tess, by all that's tender and strong between man and woman, trust me, I have enough and more than enough to put you out of anxiety, both for yourself and your parents and sisters. I can make them all comfortable if you will only show confidence in me. Have you seen him lately? She quickly inquired. Yes, they didn't know where you were. It was only by chance that I found you here. The cold moon looked aslant upon Tess's faggied face between the twigs of the garden hedge as she paused outside the cottage which was her temporary home. D'Urberville pausing beside her. Don't mention my little brothers and sisters. Don't make me break down quite, she said. If you want to help them, God knows they need to do it without telling me. But no, she cried. I will take nothing from you, either for them or for me. He did not accompany her further, since, as she lived with the household, all was public indoors. No sooner had she herself entered, laid herself in a washing tub, and shared supper with the family than she fell into thought, and withdrawing to the table under the wall, by the light of her own little lamp, wrote in a passionate mood, my own husband. Let me call you, so I must, even if it makes you angry to think of such an unworthy wife as I. I must cry to you in my trouble. I have no one else. I am so exposed to temptation, Angel. I fear to say who it is, and I do not like to write about it at all, but I cling to you in a way you cannot think. Can you not come to me now? At once, before anything terrible happens? Oh, I know you cannot, because you are so far away. I think I must die if you do not come soon. Or tell me to come to you. The punishment you have measured out to me is deserved. I do know that well deserved, and you are right, and just to be angry with me. But, Angel, please, not to be just only a little kind to me, even if I do not deserve it. And come to me, if you would come. I could die in your arms. I would be well content to do that, if so be you had forgiven me. Angel, I live entirely for you. I love you too much to blame you for going away, and I know it was necessary you should find a farm. Do not think I shall say a word of sting or bitterness. Only come back to me. I am desolate without you, my darling. Oh, so desolate. I do not mind having to work, but if you will send me one little line and say, I am coming soon, I will bide on. Angel, oh, so cheerfully. It has been so much my religion ever since we were married to be faithful to you in every thought and look, that even when a man speaks a compliment to me before I am aware, it seems wronging you. Have you never felt one little bit of what you used to feel when we were at the dairy? If you have, how can you keep away from me? I am the same woman, Angel, as you fell in love with. Yes, the very same. Not the one you disliked, but never saw. What was the past to me as soon as I met you? It was a dead thing altogether. I became another woman, filled full of new life from you. How could I be the early one? Why do you not see this? Dear, if you would only be a little more conceited, and believe in yourself so far as to see that you were strong enough to work this change in me, you would perhaps be in a mind to come to me, your poor wife. How silly I was in my happiness when I thought I could trust you always to love me. I ought to have known that such as that was not for poor me. But I'm sick at heart, not only for old times, but for the present. Think how it do hurt my heart not to see you ever. Ah, if I could only make your dear heart ache one little minute of each day, as mine does every day and all day long. It might lead you to show pity to your poor, lonely one. People still say that I am rather pretty. Angel, handsome is the word they use. Since I wish to be truthful, perhaps I am what they say. But I do not value my good looks. I only like to have them because they belong to you, my dear, and that there may be at least one thing about me worth your having. So much have I felt this, that when I met with annoyance on account of the same, I tied up my face in a bandage as long as people would believe in it. O angel, I tell you all this not from vanity. You will certainly know I do not, but only that you may come to me. If you really cannot come to me, will you let me come to you? I am, as I say, worried, pressed to do what I will not do. It cannot be that I shall yield 1 inch. Yet I am in terror as to what an accident might lead to, and I so defenseless on account of my first error. I cannot say more about this, it makes me too miserable. But if I break down by falling into some fearful snare, my last state will be worse than my first. Oh God, I cannot think of it. Let me come at once, or at once come to me. I would be content, aye, glad, to live with you as your servant, if I may not as your wife, so that I could only be near you, and get glimpses of you, and think of you as mine. The daylight has nothing to show me, since you are not here, and I don't like to see the rooks and starlings in the field, because I grieve and grieve to miss you who used to see them with me. I long for only one thing in heaven or earth, or under the earth, to meet you, my own dear. Come to me, and save me from what threatens me. 49. The appeal duly found its way to the breakfast table of the quiet vicarage to the westward. In that valley where the air is so soft and the soil so rich that the effort of growth requires but superficial aid by comparison with the tillage at Flintcomb Ash. And where to Tess the human world seemed so different, though it was much the same. It was purely for security that she had been requested by Angel to send her communications through his father, whom he kept pretty well informed of his changing addresses in the country he had gone to exploit for himself with a heavy heart. Now, said old Mr. Clare to his wife, when he had read the envelope, if Angel proposes leaving Rio for a visit home at the end of next month, as he told us that he hoped to do, I think this may hasten his plans, for I believe it to be from his wife. He breathed deeply at the thought of her, and the letter was redirected to be promptly sent on to Angel. Dear fellow, I hope you will get home safely, murmured Mrs. Clare. To my dying day, I shall feel that he has been ill-used. You should have sent him to Cambridge in spite of his want of faith and given him the same chance as the other boys had. He would have grown out of it under proper influence, and perhaps would have taken orders after all. Church or no church, it would have been fairer to him. This was the only wail with which Mrs. Clare ever disturbed her husband's peace in respect to their sons. And she did not vent this often, for she was as considerate as she was devout, and knew that his mind, too, was troubled by doubts as to his justice in this matter. Only too often had she heard him lying awake at night, stifling sighs for Angel with prayers. But the uncompromising evangelical did not even now hold that he would have been justified in giving his son, an unbeliever, The same academic advantages that he had given to the two others, when it was possible, if not probable, that those very advantages might have been used to decry the doctrines which he had made it his life's mission and desire to propagate. And the mission of his ordained sons likewise, to put with one hand a pedestal under the feet of the two faithful ones, and with the other to exalt the unfaithful by the same artificial means, he deemed to be alike inconsistent with his convictions, his position, and his hopes. Nevertheless, he loved his misnamed angel, and in secret mourned over this treatment of him, as Abraham might have mourned over the doomed Isaac while they went up the hill together. His silent, self-generated regrets were far bitterer than the reproaches which his wife rendered audible. They blamed themselves for this unlucky marriage. If Angel had never been destined for a farmer, he would never have been thrown with agricultural girls. They did not distinctly know what had separated him and his wife, nor the date on which the separation had taken place. At first they had supposed it must be something of the nature of a serious aversion. But in his later letters he occasionally alluded to the intention of coming home to fetch her, for which expressions they hoped the division might not owe its origin to anything so hopelessly permanent as that. He had told them that she was with her relatives, and in their doubts they had decided not to intrude into a situation which they knew no way of bettering. The eyes for which Tessa's letter was intended were gazing at this time on a limitless expanse of country from the back of a mule, which was bearing him from the interior of the South American continent towards the coast. His experiences of this strange land had been sad. The severe illness from which he had suffered shortly after his arrival had never wholly left him, and he had by degrees almost decided to relinquish his hope of farming here, though, as long as the bare possibility existed of his remaining. He kept this change of view a secret from his parents, the crowds of agricultural laborers who had come out to the country in his wake, dazzled by representations of easy independence, had suffered, died, and wasted away. He would see mothers from English farms trudging along with their infants in their arms. When the child would be stricken with fever and would die, the mother would pause to dig a hole in the loose earth with her bare hands, would bury the babe therein with the same natural grave tools, shed one tear, and again trudge on. Angel's original intention had not been emigration to Brazil, but a northern or eastern farm in his own country. He had come to this place in a fit of desperation, the Brazil movement among the English agriculturists having by chance coincided with his desire to escape from his past existence. During this time of absence, he had mentally aged a dozen years. What arrested him now as a value in life was less its beauty than its pathos. Having long discredited the old systems of mysticism, he now began to discredit the old appraisements of morality. He thought they wanted readjusting. Who was the moral man? Still more pertinently, who was the moral woman? The beauty or ugliness of a character lay not only in its achievements, but in its aims and impulses. Its true history lay not among things done, but among things willed. How then about Tess? Viewing her in these lights, a regret for his hasty judgment began to oppress him. Did he reject her eternally, or did he not? He could no longer say that he would always reject her, and not to say that was in spirit to accept her now. This growing fondness for her memory coincided in point of time with her residence at Flintcomb Ash. But it was before she had felt herself at liberty to trouble him with a word about her circumstances or her feelings. He was greatly perplexed, and in his perplexity as to her motives in withholding intelligence, he did not inquire. Thus her silence of docility was misinterpreted. How much it really said if he had understood that she adhered with literal exactness to orders which he had given and forgotten, that despite her natural fearlessness she asserted no rights, admitted his judgment to be in every respect the true one, and bent her head dumbly thereto. In the before-mentioned journey by mules through the interior of the country, another man rode beside him. Angel's companion was also an Englishman, bent on the same errand, though he came from another part of the island. They were both in a state of mental depression, and they spoke of home affairs. Confidence begot confidence, with that curious tendency evinced by men, more especially when in distant lands, to entrust to strangers details of their lives which they would on no account mention to friends. Angel admitted to this man as they rode along the sorrowful facts of his marriage. The stranger had sojourned in many more lands and among many more peoples than Angel. To his cosmopolitan mind, such deviations from the social norm, so immense to domesticity, were no more than are the irregularities of vale and mountain chain to the whole terrestrial curve. He viewed the matter in quite a different light from Angel, thought that what Tess had been was of no importance beside what she would be, and plainly told Claire that he was wrong in coming away from her. The next day they were drenched in a thunderstorm. Angel's companion was struck down with fever and died by the week's end. Claire waited a few hours to bury him, and then went on his way. The cursory remarks of the large-minded stranger, of whom he knew absolutely nothing beyond a commonplace name, were sublimed by his death, and influenced Claire more than all the reasoned ethics of the philosophers. His own parochialism made him ashamed by its contrast. His inconsistencies rushed upon him in a flood. He had persistently elevated Hellenic paganism at the expense of Christianity, yet in that civilization an illegal surrender was not certain disesteem. Surely then he might have regarded that abhorrence of the unintact state, which he had inherited with the creed of mysticism, as at least open to correction when the result was due to treachery. A remorse struck into him. The words of his Hewitt, never quite stilled in his memory, came back to him. He had asked is if she loved him, and she had replied in the affirmative. Did she love him more than Tess did? No. She had replied, Tess would lay down her life for him, and she herself could do no more. He thought of Tess as she had appeared on the day of the wedding. How her eyes had lingered upon him, how she had hung upon his words as if they were a god's, and during the terrible evening over the hearth, when her simple soul uncovered itself to his, how pitiful her face had looked by the rays of the fire. In her inability to realize that his love and protection could possibly be withdrawn, thus from being her critic, he grew to be her advocate. Cynical things he had uttered to himself about her, but no man can be always a cynic and live, and he withdrew them. The mistake of expressing them had arisen from his allowing himself to be influenced by general principles to the disregard of the particular instance. But the reasoning is somewhat musty. Lovers and husbands have gone over the ground before today. Claire had been harsh towards her. There is no doubt of it. Men are too often harsh with women they love or have loved, women with men. And yet these harshnesses are tenderness itself when compared with the universal harshness out of which they grow, the harshness of the position towards the temperament, of the means towards the aims, of today towards yesterday, of hereafter towards today. The historic interest of her family, that masterful line of D'Urberville whom he had despised as a spent force, touched his sentiments now. Why had he not known the difference between the political value and the imaginative value of these things? In the latter aspect, her d'Urberville descent was a fact of great dimensions. Worthless to economics, it was a most useful ingredient to the dreamer, to the moralizer on declines and falls. It was a fact that would soon be forgotten, that bit of distinction in poor Tess's blood and name. And oblivion would fall upon her hereditary link with the marble monuments and leaded skeletons at Kingsbere. So does time ruthlessly destroy his own romances. In recalling her face again and again, he thought now that he could see therein a flash of the dignity which must have graced her grand dames, and the vision sent that aura through his veins which he had formerly felt, and which left behind it a sense of sickness. Despite her not inviolate past, what still abode in such a woman as Tess outvalued the freshness of her fellows. Was not the gleaning of the grapes of Ephraim better than the vintage of Abiezer? So spoke love renascent, preparing the way for Tess's devoted outpouring, which was then just being forwarded to him by his father, though owing to his distance inland, it was to be a long time in reaching him. Meanwhile, the writer's expectation that Angel would come in response to the entreaty was alternately great and small. What lessened it was that the facts of her life which had led to the parting had not changed, could never change, and that, if her presence had not attenuated them, her absence could not. Nevertheless, she addressed her mind to the tender question of what she could do to please him best if he should arrive. Sighs were expended on the wish that she had taken more notice of the tunes he played on his harp, that she had inquired more curiously of him, which were his favorite ballads among those the country girls sang. She indirectly inquired of Amby, Seedling, who had followed is from Talbot Hayes, and by chance Amby remembered that, amongst the snatches of melody in which they had indulged of the dairymans, to induce the cows to let down their milk, Claire had seemed to like Cupid's gardens, I have parks, I have hounds, and the break o' the day, and it seemed not to care for the tailor's breeches, and such a beauty I did grow, excellent ditties as they were. To perfect the ballads was now her whimsical desire. She practiced them privately at odd moments, especially the break o' the day, arise, 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 and pick your love a posy, all o' the sweetest flowers that in the garden grow. The turtle doves and SMA birds in every bough of building. Break time equals 0. 5s / so early in the May time at the break o' the day. It would have melted the heart of a stone to hear her singing these ditties whenever she worked apart from the rest of the girls in this cold, dry time, the tears running down her cheeks all the while at the thought that perhaps he would not, after all, come to hear her, and the simple, silly words of the songs resounding in painful mockery of the aching heart of the singer. Tess was so wrapped up in this fanciful dream that she seemed not to know how the season was advancing, that the days had lengthened. That Lady Day was at hand, and would soon be followed by Old Lady Day, the end of her term here. But before the quarter day had quite come, something happened which made Tess think of far different matters. She was at her lodging as usual one evening, sitting in the downstairs room with the rest of the family, when somebody knocked at the door and inquired for Tess. Through the doorway, she saw against the declining light a figure with the height of a woman and the breadth of a child, a tall, thin, girlish creature whom she did not recognize in the twilight till the girl said, Tess. What is it, Liza Lou? Asked Tess in startled accents. Her sister, whom a little over a year ago she had left at home as a child, had sprung up by a sudden shoot to a form of this presentation, of which, as yet, Lou seemed herself scarce able to understand the meaning. Her thin legs, visible below her once long frock, now short by her growing, and her uncomfortable hands and arms revealed her youth and inexperience. "Yes, I've been traipsing about all day, Tess," said Lou, with unemotional gravity. "I try to find and I'm very tired. What is the matter at home? Mother is took very bad, and the doctor says she's dying. And as father is not very well neither, and says 'tis wrong for a man of such a high family as his to slave and drave at common laboring work. We don't know what to do." Tess stood in reverie a long time before she thought of asking Liza Lou to come in and sit down. When she had done so, and Liza Lou was having some tea, she came to a decision. It was imperative that she should go home. Her agreement did not end till Old Lady Day, the 6th of April. But as the interval thereto was not a long one, she resolved to run the risk of starting at once. To go that night would be a gain of 12 hours, but her sister was too tired to undertake such a distance till the morrow. Tess ran down to where Marion and his lived, informed them of what had happened, and begged them to make the best of her case to the farmer. Returning, she got Lou his supper, and after that, having tucked the younger in her own bed, packed up as many of her belongings as would go into a withy basket, and started, directing Lou to follow her next morning. Else she plunged into the chilly equinoctial darkness as the clock struck 10, for her 15 miles walk under the steely stars. In lonely districts, night is a protection rather than a danger to a noiseless pedestrian, and knowing this, Tess pursued the nearest course along by lanes that she would almost have feared in the daytime. But marauders were wanting now. Break time equals 0. 5s/ and spectral fears were driven out of her mind by thoughts of her mother. Thus she proceeded mile after mile, ascending and descending till she came to Bulbero, and about midnight looked from that height into the abyss of chaotic shade, which was all that revealed itself of the vale on whose further side she was born. Having already traversed about 5 miles on the upland, she had now some 10 or 11 in the lowland before her journey would be finished. The winding road downwards became just visible to her under the wan starlight as she followed it. And soon she paced a soil so contrasting with that above it that the difference was perceptible to the tread and to the smell. It was the heavy clay land of Blackmore Vale, and a part of the vale to which turnpike roads had never penetrated. Superstitions linger longest on these heavy soils. Having once been forest, at this shadowy time it seemed to assert something of its old character, the far and the near being blended, and every tree and tall hedge making the most of its presence. The hearts that had been hunted here, the witches that had been pricked and ducked, the green-spangled fairies that whickered at you as you passed. The place teemed with beliefs in them still, and they formed an impish multitude now. At Nuttlebury she passed the village inn, whose sign creaked in response to the greeting of her footsteps, which not a human soul heard but herself. Under the thatched roofs her minds, I beheld relaxed tendons and flaccid muscles, spread out in the darkness beneath coverlets made of little purple patchwork squares, and undergoing a bracing process at the hands of sleep for renewed labor on the morrow, as soon as a hint of pink nebulosity appeared on Hambledon Hill. At 3 she turned the last corner of the maze of lanes she had threaded, and entered Marlott. Passing the field in which as a club girl she had first seen Angel Clare, when he had not danced with her, the sense of disappointment remained with her yet. In the direction of her mother's house, she saw a light. It came from the bedroom window, and a branch waved in front of it and made it wink at her. As soon as she could discern the outline of the house newly thatched with her money, it had all its old effect upon Tess's imagination. Part of her body and life it ever seemed to be. The slope of its dormers, the finish of its gables, the broken courses of brick which topped the chimney, all had something in common with her personal character. A stupefaction had come into these features to her regard. It meant the illness of her mother. Break time equals 0. 5s// she opened the door so softly as to disturb nobody. The lower room was vacant. But the neighbor who was sitting up with her mother came to the top of the stairs and whispered that Mrs. Derbyfield was no better, though she was sleeping just then. Tess prepared herself a breakfast and then took her place as nurse in her mother's chamber. In the morning, when she contemplated the children, they had all a curiously elongated look, although she had been away little more than a year. Their growth was astounding, and the necessity of applying herself heart and soul to their needs took her out of her own cares. Her father's ill health was the same indefinite kind, and he sat in his chair, as usual. But the day after her arrival, he was unusually bright. He had a rational scheme for living, and Tess asked him what it was. "I'm thinking of sending round to all the old antiquarians in this part of England," he said, "asking them to subscribe to a fund to maintain me. I'm sure they'd see it as a romantical, artistical, and proper thing to do. They spend lots o' money in keeping up old ruins and finding the bones o' things and such like, and living remains must be more interesting to 'em still. If they only knowed of me, would that somebody would go round and tell 'em what there is living among 'em, and they thinking nothing of him. If Pa Suntringham, who discovered me, had lived, he'd ha' done it, I'm sure." Tess postponed her arguments on this high project till she had grappled with pressing matters in hand, which seemed little improved by her remittances. When indoor necessities had been eased, she turned her attention to external things. It was now the season for planting and sowing. Many gardens and allotments of the villagers had already received their spring tillage, but the garden and the allotment of the Derbyfields were behindhand. She found, to her dismay, that this was owing to their having eaten all the seed potatoes, that last lapse of the improvident. At the earliest moment she obtained what others she could procure, and in a few days her father was well enough to see to the garden. Under Tess's persuasive efforts, while she herself undertook the allotment plot, which they rented in a field a couple of 100 yards out of the village. She liked doing it after the confinement of the sick chamber, where she was not now required by reason of her mother's improvement. Violent motion relieved thought. The plot of ground was in a high, dry, open enclosure where there were 40 or 50 such pieces, and where labor was at its briskest when the hired labor of the day had ended. Digging began usually at 6 o'clock and extended indefinitely into the dusk or moonlight. Just now heaps of dead weeds and refuse were burning on many of the plots, the dry weather favoring their combustion. One fine day Tess and Liza Lou worked on here with their neighbors till the last rays of the sun smote flat upon the white pegs that divided the plots. As soon as twilight succeeded to sunset, the flare of the couch grass and cabbage stalk fires began to light up the allotments fitfully, their outlines appearing and disappearing under the dense smoke as wafted by the wind. When a fire glowed, banks of smoke blown level along the ground. Break time equals 0. 5s// would themselves become illuminated to an opaque luster, screening the work people from one another, and the meaning of the pillar of a cloud, which was a wall by day and a light by night, could be understood. As evening thickened, some of the gardening men and women gave over for the night. But the greater number remained to get their planting done, Tess being among them, though she sent her sister home. It was on one of the couch-burning plots that she labored with her fork, its 4 shining prongs resounding against the stones and dry clods in little clicks. Sometimes she was completely involved in the smoke of her fire. Then it would leave her figure free, irradiated by the brassy glare from the heap. She was oddly dressed tonight, and presented a somewhat staring aspect, her attire being a gown bleached by many washings, with a short black jacket over it. The effect of the whole being that of a wedding and funeral guest in one. The women further back wore white aprons, which, with their pale faces, were all that could be seen of them in the gloom, except when at moments they caught a flash from the flames. Westward, the wiry boughs of the bare thorn hedge, which formed the boundary of the field, rose against the pale opalescence of the lower sky. Above, Jupiter hung like a full-blown jonquil, so bright as almost to throw a shade. A few small nondescript stars were appearing elsewhere. In the distance a dog barked, and wheels occasionally rattled along the dry road. Still the prongs continued to click assiduously, for it was not late, and though the air was fresh and keen, there was a whisper of spring in it that cheered the workers on. Something in the place, the hours, the crackling fires, the fantastic mysteries of light and shade, made others as well as Tess enjoy being there. Nightfall, which in the frost of winter comes as a fiend and in the warmth of summer as a lover, came as a tranquilizer on this March day. Nobody looked at his or her companions. The eyes of all were on the soil as its turned surface was revealed by the fires. Hence, as Tess stirred the clods and sang her foolish little songs with scarce now a hope that Claire would ever hear them, she did not for a long time notice the person who worked nearest to her, a man in a long smock frock who, she found, was forking the same plot as herself, and whom she supposed her father had sent there to advance the work. She became more conscious of him when the direction of his digging brought him closer. Sometimes the smoke divided them, then it swerved, and the two were visible to each other but divided from all the rest. Tess did not speak to her fellow worker, nor did he speak to her. Nor did she think of him further than to recollect that he had not been there when it was broad daylight, and that she did not know him as any one of the Marlott laborers, which was no wonder, her absences having been so long and frequent of late years. By and by he dug so close to her that the fire beams were reflected as distinctly from the steel prongs of his fork as from her own. On going up to the fire to throw a pitch of dead weeds upon it, she found that he did the same on the other side. The fire flared up, and she beheld the face of d'Urberville, the unexpectedness of his presence, the grotesqueness of his appearance in a gathered smock frock, such as was now worn only by the most old-fashioned of the laborers, had a ghastly comicality that chilled her as to its bearing. D'Urberville emitted a low, long laugh. If I were inclined to joke, I should say, "How much this seems like paradise," he remarked whimsically, looking at her with an inclined head. "What do you say?" she weakly asked. "A jester might say this is just like paradise. You are Eve, and I am the old other one come to tempt you in the disguise of an inferior animal. I used to be quite up in that scene of Milton's when I was theological. Some of it goes, 'Empress, the way is ready and not long, beyond a row of myrtles. If thou accept my conduct, I can bring thee thither soon.' Lead then, said Eve, and so on. My dear Tess, I'm only putting this to you as a thing that you might have supposed or said quite untruly, because you think so badly of me. I never said you were Satan or thought it. I don't think of you in that way at all. My thoughts of you are quite cold, except when you affront me. What, did you come digging here entirely because of me? Entirely? To see you? Nothing more. The smock frock, which I saw hanging for sale as I came along, was an afterthought that I mightn't be noticed. I come to protest against your working like this. But I like doing it is for my father. Your engagement at the other place is ended? Yes. Where are you going next? To join your dear husband. She could not bear the humiliating reminder. Oh, I don't know, she said bitterly. I have no husband. It is quite true in the sense you mean. But you have a friend, and I have determined that you shall be comfortable in spite of yourself. When you get down to your house, you will see what I have sent there for you. Oh, Alec, I wish you wouldn't give me anything at all. I cannot take it from you. I don't like it is not right. It is right, he cried lightly. I'm not going to see a woman whom I feel so tenderly for as I do for you in trouble without trying to help her. But I'm very well off. I'm only in trouble not about living at all. She turned and desperately resumed her digging, tears dripping upon the fork handle and upon the clods. About the children, your brothers and sisters, he resumed. I've been thinking of them. Tess's heart quivered. He was touching her in a weak place. He had divined her chief anxiety. Since returning home, her soul had gone out to those children with an affection that was passionate. If your mother does not recover, somebody ought to do something for them. Since your father will not be able to do much, I suppose, he can with my assistance. He must, and with mine. No. Sir, how damned foolish this is. Burst out d'Urberville. Why, he thinks we are the same family, and will be quite satisfied. He don't. I've undeceived him. The more fool you. D'Urberville, in anger, retreated from her to the hedge, where he pulled off the long smock frock which had disguised him, and rolling it up and pushing it into the couch fire, went away. Tess could not get on with her digging after this. She felt restless. She wondered if he had gone back to her father's house, and taking the fork in her hand, proceeded homewards. Some 20 yards from the house, she was met by one of her sisters. Oh, Tessie, what do you think? Liza Lou is a-crying. And there's a lot of folk in the house, and mother is a good deal better, but they think father is dead. The child realized the grandeur of the news, but not as yet its sadness, and stood looking at Tess with round-eyed importance till, beholding the effect produced upon her, she said, What, Tess, shan't we talk to father never no more? But father was only a little bit ill, exclaimed Tess distractedly. Liza Lou came up. He dropped down just now, and the doctor who was there for mother said there was no chance for him because his heart was growed in. Yes. The Derbyfield couple had changed places. The dying one was out of danger, and the indisposed one was dead. The news meant even more than it sounded. Her father's life had a value apart from his personal achievements, or perhaps it would not have had much. It was the last of the 3 lives for whose duration the house and premises were held under a lease, and it had long been coveted by the tenant farmer for his regular laborers, who were stinted in cottage accommodation. Moreover, liviers were disapproved of in villages almost as much as little freeholders, because of their independence of manner. And when a lease determined, it was never renewed. Thus the Derbyfields, once d'Urberville, saw descending upon them the destiny which, no doubt, When they were among the Olympians of the county, they had cause to descend many a time, and severely enough, upon the heads of such lambless ones as they themselves were now. So do flux and reflux the rhythm of change alternate and persist in everything under the sky. At length, it was the eve of Old Lady Day, and the agricultural world was in a fever of mobility such as only occurs at that particular date of the year. It is a day of fulfillment. Agreements for outdoor service during the ensuing year, entered into at Candlemas, are to be now carried out. The laborers, or work folk, as they used to call themselves immemorially till the other word was introduced from without, who wish to remain no longer in old places, are removing to the new farms. These annual migrations from farm to farm were on the increase here. When Tess's mother was a child, the majority of the field folk about Marlott had remained all their lives on one farm, which had been the home also of their fathers and grandfathers. But latterly the desire for yearly removal had risen to a high pitch. With the younger families, it was a pleasant excitement, which might possibly be an advantage. The Egypt of one family was the land of promise to the family who saw it from a distance, till by residence there it became in turn their Egypt also, and so they changed and changed. However, all the mutations so increasingly discernible in village life did not originate entirely in the agricultural unrest. A depopulation was also going on. The village had formerly contained, side by side with the agricultural laborers, an interesting and better informed class, ranking distinctly above the former the class to which Tess's father and mother had belonged, and including the carpenter, the smith, the shoemaker, the huckster, together with nondescript workers other than farm laborers, a set of people who owed a certain stability of aim and conduct to the fact of their being life holders like Tess's father, or copy holders, or occasionally small freeholders. But as the long holdings fell in, they were seldom again let to similar tenants, and were mostly pulled down, if not absolutely required by the farmer for his hands. Cottagers who were not directly employed on the land were looked upon with disfavor, and the banishment of some starved the trade of others, who were thus obliged to follow. These families, who had formed the backbone of the village life in the past, who were the depositaries of the village traditions, had to seek refuge in the large centers. The process, humorously designated by statisticians as the tendency of the rural population towards the large towns, being really the tendency of water to flow uphill when forced by machinery. The cottage accommodation at Marlott having been in this manner considerably curtailed by demolitions, every house which remained standing was required by the agriculturist for his workpeople. Ever since the occurrence of the event which had cast such a shadow over Tess's life, the Derbyfield family, whose descent was not credited, had been tacitly looked on as one which would have to go when their lease ended, if only in the interests of morality. It was indeed quite true that the household had not been shining examples either of temperance, soberness, or chastity. The father, and even the mother, had got drunk at times, the younger children seldom had gone to church, and the eldest daughter had made queer unions. By some means the village had to be kept pure. So on this, the first Lady Day on which the Derbyfields were expellable, the house, being roomy, was required for a carter with a large family, and Widow Joan, her daughters Tess and Liza Lou, the boy Abraham, and the younger children had to go elsewhere. On the evening preceding their removal, it was getting dark betimes by reason of a drizzling rain which blurred the sky. As it was the last night they would spend in the village which had been their home and birthplace, Mrs. Derbyfield, Liza Lou, and Abraham had gone out to bid some friends goodbye, and Tess was keeping house till they should return. She was kneeling in the window bench, her face close to the casement, where an outer pane of rainwater was sliding down the inner pane of glass. Her eyes rested on the web of a spider, probably starved long ago, which had been mistakenly placed in a corner where no flies ever came, and shivered in the slight draught through the casement. Tess was reflecting on the position of the household, in which she perceived her own evil influence. Had she not come home, her mother and the children might probably have been allowed to stay on as weekly tenants. But she had been observed almost immediately on her return by some people of scrupulous character and great influence. They had seen her idling in the churchyard, restoring as well as she could with a little trowel a baby's obliterated grave. By this means they had found that she was living here again. Her mother was scolded for harboring her. Sharp retorts had ensued from Joan, who had independently offered to leave at once. She had been taken at her word, and here was the result. "I ought never to have come home," said Tess to herself, bitterly. She was so intent upon these thoughts that she hardly at first took note of a man in a white mackintosh whom she saw riding down the street. Possibly it was owing to her face being near to the pane that he saw her so quickly, and directed his horse so close to the cottage front that his hoofs were almost upon the narrow border for plants growing under the wall. It was not till he touched the window with his riding crop that she observed him. The rain had nearly ceased, and she opened the casement in obedience to his gesture. "Didn't you see me?" asked d'Urberville. "I was not attending," she said. "I heard you, I believe, though I fancied it was a carriage and horses. I was in a sort of dream." "Ah, you heard the d'Urberville coach, perhaps. You know the legend, I suppose." "No. Somebody was going to tell me once, but didn't." "If you are a genuine d'Urberville, I ought not to tell you either, I suppose. As for me, I'm a sham one, so it doesn't matter. It is rather dismal. It is that this sound of a non-existent coach can only be heard by one of d'Urberville blood, and it is held to be of ill omen to the one who hears it. It has to do with a murder committed by one of the family centuries ago. Now you have begun it, finish it. Very well. One of the family is said to have abducted some beautiful woman, who tried to escape from the coach in which he was carrying her off, and in the struggle he killed her, or she killed him, I forget which. Such is one version of the tale. I see that your tubs and buckets are packed. Going away, aren't you? Yes, tomorrow, old Lady Day. I heard you were, but could hardly believe it. It seems so sudden. Why is it? Father's was the last life on the property, and when that dropped we had no further right to stay, though we might, perhaps, have stayed as weekly tenants if it had not been for me. What about you? I'm not a proper woman." D'Urberville's face flushed. "What a blasted shame! Miserable snobs! May their dirty souls be burnt to cinders," he exclaimed in tones of ironic resentment. "That's why you're going, is it? Turned out?" "We are not turned out exactly, but as they said we should have to go soon. It was best to go now everybody was moving, because there are better chances." "Where are you going to?" "Kingsbere. We have taken rooms there. Mother is so foolish about father's people that she will go there. But your mother's family are not fit for lodgings, and in a little hole of a town like that. Now, why not come to my garden house at Trantridge? There are hardly any poultry now, since my mother's death, but there's the house, as you know it, and the garden. It could be whitewashed in a day. and your mother can live there quite comfortably, and I will put the children to a good school. Really, I ought to do something for you. But we have already taken the rooms at Kingsbeer, she declared. And we can wait there. Wait what for? For that nice husband, no doubt. Now look here, Tess. I know what men are, and bearing in mind the grounds of your separation, I am quite positive he will never make it up with you. Now, though I have been your enemy, I am your friend, even if you won't believe it. Come to this cottage of mine. We'll get up a regular colony of fowls, and your mother can attend to them excellently, and the children can go to school. Tess breathed more and more quickly, and at length she said, "How do I know that you would do all this? Your views may change, and then my mother would be homeless again. Oh, no. I would guarantee you against such as that in writing, if necessary. Think it over." Tess shook her head. But d'Urberville persisted. She had seldom seen him so determined. He would not take a negative. "Please just tell your mother," he said in emphatic tones. "It is her business to judge, not yours. I shall get the house swept out and whitened tomorrow morning, and fires lit, and it will be dry by the evening, so that you can come straight there. Now mind, I shall expect you." Tess again shook her head, her throat swelling with complicated emotion. She could not look up at d'Urberville. "I owe you something for the past, you know," he resumed. "And you cured me, too, of that craze. So I am glad. I would rather you had kept the craze so that you had kept the practice which went with it. I am glad of this opportunity of repaying you a little. Tomorrow I shall expect to hear your mother's goods unloading. Give me your hand on it now, dear." Beautiful Tess. With the last sentence he had dropped his voice to a murmur and put his hand in at the half-open casement. With stormy eyes she pulled the stay bar quickly, and in doing so caught his arm between the casement and the stone mullion. "Damnation, you are very cruel," he said, snatching out his arm. No, I know you didn't do it on purpose. Well, I shall expect you, or your mother and children at least." "I shall not come. I have plenty of money," she cried. "Where?" "At my father-in-law's, if I ask for it. If you ask for it. But you won't." "Tess, I know you. You'll never ask for it. You'll starve first." With these words he rode off. Just at the corner of the street he met the man with the paint pot, who asked him if he had deserted the brethren. "You go to the devil," said d'Urberville. Tess remained where she was a long while, till a sudden rebellious sense of injustice caused the region of her eyes to swell with the rush of hot tears thither. Her husband, Angel Clare himself, had, like others, dealt out hard measure to her. Surely he had. She had never before admitted such a thought, but he had surely. Never in her life, she could swear it from the bottom of her soul, had she ever intended to do wrong. Yet these hard judgments had come. Whatever her sins, they were not sins of intention, but of inadvertence. And why should she have been punished so persistently? She passionately seized the first piece of paper that came to hand and scribbled the following lines. "Oh, why have you treated me so monstrously, Angel? I did not deserve it. I have thought it all over carefully, and I can never forgive you. You know that I did not intend to wrong you. Why have you so wronged me? You are cruel, cruel indeed. I will try to forget you. It is all injustice I have received at your hands. T." She watched till the postman passed by, ran out to him with her epistle, and then again took her listless place inside the window panes. It was just as well to write like that as to write tenderly. How could he give way to entreaty? The facts had not changed. There was no new event to alter his opinion. It grew darker. the firelight shining over the room. The two biggest of the younger children had gone out with their mother, the four smallest. Their ages ranging from 3.5 years to 11, all in black frocks, were gathered round the hearth babbling their own little subjects. Tess at length joined them, without lighting a candle. "This is the last night that we shall sleep here, dears, in the house where we were born," she said quickly. "We ought to think of it, oughtn't we?" They all became silent. With the impressibility of their age, they were ready to burst into tears at the picture of finality she had conjured up. Though all the day hitherto they had been rejoicing in the idea of a new place. Tess changed the subject. "Sing to me, dears," she said. "What shall we sing?" "Anything you know, I don't mind." There was a momentary pause. It was broken first in one little tentative note. Then a second voice strengthened it, and a third and a fourth chimed in unison, with words they had learnt at the Sunday school. "Here we suffer grief and pain. Here we meet to part again. In heaven we part no more." The four sang on with the phlegmatic passivity of persons who had long ago settled the question, and there being no mistake about it, felt that further thought was not required. With features strained hard to enunciate the syllables, they continued to regard the center of the flickering fire, the notes of the youngest straying over into the pauses of the rest. Tess turned from them and went to the window again. Darkness had now fallen without, but she put her face to the pane as though to peer into the gloom. It was really to hide her tears. If she could only believe what the children were singing, if she were only sure, how different all would now be, how confidently she would leave them to Providence and their future kingdom. But in default of that, it behoved her to do something, to be their Providence. For to Tess, as to not a few millions of others, there was ghastly satire in the poet's lines, not in utter nakedness, but trailing clouds of glory do we come, to her and her like. Birth itself was an ordeal of degrading personal compulsion, whose gratuitousness nothing in the result seemed to justify, and at best could only palliate. In the shades of the wet road, she soon discerned her mother with tall Liza Lou and Abraham. Mrs. Derbyfield Pattens clicked up to the door, and Tess opened it. "I see the tracks of a horse outside the window," said Joan. "Hev somebody call?" "No," said Tess. The children by the fire looked gravely at her, and one murmured, "Why, Tess, the gentleman a horseback." "He didn't call," said Tess. "He spoke to me in passing." "Who was the gentleman?" asked the mother. "Your husband." "No." "He'll never come," answered Tess in stony hopelessness. "Then who was it?" "Oh, you needn't ask. You've seen him before, and so have I." "Ah, what did he say?" said Joan curiously. "I will tell you when we are settled in our lodging at Kingsbere tomorrow, every word." It was not her husband, she had said, yet a consciousness that in a physical sense this man alone was her husband seemed to weigh on her more and more. During the small hours of the next morning, while it was still dark, dwellers near the highways were conscious of a disturbance of their night's rest by rumbling noises, intermittently continuing till daylight noises as certain to recur in this particular first week of the month as the voice of the cuckoo in the third week of the same. They were the preliminaries of the general removal. The passing of the empty wagons and teams to fetch the goods of the migrating families. For it was always by the vehicle of the farmer who required his services that the hired man was conveyed to his destination. That this might be accomplished within the day was the explanation of the reverberation occurring so soon after midnight. The aim of the Carters being to reach the door of the outgoing households by 6 o'clock, when the loading of their movables at once began. But to Tess and her mother's household, no such anxious farmer sent his team. They were only women. They were not regular laborers. They were not particularly required anywhere. Hence they had to hire a wagon at their own expense, and got nothing sent gratuitously. It was a relief to Tess, when she looked out of the window that morning, to find that though the weather was windy and lowering, it did not rain, and that the wagon had come. A wet lady day was a specter which removing families never forgot. Damp furniture, damp bedding, damp clothing accompanied it, and left a train of ills. Her mother, Liza Lou, and Abraham were also awake, but the younger children were let sleep on. The four breakfasted by the thin light, and the house ridding was taken in hand. It proceeded with some cheerfulness, a friendly neighbor or two assisting, when the large articles of furniture had been packed in position. A circular nest was made of the beds and bedding, in which Joan Durbeyfield and the young children were to sit through the journey. After loading, there was a long delay before the horses were brought, these having been unharnessed during the ridding. But at length, about 2 o'clock, the whole was under way. The cooking pot swinging from the axle of the wagon, Mrs. Durbeyfield and family at the top, the matron having in her lap, to prevent injury to its works. The head of the clock, which, at any exceptional lurch of the wagon, struck 1 or 1.5 in hurt tones. Tess and the next eldest girl walked alongside till they were out of the village. They had called on a few neighbors that morning and the previous evening, and some came to see them off, all wishing them well, though, in their secret hearts, hardly expecting welfare possible to such a family. Harmless as the Durbeyfields were to all accept themselves. Soon the equipage began to ascend to higher ground, and the wind grew keener with the change of level and soil. The day being the 6th of April, the Durbeyfield wagon met many other wagons with families on the summit of the load, which was built on a well-nigh unvarying principle. As peculiar, probably, to the rural laborer as the hexagon to the bee. The groundwork of the arrangement was the family dresser, which, with its shining handles and finger marks, and domestic evidences thick upon it, stood importantly in front, over the tails of the shaft horses, in its erect and natural position, like some ark of the covenant that they were bound to carry reverently. Some of the households were lively, some mournful, some were stopping at the doors of wayside inns, where, in due time, the Durbeyfield menagerie also drew up to bait horses and refresh the travelers. During the halt, Tess's eyes fell upon a 3-pint blue mug, which was ascending and descending through the air to and from the feminine section of a household, sitting on the summit of a load that had also drawn up at a little distance from the same inn. She followed one of the mug's journeys upward, and perceived it to be clasped by hands whose owner she well knew. Tess went towards the wagon. "Marian and is," she cried to the girls, for it was they, sitting with the moving family at whose house they had lodged. "Are you house ridding today like everybody else?" They were, they said. It had been too rough a life for them at Flintcomb Ash, and they had come away, almost without notice, leaving Grobby to prosecute them if he chose. Break time equals 0. 5s// they told Tess their destination, and Tess told them hers. Marian leant over the load and lowered her voice. "Do you know that the gentleman who follows you'll guess who I mean, came to ask for at Flintcomb after you had gone? We didn't tell in where you was, knowing you wouldn't wish to see him." "Oh, but I did see him," Tess murmured. "He found me." "And do he know where you be going?" "I think so." Husband come back? No. She bade her acquaintance goodbye, for the respective carters had now come out from the inn, and the two wagons resumed their journey in opposite directions. The vehicle whereon sat Marian and the ploughman's family with whom they had thrown in their lot, being brightly painted, and drawn by 3 powerful horses with shining brass ornaments on their harness. While the wagon on which Mrs. Derbyfield and her family rode was a creaking erection that would scarcely bear the weight of the superincumbent load, one which had known no paint since it was made, and drawn by 2 horses only. The contrast well marked the difference between being fetched by a thriving farmer and conveying oneself whither no hirer waited one's coming. The distance was too great for a day's journey, and it was with the utmost difficulty that the horses performed it, though they had started so early. It was quite late in the afternoon when they turned the flank of an eminence which formed part of the upland called Greenhill. While the horses stood to stale and breathe themselves, Tess looked around. Under the hill, and just ahead of them, was the half-dead townlet of their pilgrimage, Kingsbere, where lay those ancestors of whom her father had spoken and sung to painfulness. Kingsbere, the spot of all spots in the world which could be considered the d'Urberville home, since they had resided there for full 500 years. A man could be seen advancing from the outskirts towards them, and when he beheld the nature of their wagon load, he quickened his steps. "You be the woman they call Mrs. Derbyfield, I reckon," he said to Tess's mother, who had descended to walk the remainder of the way. She nodded. "The widow of the late Sir John d'Urberville, poor nobleman. If I cared for my rights, and returning to the domain of his forefathers." "Oh, well, I know nothing about that, but if you be Mrs. Derbyfield, I am sent to tell ye that the rooms you want to be let. We didn't know that you was coming till we got your letter this morning when 'twas too late, but no doubt you can get other lodging somewhere." The man had noticed the face of Tess, which had become ash-pale at his intelligence. Her mother looked hopelessly at fault. "What shall we do now, Tess?" "Break time equals 0. 5s// she said bitterly. "Here's a welcome to your ancestors' lands. However, let's try further." They moved on into the town and tried with all their might, Tess remaining with the wagon to take care of the children, whilst her mother and Liza Lou made inquiries. At the last return of Joan to the vehicle, an hour later, when her search for accommodation had still been fruitless, the driver of the wagon said the goods must be unloaded, as the horses were half dead, and he was bound to return part of the way, at least that night. "Very well, unload it here," said Joan recklessly. "I'll get shelter somewhere." The wagon had drawn up under the churchyard wall, in a spot screened from view, and the driver, nothing loath, soon hauled down the poor heap of household goods. This done, she paid him, reducing herself to almost her last shilling thereby, and he moved off and left them, only too glad to get out of further dealings with such a family. It was a dry night, and he guessed that they would come to no harm. Tess gazed desperately at the pile of furniture. The cold sunlight of this spring evening peered invidiously upon the crocks and kettles, upon the bunches of dried herbs shivering in the breeze, upon the brass handles of the dresser, upon the wicker cradle they had all been rocked in, and upon the well-rubbed clock case, all of which gave out the reproachful gleam of indoor articles abandoned to the vicissitudes of a ruthless exposure for which they were never made. Round about were deparked hills and slopes now cut up into little paddocks, and the green foundations that showed where the d'Urberville mansion once had stood, also an outlying stretch of Egdon Heath that had always belonged to the estate. Hard by, the aisle of the church called the d'Urberville aisle looked on imperturbably. "Isn't your family vault your own freehold?" said Tess's mother, as she returned from a reconnoiter of the church and graveyard. "Why, of course 'tis, and that's where we will camp, girls, till the place of your ancestors finds us a roof. Now, Tess and Liza and Abraham, you help me. We'll make a nest for these children, and then we'll have another look around." Tess listlessly lent a hand, and in a quarter of an hour the old four-post bedstead was dissociated from the heap of goods and erected under the south wall of the church, the part of the building known as the d'Urberville aisle, beneath which the huge vaults lay. Over the tester of the bedstead was a beautiful traceried window of many lights, its date being the 15th century. It was called the d'Urberville window, and in the upper part could be discerned heraldic emblems like those on Derby Field's old seal and spoon. Joan drew the curtains round the bed so as to make an excellent tent of it and put the smaller children inside. "If it comes to the worst, we can sleep there too, for one night," she said. "But let us try further on and get something for the dears to eat." "Oh, Tess, what's the use of your playing at marrying gentlemen if it leaves us like this?" Accompanied by Liza Lou and the boy, she again ascended the little lane which secluded the church from the townlet. As soon as they got into the street, they beheld a man on horseback gazing up and down. "I'm looking for you," he said, riding up to them. This is indeed a family gathering on the historic spot. It was Alec d'Urberville. "Where is Tess?" he asked. Personally, Joan had no liking for Alec. She cursorily signified the direction of the church and went on, d'Urberville saying that he would see them again, in case they should be still unsuccessful in their search for shelter, of which he had just heard. When they had gone, d'Urberville rode to the inn, and shortly after came out on foot. In the interim, Tess, left with the children inside the bedstead, remained talking with them a while, till, seeing that no more could be done to make them comfortable just then, she walked about the churchyard, now beginning to be embrowned by the shades of nightfall. The door of the church was unfastened, and she entered it for the first time in her life. Within the window under which the bedstead stood were the tombs of the family, covering in their dates several centuries. They were canopied, altar-shaped, and plain, their carvings being defaced and broken, their brasses torn from the matrices, the rivet holes remaining like marten holes in a sand cliff. Of all the reminders that she had ever received that her people were socially extinct, there was none so forcible as this spoliation. Break time equals 0. 5s / she drew near to a dark stone on which was inscribed, Ostium sepulchri antiqui familiae d'Urberville. Tess did not read church Latin like a cardinal, but she knew that this was the door of her ancestral sepulchre, and that the tall knights of whom her father had chanted in his cups lay inside. She musingly turned to withdraw, passing near an altar tomb, the oldest of them all, on which was a recumbent figure. In the dusk, she had not noticed it before, and would hardly have noticed it now, but for an odd fancy that the effigy moved. As soon as she drew close to it, she discovered all in a moment that the figure was a living person, and the shock to her sense of not having been alone was so violent that she was quite overcome, and sank down nigh to fainting, not, however, till she had recognized Alec d'Urberville in the form. He leapt off the slab and supported her. "I saw you come in," he said, smiling, "and got up there not to interrupt your meditations. A family gathering, is it not, with these old fellows under us here? Listen." He stamped with his heel heavily on the floor. whereupon there arose a hollow echo from below. That shook them a bit. I'll warrant, he continued. And you thought I was the mere stone reproduction of one of them. But no, the old order changeth. The little finger of the sham d'Urberville can do more for you than the whole dynasty of the real underneath. Now command me. What shall I do? Go away. She murmured. Oh, I'll look for your mother, said he blandly. But in passing her he whispered, Mind this, you'll be civil yet. When he was gone, she bent down upon the entrance to the vaults and said, Why am I on the wrong side of this door? In the meantime, Marion and his Hewitt had journeyed onward with the chattels of the plowmen in the direction of their land of Canaan, the Egypt of some other family who had left it only that morning. But the girls did not for a long time think of where they were going. Their talk was of Angel Clare and Tess's persistent lover, whose connection with her previous history they had partly heard and partly guessed ere this. "'Tisn't as though she had never known him afore," said Marion. "His having won her once makes all the difference in the world. 'Twould be 1,000 pities if he were to toll her away again. Mr. Clare can never be anything to us, and why should we grudge him to her and not try to mend this quarrel? If he could only know what straits she's put to and what's hovering round, he might come to take care of his own. Could we let him know?" They thought of this all the way to their destination, but the bustle of re-establishment in their new place took up all their attention then. But when they were settled, a month later, they heard of Clare's approaching return, though they had learnt nothing more of Tess. Upon that, agitated anew by their attachment to him, yet honorably disposed to her, Marion uncorked the penny ink bottle they shared, and a few lines were concocted between the two girls. "Honored sir, look to your wife if you do love her as much as she do love you. For she is sore put to by an enemy in the shape of a friend. Sir, there is one near her who ought to be away. A woman should not be tried beyond her strength, and continual dropping will wear away a stone eye, more diamond." From two well-wishers this was addressed to Angel Clare at the only place they had ever heard him to be connected with, in Minster Vicarage, after which they continued in a mood of emotional exaltation at their own generosity, which made them sing in hysterical snatches and weep at the same time. End of Phase the 6th. Phase the 7th. Fulfillment. It was evening at a Minster Vicarage. The two customary candles were burning under their green shades in the vicar's study, but he had not been sitting there. Occasionally he came in, stirred the small fire which sufficed for the increasing mildness of the spring, and went out again, sometimes pausing at the front door, going on to the drawing-room, then returning again to the front door. It faced westward, and though gloom prevailed inside, there was still light enough without to see with distinctness. Mrs. Clare, who had been sitting in the drawing-room, followed him hither. "Plenty of time yet," said the vicar. "He doesn't reach Chalk Newton till 6, even if the train should be punctual, and 10 miles of country road, 5 of them in Crimmercrock Lane, are not jogged over in a hurry by our old horse. But he has done it in an hour with us, my dear, years ago." Thus they passed the minutes, each well knowing that this was only waste of breath, the one essential being simply to wait. At length there was a slight noise in the lane, and the old pony chaise appeared indeed outside the railings. They saw a light there from a form which they affected to recognize, but would actually have passed by in the street without identifying had he not got out of their carriage at the particular moment when a particular person was due. Mrs. Clare rushed through the dark passage to the door, and her husband came more slowly after her. The new arrival, who was just about to enter, Break time equals 0. 5s / saw their anxious faces in the doorway and the gleam of the west in their spectacles because they confronted the last rays of day, but they could only see his shape against the light. "Oh, my boy home again at last," cried Mrs. Clare, who cared no more at that moment for the stains of heterodoxy, which had caused all this separation, than for the dust upon his clothes. What woman, indeed? Among the most faithful adherents of the truth, believes the promises and threats of the word in the sense in which she believes in her own children, or would not throw her theology to the wind if weighed against their happiness. As soon as they reached the room where the candles were lighted, she looked at his face. "Oh, it is not Angel, not my son, the angel who went away," she cried in all the irony of sorrow as she turned herself aside. His father, too, was shocked to see him. So reduced was that figure from its former contours by worry and the bad season that Claire had experienced. In the climate to which he had so rashly hurried in his first aversion to the mockery of events at home, you could see the skeleton behind the man, and almost the ghost behind the skeleton. He matched Crivelli's dead Christus. His sunken eye pits were of morbid hue, and the light in his eyes had waned. The angular hollows and lines of his aged ancestors had succeeded to their reign in his face 20 years before their time. "I was ill over there, you know," he said. "I am all right now." As if, however, to falsify this assertion, his legs seemed to give way, and he suddenly sat down to save himself from falling. It was only a slight attack of faintness, resulting from the tedious day's journey and the excitement of arrival. "Has any letter come for me lately?" he asked. "I received the last you sent on by the merest chance, and after considerable delay through being inland, or I might have come sooner. It was from your wife. We supposed it was. Only one other had recently come. They had not sent it on to him, knowing he would start for home so soon." He hastily opened the letter produced, and was much disturbed to read in Tess's handwriting the sentiments expressed in her last hurried scrawl to him. "Oh, why have you treated me so monstrously, Angel? I do not deserve it. I have thought it all over carefully, and I can never forgive you. You know that I did not intend to wrong you. Why have you so wronged me? You are cruel, cruel indeed. I will try to forget you. It is all injustice I have received at your hands." "It is quite true," said Angel, throwing down the letter. "Perhaps she will never be reconciled to me." "Don't, Angel, be so anxious about a mere child of the soil," said his mother. "Child of the soil. Well, we all are children of the soil. I wish she were so, in the sense you mean. But let me now explain to you what I have never explained before. That her father is a descendant in the male line of one of the oldest Norman houses, like a good many others who lead obscure agricultural lives in our villages, and are dubbed sons of the soil." He soon retired to bed, and the next morning, feeling exceedingly unwell, he remained in his room pondering. The circumstances amid which he had left Tess were such that though, while on the south of the equator and just in receipt of her loving epistle, it had seemed the easiest thing in the world to rush back into her arms the moment he chose to forgive her. Now that he had arrived, it was not so easy as it had seemed. She was passionate in her present letter, showing that her estimate of him had changed under his delay, too justly changed, he sadly owned, made him ask himself if it would be wise to confront her unannounced in the presence of her parents. Supposing that her love had indeed turned to dislike during the last weeks of separation, a sudden meeting might lead to bitter words. Claire therefore thought it would be best to prepare Tess and her family by sending a line to Marlott announcing his return, in his hope that she was still living with them there, as he had arranged for her to do when he left England. He dispatched the inquiry that very day, and before the week was out there came a short reply from Mrs. Durbeyfield which did not remove his embarrassment, for it bore no address. Though to his surprise, it was not written from Marlott. "Sir, J. write these few lines to say that my daughter is away from me at present, and J. am not sure when she will return, but J. will let you know as soon as she do. J. do not feel at liberty to tell you where she is temporarily biding. J. should say that me and my family have left Marlott for some time. You'll G." Durbeyfield, it was such a relief to Claire to learn that Tess was at least apparently well that her mother's stiff reticence as to her whereabouts did not long distress him. They were all angry with him, evidently. He would wait till Mrs. Durbeyfield could inform him of Tess's return, which her letter implied to be soon. He deserved no more. His had been a love which alters when an alteration finds. He had undergone some strange experiences in his absence. He had seen the virtual Faustina in the literal Cornelia, a spiritual Lucretia in a corporeal Phryne. He had thought of the woman taken and set in the midst as one deserving to be stoned, and of the wife of Uriah being made a queen, and he had asked himself why he had not judged Tess constructively rather than biographically, by the will rather than by the deed. A day or two passed while he waited at his father's house for the promised second note from Joan Durbeyfield, and indirectly to recover a little more strength. The strength showed signs of coming back, but there was no sign of Joan's letter. Then he hunted up the old letter sent on to him in Brazil, which Tess had written from Flintcomb Ash, and reread it. The sentences touched him now as much as when he had first perused them. "I must cry to you in my trouble. I have no one else. I think I must die if you do not come soon, or tell me to come to you. Please, please, not to be just only a little kind to me. If you would come, I could die in your arms. I would be well content to do that, if so be you had forgiven me. If you will send me one little line and say, 'I am coming soon, I will bide on,' Angel, oh, so cheerfully. Think how it do hurt my heart not to see you ever. Oh, if I could only make your dear heart ache one little minute of each day, as mine does every day and all day long. It might lead you to show pity to your poor, lonely one. I would be content, aye, glad, to live with you as your servant, if I may not as your wife, so that I could only be near you and get glimpses of you and think of you as mine. I long for only one thing in heaven or earth or under the earth, to meet you, my own dear. Come to me, and save me from what threatens me." Claire determined that he would no longer believe in her more recent and severe regard of him, but would go and find her immediately. He asked his father if she had applied for any money during his absence. His father returned a negative. And then for the first time it occurred to Angel that her pride had stood in her way, and that she had suffered privation. From his remarks, his parents now gathered the real reason of the separation, and their Christianity was such that, reprobates being their special care, the tenderness towards Tess which her blood, her simplicity, even her poverty, had not engendered, was instantly excited by her sin. Whilst he was hastily packing together a few articles for his journey, he glanced over a poor plain missive also lately come to hand the one from Marion and his Hewitt, beginning, "Honored Sir, look to your wife if you do love her as much as she do love you," and signed, "From two well-wishers." Alive in a quarter of an hour, Claire was leaving the house, once his mother watched his thin figure as it disappeared into the street. He had declined to borrow his father's old mare, while knowing of its necessity to the household. He went to the inn, where he hired a trap, and could hardly wait during the harnessing. In a very few minutes after, he was driving up the hill out of the town, which, 3 or 4 months earlier in the year, Tess had descended with such hopes and ascended with such shattered purposes. Benville Lane soon stretched before him, its hedges and trees purple with buds. But he was looking at other things, and only recalled himself to the scene sufficiently to enable him to keep the way. In something less than an hour and a half, he had skirted the south of the King's Hintock estates and ascended to the untoward solitude of Cross in Hand, the unholy stone whereon Tess had been compelled by Alec d'Urberville, in his whim of reformation, to swear the strange oath that she would never willfully tempt him again. The pale and blasted nettle stems of the preceding year even now lingered nakedly in the banks, young green nettles of the present spring growing from their roots. Thence he went along the verge of the upland overhanging the other Hintocks, and, turning to the right, plunged into the bracing calcareous region of Flintcomb Ash. The address from which she had written to him in one of the letters, and which he supposed to be the place of sojourn referred to by her mother. Here, of course, he did not find her, and what added to his depression was the discovery that no Mrs. Clare had ever been heard of by the cottagers or by the farmer himself. Though Tess was remembered well enough by her Christian name, his name she had obviously never used during their separation. And her dignified sense of their total severance was shown not much less by this abstention than by the hardships she had chosen to undergo, of which he now learnt for the first time, rather than apply to his father for more funds. From this place, they told him Tess Durbeyfield had gone, without due notice, to the home of her parents on the other side of Blackmoor, and it therefore became necessary to find Mrs. Durbeyfield. She had told him she was not now at Marlott, but had been curiously reticent as to her actual address, and the only course was to go to Marlott and inquire for it. The farmer who had been so churlish with Tess was quite smooth-tongued to Clare, and lent him a horse and man to drive him towards Marlott. The gig had arrived and being sent back to Minster, for the limit of a day's journey with that horse was reached. Clare would not accept the loan of the farmer's vehicle for a further distance than to the outskirts of the Vale, and, sending it back with the man who had driven him, he put up at an inn, and next day entered on foot the region wherein was the spot of his dear Tess's birth. It was as yet too early in the year for much color to appear in the gardens and foliage. The so-called spring was but winter overlaid with a thin coat of greenness, and it was of a parcel with his expectations. The house in which Tess had passed the years of her childhood was now inhabited by another family who had never known her. The new residents were in the garden, taking as much interest in their own doings as if the homestead had never passed its primal time in conjunction with the histories of others, beside which the histories of these were but as a tale told by an idiot. They walked about the garden paths with thoughts of their own concerns entirely uppermost, bringing their actions at every moment in jarring collision with the dim ghost behind them, talking as though the time when Tess lived there were not one whit intenser in story than now. Even the spring birds sang over their heads as if they thought there was nobody missing in particular. On inquiry of these precious innocents, to whom even the name of their predecessors was a failing memory, Clare learned that John Durbeyfield was dead, that his widow and children had left Marlott, declaring that they were going to live at Kingsbere, but instead of doing so had gone on to another place they mentioned. By this time, Claire abhorred the house for ceasing to contain Tess, and hastened away from its hated presence without once looking back. His way was by the field in which he had first beheld her at the dance. It was as bad as the house, even worse. He passed on through the churchyard, where, amongst the new headstones, he saw one of a somewhat superior design to the rest. The inscription ran thus: "In memory of John Durbeyfield, rightly d'Urberville, of the once powerful family of that name, and direct descendant through an illustrious line from Sir Pagan d'Urberville, one of the knights of the Conqueror, died March 10th, 18. How are the mighty fallen?" Some man, apparently the sexton, had observed Claire standing there, and drew nigh. Sir, now that the man who didn't want to lie here, but wished to be carried to Kingsbere, where his ancestors be. And why didn't they respect his wish? Oh, no money. Bless your soul, sir. Why there, I wouldn't wish to say it everywhere, but even this headstone, for all the flourish wrote upon in, is not paid for. Who put it up? The man told the name of a mason in the village, and, on leaving the churchyard, Claire called at the mason's house. He found that the statement was true, and paid the bill. This done, he turned in the direction of the migrants. The distance was too long for a walk, but Claire felt such a strong desire for isolation that at first he would neither hire a conveyance nor go to a circuitous line of railway by which he might eventually reach the place. At Shaston, however, he found he must hire, but the way was such that he did not enter Jones's place till about 7 o'clock in the evening. Having traversed a distance of over 20 miles since leaving Marlott, the village being small, he had little difficulty in finding Mrs. Durbeyfield's tenement, which was a house in a walled garden, remote from the main road, where she had stowed away her clumsy old furniture as best she could. It was plain that for some reason or other she had not wished him to visit her, and he felt his call to be somewhat of an intrusion. She came to the door herself, and the light from the evening sky fell upon her face. This was the first time that Claire had ever met her, but he was too preoccupied to observe more than that she was still a handsome woman in the garb of a respectable widow. He was obliged to explain that he was Tess's husband and his object in coming there, and he did it awkwardly enough. "I want to see her at once." He added, "You said you would write to me again, but you have not done so." "Because she be not come home," said Joan. "Do you know if she is well?" "I don't, but you ought to, sir," said she. "I admit it. Where is she staying?" From the beginning of the interview, Joan had disclosed her embarrassment by keeping her hand to the side of her cheek. "I don't know exactly where she is staying," she answered. She was, but where was she? Well, she is not there now. In her evasiveness, she paused again, and the younger children had by this time crept to the door, were pulling at his mother's skirts. The youngest murmured, "Is this the gentleman who is going to marry Tess?" "He has married her," Joan whispered. "Go inside." Claire saw her efforts for reticence, and asked, "Do you think Tess would wish me to try and find her? If not, of course, I don't think she would." "Are you sure?" "I am sure she wouldn't." He was turning away, and then he thought of Tess's tender letter. "I am sure she would," he retorted passionately. "I know her better than you do." "That's very likely, sir, for I have never really known her. Please tell me her address, Mrs. Durbeyfield." In kindness to a lonely, wretched man, Tess's mother again restlessly swept her cheek with her vertical hand, and seeing that he suffered, she at last said, "Is a low voice, she is at Sanborn." "Oh, where there? Sanborn has become a large place, they say." I don't know more particularly than I have said, Sanborn. For myself, I was never there. It was apparent that Jones spoke the truth in this, and he pressed her no further. Are you in want of anything? He said gently. No, sir, she replied. We are fairly well provided for. Without entering the house, Claire turned away. There was a station 3 miles ahead, and, paying off his coachman, he walked thither. The last train to Sanborn left shortly after, and it bore Claire on its wheels. LV at 11 o'clock that night, having secured a bed at one of the hotels and telegraphed his address to his father immediately on his arrival. He walked out into the streets of Sanborn. It was too late to call on or inquire for anyone, and he reluctantly postponed his purpose till the morning. But he could not retire to rest just yet. This fashionable watering place, with its eastern and its western stations, its piers, its groves of pines, its promenades, and its covered gardens, was, to Angel Clare, like a fairy place suddenly created by the stroke of a wand and allowed to get a little dusty. An outlying eastern tract of the enormous Egdon Waste was close at hand, yet on the very verge of that tawny piece of antiquity, such a glittering novelty as this pleasure city had chosen to spring up. Within the space of a mile from its outskirts, every irregularity of the soil was prehistoric. Every channel an undisturbed British trackway, not a sod having been turned there since the days of the Caesars. Yet the exotic had grown here suddenly as the prophets gored, and had drawn hither Tess. By the midnight lamps he went up and down the winding way of this new world in an old one, and could discern between the trees and against the stars the lofty roofs, chimneys, gazebos, and towers of the numerous fanciful residences of which the place was composed. It was a city of detached mansions, a Mediterranean lounging place on the English Channel, and as seen now by night, it seemed even more imposing than it was. The sea was near at hand, but not intrusive. It murmured, and he thought it was the pines. The pines murmured in precisely the same tones. And he thought they were the sea. Where could Tess possibly be, a cottage girl, his young wife, amidst all this wealth and fashion? The more he pondered, the more was he puzzled. Were there any cows to milk here? There certainly were no fields to till. She was most probably engaged to do something in one of these large houses, and he sauntered along, looking at the chamber windows and their lights going out one by one, and wondered which of them might be hers. Conjecture was useless, and just after 12 o'clock he entered and went to bed. Before putting out his light, he reread Tess's impassioned letter. Sleep, however, he could not so near her, yet so far from her, and he continually lifted the window blind and regarded the backs of the opposite houses, and wondered behind which of the sashes she reposed at that moment. He might almost as well have sat up all night. In the morning he arose at 7, and shortly after went out, taking the direction of the chief post office. At the door he met an intelligent postman coming out with letters for the morning delivery. "Do you know the address of a Mrs. Clare?" asked Angel. The postman shook his head. Then, remembering that she would have been likely to continue the use of her maiden name, Claire said of a Miss Derbyfield. Derbyfield. This also was strange to the postman addressed. "There's visitors coming and going every day, as you know, sir," he said, "and without the name of the house, 'tis impossible to find him." One of his comrades hastening out at that moment, the name was repeated to him. "I know no name of Derbyfield, but there is the name of d'Urberville at the Herons," said the second. "That's it," cried Claire. pleased to think that she had reverted to the real pronunciation. "What place is the Herons?" "A stylish lodging house. 'Tis all lodging houses here, bless it." Claire received directions how to find the house, and hastened thither, arriving with the milkman. The Herons, though an ordinary villa, stood in its own grounds, and was certainly the last place in which one would have expected to find lodgings, so private was its appearance. If poor Tess was a servant here, as he feared, she would go to the back door to that milkman, and he was inclined to go thither also. However, in his doubts, he turned to the front and rang. The hour being early, the landlady herself opened the door. Claire inquired for Teresa d'Urberville or Derbyfield. "Mrs. d'Urberville?" "Yes." Tess, then, passed as a married woman, and he felt glad, even though she had not adopted his name. "Will you kindly tell her that a relative is anxious to see her? It is rather early." "What name shall I give, sir?" "Angel." "Mr. Angel?" "No, Anfil. It is my Christian name. She'll understand. I'll see if she is awake." He was shown into the front room, the dining room, and looked out through the spring curtains at the little lawn and the rhododendrons and other shrubs upon it. Obviously, her position was by no means so bad as he had feared, and it crossed his mind that she must somehow have claimed and sold the jewels to attain it. He did not blame her for one moment. Soon his sharpened ear detected footsteps upon the stairs, at which his heart thumped so painfully that he could hardly stand firm. "Dear me, what will she think of me? So altered as I am," he said to himself, and the door opened. Tess appeared on the threshold, not at all as he had expected to see her bewilderingly otherwise. Indeed, her great natural beauty was, if not heightened, rendered more obvious by her attire. She was loosely wrapped in a cashmere dressing gown of gray-white, embroidered in half-mourning tints, and she wore slippers of the same hue. Her neck rose out of frill of down, and her well-remembered cable of dark brown hair was partially coiled up in a mass at the back of her head and partly hanging on her shoulder, the evident result of haste. He had held out his arms, but they had fallen again to his side, for she had not come forward, remaining still in the opening of the doorway. Mere yellow skeleton that he was now, he felt the contrast between them and thought his appearance distasteful to her. "Tess," he said huskily, "can you forgive me for going away? Can't you come to me? How do you get to be like this?" "It is too late," said she, her voice sounding hard through the room, her eyes shining unnaturally. "I did not think rightly of you. I did not see you as you were," he continued to plead. "I have learned to since, dearest Tessie mine." Too late, she said, waving her hand in the impatience of a person whose tortures cause every instant to seem an hour. "Don't come close to me, Angel. No, you must not. Keep away." "But don't you love me, my dear wife, because I've been so pulled down by illness? You are not so fickle. I am come on purpose for you. My mother and father will welcome you now." "Yes, oh yes, yes. But I say it is too late." She seemed to feel like a fugitive in a dream, who tries to move away, but cannot. "Don't you know all? Don't you know it? Yet how do you come here if you do not know?" "I inquired here and there, and I found the way. I waited and waited for you," she went on, her tones suddenly resuming their old fluty pathos. "But you did not come, and I wrote to you, and you did not come. He kept on saying you would never come any more, and that I was a foolish woman. He was very kind to me, and to Mother, and to all of us after Father's death. I don't understand. He has won me back to him." Claire looked at her keenly, then, gathering her meaning, flagged like one plague-stricken, and his glance sank. It fell on her hands, which, once rosy, were now white and more delicate. She continued, "He is upstairs. I hate him now, because he told me a lie that you would not come again. And you have come. These clothes are what he's put upon me. I didn't care what he did, why me? But will you go away, Angel, please, and never come any more?" They stood fixed, their baffled hearts looking out of their eyes with a joylessness pitiful to see. Both seemed to implore something to shelter them from reality. "It is my fault," said Claire. But he could not get on. Speech was as inexpressive as silence. But he had a vague consciousness of one thing, though it was not clear to him till later, that his original Tess had spiritually ceased to recognize the body before him as hers, allowing it to drift, like a corpse upon the current, in a direction dissociated from its living will. A few instants passed, and he found that Tess was gone. His face grew colder and more shrunken as he stood concentrated on the moment, and a minute or two after, he found himself in the street, walking along he did not know whither. LVI Mrs. Brooks, the lady who was the householder at the Herons and owner of all the handsome furniture, was not a person of an unusually curious turn of mind. She was too deeply materialized, poor woman, by her long and enforced bondage to that arithmetical demon profit and loss, to retain much curiosity for its own sake, and apart from possible lodgers' pockets. Nevertheless, the visit of Angel Clare to her well-paying tenants, Mr. and Mrs. d'Urberville, as she deemed them, was sufficiently exceptional in point of time and manner to reinvigorate the feminine proclivity which had been stifled down as useless save in its bearings to the letting trade. Tess had spoken to her husband from the doorway, without entering the dining room, and Mrs. Brooks, who stood within the partly closed door of her own sitting room at the back of the passage, could hear fragments of the conversation, if conversation it could be called, between those two wretched souls. She heard Tess ascend the stairs to the first floor, and the departure of Claire, and the closing of the front door behind him. Then the door of the room above was shut, and Mrs. Brooks knew that Tess had re-entered her apartment, as the young lady was not fully dressed. Mrs. Brooks knew that she would not emerge again for some time. She accordingly ascended the stairs softly and stood at the door of the front room, a drawing room, connected with the room immediately behind it, which was a bedroom, by folding doors in the common manner. This first floor, containing Mrs. Brooks's best apartments, had been taken by the week by the d'Urberville. The back room was now in silence, but from the drawing room there came sounds. All that she could at first distinguish of them was one syllable, continually repeated in a lone note of moaning, as if it came from a soul bound to some Ixionian willow, oh, oh. Then a silence, then a heavy sigh, and again, oh, oh, oh. The landlady looked through the keyhole. Only a small space of the room inside was visible, but within that space came a corner of the breakfast table, which was already spread for the meal, and also a chair beside. Over the seat of the chair, Tess's face was bowed, her posture being a kneeling one in front of it. Her hands were clasped over her head. The skirts of her dressing gown and the embroidery of her nightgown flowed upon the floor behind her, and her stockingless feet, for which the slippers had fallen, protruded upon the carpet. It was from her lips that came the murmur of unspeakable despair. Then a man's voice from the adjoining bedroom. "What's the matter?" She did not answer, but went on, in a tone which was a soliloquy rather than an exclamation, and a dirge rather than a soliloquy. Mrs. Brooks could only catch a portion. And then my dear, dear husband came home to me, and I did not know it. And you had used your cruel persuasion upon me. You did not stop using it. No, you did not stop. My little sisters and brothers and my mother's needs, they were the things you moved me by. And you said my husband would never come back, never. And you taunted me and said what a simpleton I was to expect him. And at last I believed you and gave way. And then he came back. Now he is gone a second time. And I have lost him now forever. And he will not love me the littlest bit ever anymore, only hate me. Oh yes, I have lost him now again because of you. In writhing, with her head on the chair, she turned her face towards the door. And Mrs. Brooks could see the pain upon it, and that her lips were bleeding from the clench of her teeth upon them, and that the long lashes of her closed eyes stuck in wet tags to her cheeks. She continued, "And he is dying, he looks as if he is dying. And my sin will kill him and not kill me. Oh, you have torn my life all to pieces, made me be what I prayed you in pity not to make me be again. My own true husband will never, never, oh God, I can't bear this. I cannot." There were more and sharper words from the man. Then a sudden rustle. She had sprung to her feet. Mrs. Brooks, thinking that the speaker was coming to rush out of the door, hastily retreated down the stairs. She need not have done so, however, for the door of the sitting room was not opened. But Mrs. Brooks felt it unsafe to watch on the landing again, and entered her own parlor below. She could hear nothing through the floor, although she listened intently, and thereupon went to the kitchen to finish her interrupted breakfast. Coming up presently to the front room on the ground floor, she took up some sewing, waiting for her lodgers to ring that she might take away the breakfast, which she meant to do herself, to discover what was the matter if possible. Overhead, as she sat, she could now hear the floorboards slightly creak, as if someone were walking about, and presently the movement was explained by the rustle of garments against the banisters, the opening and the closing of the front door, and the form of Tess passing to the gate on her way into the street. She was fully dressed now in the walking costume of a well-to-do young lady in which she had arrived, with the sole addition that over her hat and black feathers of veil was drawn. Mrs. Brooks had not been able to catch any word of farewell, temporary or otherwise, between her tenants at the door above. They might have quarreled, or Mr. d'Urberville might still be asleep, for he was not an early riser. She went into the back room, which was more especially her own apartment, and continued her sewing there. The lady lodger did not return, nor did the gentleman ring his bell. Mrs. Brooks pondered on the delay, and on what probable relation the visitor who had called so early bore to the couple upstairs. In reflecting, she leant back in her chair. As she did so, her eyes glanced casually over the ceiling till they were arrested by a spot in the middle of its white surface which she had never noticed there before. It was about the size of a wafer when she first observed it, but it speedily grew as large as the palm of her hand. And then she could perceive that it was red. The oblong white ceiling, with this scarlet blot in the midst, had the appearance of a gigantic ace of hearts. Break time equals 0. 5S / Mrs. Brooks had strange qualms of misgiving. She got upon the table and touched the spot in the ceiling with her fingers. It was damp, and she fancied that it was a blood stain. Descending from the table, she left the parlor and went upstairs, intending to enter the room overhead, which was the bedchamber at the back of the drawing room. But, nerveless woman as she had now become, she could not bring herself to attempt the handle. She listened, The dead silence within was broken only by a regular beat. Drip, drip, drip. Mrs. Brooks hastened downstairs, opened the front door, and ran into the street. A man she knew, one of the workmen employed at an adjoining villa, was passing by, and she begged him to come in and go upstairs with her. She feared something had happened to one of her lodgers. The workman assented and followed her to the landing. She opened the door of the drawing room and stood back for him to pass in, entering herself behind him. The room was empty. The breakfast, a substantial repast of coffee, eggs, and a cold ham, lay spread upon the table untouched, as when she had taken it up, excepting that the carving knife was missing. She asked the man to go through the folding doors into the adjoining room. He opened the doors, entered a step or two, and came back almost instantly with a rigid face. "My good God, the gentleman in bed is dead. I think he has been hurt with a knife. A lot of blood has run down upon the floor." The alarm was soon given, and the house, which had lately been so quiet, resounded with the tramp of many footsteps, a surgeon among the rest. The wound was small, but the point of the blade had touched the heart of the victim, who lay on his back, pale, fixed, dead, as if he had scarcely moved after the infliction of the blow. In a quarter of an hour, the news that a gentleman who was a temporary visitor to the town had been stabbed in his bed spread through every street and villa of the popular watering place. LVI, meanwhile, Angel Clare had walked automatically along the way by which he had come, and, entering his hotel, sat down over the breakfast, staring at nothingness. He went on eating and drinking unconsciously till on a sudden he demanded his bill, having paid which, he took his dressing bag in his hand, the only luggage he had brought with him, and went out. At the moment of his departure, a telegram was handed to him, a few words from his mother, stating that they were glad to know his address, and informing him that his brother Cuthbert had proposed to and been accepted by Mercy Chant. Clare crumpled up the paper and followed the route to the station. Reaching it, he found that there would be no train leaving for an hour and more. He sat down to wait, and having waited a quarter of an hour, felt that he could wait there no longer. Broken in heart and numbed, he had nothing to hurry for, but he wished to get out of a town which had been the scene of such an experience, and turned to walk to the first station onward and let the train pick him up there. The highway that he followed was open, and at a little distance dipped into a valley, across which it could be seen running from edge to edge. He had traversed the greater part of this depression and was climbing the western acclivity when, pausing for breath, he unconsciously looked back. Why he did, so he could not say, but something seemed to impel him to the act. The tape-like surface of the road diminished in his rear as far as he could see, and as he gazed, a moving spot intruded on the white vacuity of its perspective. It was a human figure running. Clare waited, with a dim sense that somebody was trying to overtake him. The form descending the incline was a woman's. Yet so entirely was his mind blinded to the idea of his wife's following him that even when she came nearer, he did not recognize her under the totally changed attire in which he now beheld her. It was not till she was quite close that he could believe her to be Tess. "I saw you turn away from the station just before I got there, and I have been following you all this way." She was so pale, so breathless, so quivering in every muscle that he did not ask her a single question, but seizing her hand and pulling it within his arm, he led her along. To avoid meeting any possible wayfarers, he left the high road and took a footpath under some fir trees. When they were deep among the moaning boughs, he stopped and looked at her inquiringly. "Angel, she said, as if waiting for this. "Do you know what I have been running after you for? To tell you that I have killed him." A pitiful white smile lit her face as she spoke. "What?" said he, thinking from the strangeness of her manner that she was in some delirium. "I have done it, I don't know how," she continued. "Still, I owed it to you and to myself. Angel, I feared long ago, when I struck him on the mouth with my glove, that I might do it some day for the trap he set for me in my simple youth and his wrong to you through me. He has come between us and ruined us, and now he can never do it any more. I never loved him at all, Angel, as I loved you. You know it, don't you? You believe it? You didn't come back to me, and I was obliged to go back to him. Why did you go away? Why did you, when I loved you so? I can't think why you did it. But I don't blame you, only Angel. Will you forgive me my sin against you, now I have killed him? I thought as I ran along that you would be sure to forgive me now I have done that. It came to me as a shining light that I should get you back that way. I could not bear the loss of you any longer. You don't know how entirely I was unable to bear your not loving me. Say you do now, dear. Dear husband, say you do, now I have killed him. I do love you, Tess, I do, it has all come back, he said, tightening his arms round her with fervid pressure. But how do you mean you have killed him? I mean that I have, she murmured in a reverie. What, bodily? Is he dead? Yes. He heard me crying about you, and he bitterly taunted me, and called you by a foul name, and then I did it. My heart could not bear it. He had nagged me about you before, and then I dressed myself and came away to find you. By degrees he was inclined to believe that she had faintly attempted, at least, what she said she had done, and his horror at her impulse was mixed with amazement at the strength of her affection for himself, and at the strangeness of its quality, which had apparently extinguished her moral sense altogether. Unable to realize the gravity of her conduct, she seemed at last content, and he looked at her as she lay upon his shoulder, weeping with happiness, and wondered what obscure strain in the d'Urberville blood had led to this aberration, if it were an aberration. There momentarily flashed through his mind that the family tradition of the coach and murder might have arisen because the d'Urberville had been known to do these things. As well as his confused and excited ideas could reason, he supposed in the moment of mad grief of which she spoke, her mind had lost its balance and plunged her into this abyss. It was very terrible if true, if a temporary hallucination sad. But anyhow, here was this deserted wife of his, this passionately fond woman, clinging to him without a suspicion that he would be anything to her but a protector. He saw that for him to be otherwise was not, in her mind, within the region of the possible. Tenderness was absolutely dominant in Claire at last. He kissed her endlessly with his white lips and held her hand, and said, I will not desert you. I will protect you by every means in my power, dearest love, whatever you may have done or not have done. They then walked on under the trees, Tess turning her head every now and then to look at him, worn and unhandsome as he had become. It was plain that she did not discern the least fault in his appearance. To her he was, as of old, all that was perfection, personally and mentally. He was still her Antinous, her Apollo even. His sickly face was beautiful as the morning to her affectionate regard on this day, no less than when she first beheld him. For was it not the face of the one man on earth who had loved her purely, and who had believed in her as pure? With an instinct as to possibilities, he did not now, as he had intended, make for the first station beyond the town. but plunged still farther under the firs, which here abounded for miles. Each clasping the other round the waist, they promenade over the dry bed of fir needles. Thrown into a vague, intoxicating atmosphere at the consciousness of being together at last, with no living soul between them, ignoring that there was a corpse. Thus they proceeded for several miles till Tess, arousing herself, looked about her, and said, timidly, "Are we going anywhere in particular?" "I don't know, dearest." "Why?" "I don't know. Break time equals 0. 5s/, well, we might walk a few miles further, and when it is evening find lodging somewhere or other in a lonely cottage, perhaps." "Can you walk well, Tessie?" "Oh, yes. I could walk for ever and ever with your arm round me." Upon the whole, it seemed a good thing to do. Thereupon they quickened their pace, avoiding high roads, and following obscure paths tending more or less northward. But there was an unpractical vagueness in their movements throughout the day. Neither one of them seemed to consider any question of effectual escape, disguise, or long concealment. Their every idea was temporary and unforefending, like the plans of two children. At midday, they drew near to a roadside inn, and Tess would have entered it with him to get something to eat, but he persuaded her to remain among the trees and bushes of this half-woodland, half-moorland part of the country till he should come back. Her clothes were of recent fashion. Even the ivory-handled parasol that she carried was of a shape unknown in the retired spot to which they had now wandered, and the cut of such articles would have attracted attention in the settle of a tavern. He soon returned, with food enough for half a dozen people and 2 bottles of wine enough to last them for a day or more, should any emergency arise. They sat down upon some dead boughs and shared their meal. Between 1 and 2 o'clock, they packed up the remainder and went on again. "I feel strong enough to walk any distance," said she. "I think we may as well steer in a general way towards the interior of the country, where we can hide for a time and are less likely to be looked for than anywhere near the coast," Claire remarked. "Later on, when they have forgotten us, we can make for some port." She made no reply to this beyond that of grasping him more tightly, and straight inland they went. Though the season was an English May, the weather was serenely bright, and during the afternoon it was quite warm. Through the latter miles of their walk their footpath had taken them into the depths of a new forest, and towards evening, turning the corner of a lane, they perceived behind a brook and bridge a large board on which was painted in white letters, "This desirable mansion to be let furnished," particulars following, with directions to apply to some London agents. Passing through the gate, they could see the house, an old brick building of regular design and large accommodation. "I know it," said Claire. "It is Bramshire's Court. You can see that it is shut up, and grass is growing on the drive." "Some of the windows are open," said Tess. "Just to air the rooms, I suppose. All these rooms empty, and we without a roof to our heads. You're getting tired, my Tess," he said. "We'll stop soon." And kissing her sad mouth, he again led her onwards. He was growing weary likewise, for they had wandered a dozen or 15 miles, and it became necessary to consider what they should do for rest. They looked from afar at isolated cottages and little inns, and were inclined to approach one of the latter, when their hearts failed them, and they sheered off. At length their gait dragged, and they stood still. "Could we sleep under the trees?" she asked. He thought the season insufficiently advanced. "I've been thinking of that empty mansion we passed," he said. "Let's go back toward it again." They retraced their steps, but it was half an hour before they stood without the entrance gate as earlier. He then requested her to stay where she was, whilst he went to see who was within. She sat down among the bushes within the gate, and Claire crept towards the house. His absence lasted some considerable time, and when he returned, Tess was wildly anxious, not for herself, but for him. He had found out from a boy that there was only an old woman in charge as caretaker, and she only came there on fine days from the hamlet near, to open and shut the windows. She would come to shut them at sunset. "Now we can get in through one of the lower windows and rest there," said he. Under his escort, she went tardily forward to the main front, whose shuttered windows, like sightless eyeballs, excluded the possibility of watchers. The door was reached a few steps further, and one of the windows beside it was open. Claire clambered in and pulled Tess in after him. Except the hall, the rooms were all in darkness, and they ascended the staircase. Up here, also the shutters were tightly closed, the ventilation being perfunctorily done, for this day at least, by opening the hall window in front and an upper window behind. Claire unlatched the door of a large chamber, felt his way across it, and parted the shutters to the width of 2 or 3 inches. A shaft of dazzling sunlight glanced into the room, revealing heavy, old-fashioned furniture, crimson damask hangings, and an enormous 4-post bedstead, along the head of which were carved running figures, apparently Atlanta's race. "Rest at last," said he, setting down his bag and the parcel of viands. They remained in great quietness till the caretaker should have come to shut the windows, as a precaution, putting themselves in total darkness by barring the shutters as before, lest the woman should open the door of their chamber for any casual reason. Between 6 and 7 o'clock she came, but did not approach the wing they were in. They heard her close the windows, fasten them, lock the door, and go away. Then Claire again stole a chink of light from the window, and they shared another meal, till by and by they were enveloped in the shades of night, which they had no candle to disperse. LVI, the night, was strangely solemn and still. In the small hours, she whispered to him the whole story of how he had walked in his sleep with her in his arms across the Froom stream, at the imminent risk of both their lives, and laid her down in the stone coffin at the ruined abbey. He had never known of that till now. Break time equals 0. 5s/ "Why didn't you tell me next day?" he said. "It might have prevented much misunderstanding and woe." "Don't think of what's past," said she. "I am not going to think outside him now. Why should we? Who knows what tomorrow has in store?" But it apparently had no sorrow. The morning was wet and foggy, and Claire, rightly informed that the caretaker only opened the windows on fine days, ventured to creep out of their chamber and explore the house, leaving Tess asleep. There was no food on the premises, but there was water, and he took advantage of the fog to emerge from the mansion and fetch tea, bread, and butter from a shop in a little place 2 miles beyond, as also a small tin kettle and spirit lamp, that they might get fire without smoke. His re-entry awoke her, and they breakfasted on what he had brought. They were indisposed to stir abroad, and the day passed, and the night following, and the next, and next, till, almost without their being aware, 5 days had slipped by in absolute seclusion, not a sight or sound of a human being disturbing their peacefulness. Such as it was, the changes of the weather were their only events, the birds of the new forest their only company. By tacit consent, they hardly once spoke of any incident of the past subsequent to their wedding day. The gloomy, intervening time seemed to sink into chaos, over which the present and prior times closed as if it never had been. Whenever he suggested that they should leave their shelter and go forwards towards Southampton or London, she showed a strange unwillingness to move. "Why should we put an end to all that's sweet and lovely?" she deprecated. "What must come will come." And, looking through the shuttered chink, all is trouble outside there, inside here content. He peeped out also. It was quite true. Within was affection, union, error forgiven. Outside was the inexorable. And, she said, pressing her cheek against his, "I fear that what you think of me now may not last. I do not wish to outlive your present feeling for me. I would rather not. I would rather be dead and buried when the time comes for you to despise me, so that it may never be known to me that you despised me. I cannot ever despise you. I also hope that. But considering what my life has been, I cannot see why any man should, sooner or later, be able to help despising me. How wickedly mad I was. Yet formerly I never could bear to hurt a fly or a worm. And the sight of a bird in a cage used often to make me cry. They remained yet another day. In the night the dull sky cleared. And the result was that the old caretaker at the cottage awoke early. The brilliant sunrise made her unusually brisk. She decided to open the contiguous mansion immediately, and to air it thoroughly on such a day. Thus it occurred that, having arrived and opened the lower rooms before 6 o'clock, she ascended to the bedchambers, and was about to turn the handle of the one wherein they lay. At that moment she fancied she could hear the breathing of persons within. Her slippers and her antiquity had rendered her progress a noiseless one so far, and she made for instant retreat. Then, deeming that her hearing might have deceived her, she turned anew to the door and softly tried the handle. The lock was out of order, but a piece of furniture had been moved forward on the inside, which prevented her opening the door more than an inch or two. A stream of morning light through the shutter chink fell upon the faces of the pair. Wrapped in profound slumber, Tess's lips being parted like a half-opened flower near his cheek. The caretaker was so struck with their innocent appearance, and with the elegance of Tess's gown hanging across a chair, her silk stockings beside it, the pretty parasol, and the other habits in which she had arrived, because she had none else, that her first indignation at the effrontery of tramps and vagabonds gave way to a momentary sentimentality over this genteel elopement, as it seemed. She closed the door, and withdrew as softly as she had come, to go and consult with her neighbors on the odd discovery. Not more than a minute had elapsed after her withdrawal when Tess woke, and then Claire. Both had a sense that something had disturbed them, though they could not say what, and the uneasy feeling which it engendered grew stronger. As soon as he was dressed, he narrowly scanned the lawn through the 2 or 3 inches of shutter chink. "I think we will leave at once," said he. "It is a fine day, and I cannot help fancying somebody is about the house. At any rate, the woman will be sure to come today." She passively assented, and putting the room in order, they took up the few articles that belonged to them, and departed noiselessly. When they had got into the forest, she turned to take a last look at the house. "Ah, happy house goodbye," she said. "Break time equals 0. 5s / my life can only be a question of a few weeks. Why should we not have stayed there? Don't say it, Tess. We shall soon get out of this district altogether. We'll continue our course as we've begun it, and keep straight north. Nobody will think of looking for us there. We shall be looked for at the Wessex ports if we are sought at all. When we are in the north, we will get to a port and away." Having thus persuaded her, the plan was pursued, and they kept a bee line northward. Their long repose at the manor house lent them walking power now, and towards midday they found that they were approaching the steepled city of Melchester, which lay directly in their way. He decided to rest her in a clump of trees during the afternoon and push onward under cover of darkness. At dusk, Claire purchased food as usual, and their night march began, the boundary between Upper and Mid-Wessex being crossed about 8 o'clock. To walk across country without much regard to roads was not new to Tess, and she showed her old agility in the performance. The intercepting city, ancient Melchester, they were obliged to pass through in order to take advantage of the town bridge for crossing a large river that obstructed them. Break time equals 0. 5s/. It was about midnight when they went along the deserted streets, lighted fitfully by the few lamps, keeping off the pavement that it might not echo their footsteps. The graceful pile of cathedral architecture rose dimly on their left hand, but it was lost upon them now. Once out of the town, they followed the turnpike road, which after a few miles plunged across an open plain, though the sky was dense with cloud. A diffused light from some fragment of moon had hitherto helped them a little, but the moon had now sunk. The clouds seemed to settle almost on their heads, and the night grew as dark as a cave. However, they found their way along, keeping as much on the turf as possible that their tread might not resound, which it was easy to do, there being no hedge or fence of any kind. All around was open loneliness and black solitude, over which a stiff breeze blew. They had proceeded thus gropingly 2 or 3 miles further, when on a sudden Claire became conscious of some vast erection close in his front, rising sheer from the grass. They had almost struck themselves against it. "What monstrous place is this?" said Angel. "It hums," said she. "Hearken." He listened. The wind, playing upon the edifice, produced a booming tune, like the note of some gigantic one-stringed harp. No other sound came from it, and lifting his hand and advancing a step or two, Claire felt the vertical surface of the structure. It seemed to be of solid stone, without joint or molding. Carrying his fingers onward, he found that what he had come in contact with was a colossal rectangular pillar. By stretching out his left hand, he could feel a similar one adjoining. At an indefinite height, overhead, something made the black sky blacker, which had the semblance of a vast architrave uniting the pillars horizontally. They carefully entered beneath and between. The surfaces echoed their soft rustle, but they seemed to be still out of doors. The place was roofless. Tess drew her breath fearfully. An Angel, perplexed, said, "What can it be?" Feeling sideways, they encountered another tower like pillar, square, and uncompromising as the first. Beyond it another and another. The place was all doors and pillars, some connected above by continuous architraves. "A very temple of the winds," he said. The next pillar was isolated, others composed a trilithon, others were prostrate, their flanks forming a causeway wide enough for a carriage. And it was soon obvious that they made up a forest of monoliths grouped upon the grassy expanse of the plain. The couple advanced further into this pavilion of the night till they stood in its midst. "It is Stonehenge," said Claire. "The heathen temple, you mean?" "Yes." "Older than the centuries, older than the d'Urberville. Well, what shall we do, darling? We may find shelter further on." But Tess, really tired by this time, flung herself upon an oblong slab that lay close at hand and was sheltered from the wind by a pillar. Owing to the action of the sun during the preceding day, the stone was warm and dry, in comforting contrast to the rough and chill grass around, which had damped her skirts and shoes. I don't want to go any further. Angel, she said, stretching out her hand for his. Can't we bide here? I fear not. This spot is visible for miles by day, although it does not seem so now. One of my mother's people was a shepherd hereabouts, now I think of it. And you used to say at Talbot Hayes that I was a heathen. So now I am at home. He knelt down beside her outstretched form and put his lips upon hers. Sleepy are you, dear? I think you are lying on an altar. I like very much to be here, she murmured. It is so solemn and lonely after my great happiness with nothing but the sky above my face. It seems as if there were no folk in the world but we two, and I wish there were not except Liza Lou. Claire thought she might as well rest here till it should get a little lighter, and he flung his overcoat upon her and sat down by her side. Angel, if anything happens to me, will you watch over Liza Lou for my sake? She asked, when they had listened a long time to the wind among the pillars. I will. She is so good and simple and pure. Oh, Angel, I wish you would marry her if you lose me, as you will do shortly. Oh, if you would. If I lose you, I lose all, and she's my sister-in-law. That's nothing, dearest. People marry sister-in-laws continually about Marlott, and Liza Lou is so gentle and sweet, and she is growing so beautiful. Oh, I could share you with her willingly when we are spirits. If you would train her and teach her, Angel, and bring her up for your own self. She had all the best of me without the bad of me, and if she were to become yours, it would almost seem as if death had not divided us. Well, I have said it. I won't mention it again. She ceased, and he fell into thought. In the far northeast sky, he could see between the pillars a level streak of light. The uniform concavity of black cloud was lifting bodily like the lid of a pot, letting in at the earth's edge the coming day, against which the towering monoliths and trilithons began to be blackly defined. Did they sacrifice to God here? Asked she. No, said he. Who to? I believe to the sun. That lofty stone set away by itself is in the direction of the sun, which will presently rise behind it. This reminds me, dear, she said. You remember you never would interfere with any belief of mine before we were married, but I knew your mind all the same. And I thought as you thought, not from any reasons of my own, but because you thought so. Tell me now, Angel, do you think we shall meet again after we are dead? I want to know. He kissed her to avoid a reply at such time. Ooh. Angel, I fear that means no, said she with a suppressed sob. And I want so to see you again, so much, so much. What, not even you and I? Angel, who love each other so well, like a greater than himself, to the critical question at the critical time he did not answer, and they were again silent. In a minute or two her breathing became more regular, her clasp of his hand relaxed, and she fell asleep. The band of silver paleness along the east horizon made even the distant parts of the great plain appear dark and near, and the whole enormous landscape bore that impress of reserve, taciturnity, and hesitation which is usual just before day. The eastward pillars and their architraves stood up blackly against the light, and the great flame-shaped sunstone beyond them, and the stone of sacrifice midway. Presently the night wind died out, and the quivering little pools in the cup like hollows of the stones lay still. At the same time something seemed to move on the verge of the dip eastward a mere dot. It was the head of a man approaching them from the hollow beyond the sunstone. Claire wished they had gone onward, but in the circumstances decided to remain quiet. The figure came straight towards the circle of pillars in which they were. He heard something behind him, the brush of feet. Turning, He saw over the prostrate columns another figure. Then, before he was aware, another was at hand on the right, under a trilithon, and another on the left. The dawn shone full on the front of the man westward, and Claire could discern from this that he was tall and walked as if trained. They all closed in with evident purpose. Her story then was true. Springing to his feet, he looked around for a weapon, loose stone, means of escape, anything. By this time the nearest man was upon him. "It is no use, sir," he said. "There are 16 of us on the plain, and the whole country is reared. Break time equals 0. 5s / let her finish her sleep," he implored in a whisper of the men as they gathered round. When they saw where she lay, which they had not done till then, they showed no objection and stood watching her, as still as the pillars around. He went to the stone and bent over her, holding one poor little hand. Her breathing now was quick and small, like that of a lesser creature than a woman. All waited in the growing light, their faces and hands as if they were silvered, the remainder of their figures dark, the stones glistening green-gray, the plain still a mass of shade. Soon the light was strong, and a ray shone upon her unconscious form, peering under her eyelids and waking her. "What is it, Angel?" she said, starting up. "Have they come for me?" "Yes, dearest," he said. "They have come. It is as it should be," she murmured. "Angel, I am almost glad, yes, glad." This happiness could not have lasted. It was too much. "I have had enough, and now I shall not live for you to despise me." She stood up, shook herself, and went forward, neither of the men having moved. "I am ready," she said quietly. Alaix, the city of Wintoncester, that fine old city, aforetime capital of Wessex, lay amidst its convex and concave downlands in all the brightness and warmth of a July morning. The gabled brick, tile, and freestone houses had almost dried off for the season their integument of lichen. The streams in the meadows were low. And in the sloping high street, from the west gateway to the medieval cross, and from the medieval cross to the bridge, that leisurely dusting and sweeping was in progress, which usually ushers in an old-fashioned market day. From the western gate aforesaid the highway, as every Wintoncestrian knows, ascends a long and regular incline of the exact length of a measured mile, leaving the houses gradually behind. Up this road from the precincts of the city, 2 persons were walking rapidly, as if unconscious of the trying ascent, unconscious through preoccupation and not through buoyancy. They had emerged upon this road through a narrow, barred wicket in a high wall a little lower down. They seemed anxious to get out of the sight of the houses and of their kind, and this road appeared to offer the quickest means of doing so. Though they were young, they walked with bowed heads, which gate of grief the sun's rays smiled on pitilessly. One of the pair was Angel Clare, the other a tall, budding creature, half girl, half woman, a spiritualized image of Tess, slighter than she, but with the same beautiful eyes Claire's sister-in-law, Liza Lou. Their pale faces seemed to have shrunk to half their natural size. They moved on hand in hand and never spoke a word, the drooping of their heads being that of Giotto's 2 apostles. When they had nearly reached the top of the great West Hill, the clocks in the town struck 8. Each gave a start at the notes, and, walking onward yet a few steps, they reached the first milestone, standing whitely on the green margin of the grass, and backed by the down, which here was open to the road. They entered upon the turf, and, impelled by a force that seemed to overrule their will, suddenly stood still, turned, and waited in paralyzed suspense beside the stone. The prospect from this summit was almost unlimited. In the valley beneath lay the city they had just left, its more prominent buildings showing as in an isometric drawing among them the broad cathedral tower, with its Norman windows and immense length of aisle and nave, the spires of St. Thomas's, the pinnacled tower of the college, and, more to the right, the tower and gables of the ancient hospice, where to this day the pilgrim may receive his dole of bread and ale. Break time equals 0. 5s / behind the city swept the rotund upland of St. Catherine's Hill. Further off, landscape beyond landscape, till the horizon was lost in the radiance of the sun hanging above it. Against these far stretches of country rose, in front of the other city edifices, a large red brick building with level gray roofs, and rows of short barred windows bespeaking captivity, the whole contrasting greatly by its formalism with the quaint irregularities of the Gothic erections. It was somewhat disguised from the road in passing it by yews and evergreen oaks, but it was visible enough up here. The wicket from which the pair had lately emerged was in the wall of this structure. From the middle of the building, an ugly, flat-topped octagonal tower ascended against the east horizon, and viewed from this spot, on its shady side and against the light, it seemed the one blot on the city's beauty. Yet it was with this blot, and not with the beauty, that the two gazers were concerned. Upon the cornice of the tower a tall staff was fixed. Their eyes were riveted on it. A few minutes after the hour had struck, something moved slowly up the staff and extended itself upon the breeze. It was a black flag. Justice was done, and the president of the immortals, in Aeschylean phrase, had ended his sport with Tess, and the d'Urberville knights and dames slept on in their tombs, unknowing. The two speechless gazers bent themselves down to the earth, as if in prayer, and remained thus a long time, absolutely motionless. The flag continued to wave silently. As soon as they had strength, they arose, joined hands again, and went on.